Well, Durud, patriots, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 120 of Iran Revolution Live with your wonderful and amazing host, Mr. Armin Navabi.
And your wonderful and amazing host, Goldie Gamari.
Thank you so much. Armin, how are you doing today?
Oh my God. What happened? Oh my God. What happened? Like, wait. Let me share a meme.
Oh
Here.
my gosh.
Here. First time.
Oh,
Look at it. Look at it. It's good.
you
Isn't
know,
this great?
we
Yeah.
can we can laugh about it now because
Yeah.
everyone is safe and no one was seriously injured. But oh my gosh, Armin, last night it was scary. It was wild.
Yeah, we got so like it's not just the American people that got so lucky that this was unsuccessful, but we Iranian people also dodged the bullet.
Oh
We
yeah.
were like, yeah, like we would be so effed if this. Oh my god! Wow. Well, thankfully, nothing happened. Third time is this not a record for U.S. presidents?
Yeah,
This
I
is a
think
record.
so.
Like third time attempted assassination. Being a president is already the riskiest job in the world statistically. If you look at the number of presidents that the United States has had and the number of the presidents who have been assassinated, the percentage uh, that that percentage is higher than any other job when it comes to chances of dying. There's no other job that you can think of that gets that high of a percentage. So it's already quite dangerous. But now with three times, I think the maximum was two so far, wasn't it? With
Yeah, I
other
think so.
presidents.
So this was
Yeah.
or someone saying he's tied with Gerald Ford.
Oh,
Or
really?
this is the third or fourth?
This is the third, fourth time. How is fourth time? Oh, five. Third publicly announced. Oh yeah, so I'm not counting the attempts that never actually got to the shooting, because if you count that, that is a lot. Yeah, like because we know also the Islamic Republic has was trying to do a plot to assassinate President Trump. We know about that. We're not, the only reason I'm not counting that because it basically was foiled before it even got to shooting. But three ones that we could publicly see. Yeah.
So I have this. This is I think President Trump did an interview, a phone interview this morning with
Hmm.
Fox News. He speaks about last night and he also I think he mentions Iran a little bit as well. So why
Yeah.
don't we just maybe start off with this unless you have like some crazy breaking news. Um
It's interesting how everybody like so President Trump doesn't think it was the Islamic Republic based on the way he responded to the journalist, but everyone's first thought was that like is this them, is this them, and I mean the suspicion, even if it's not them, the suspicion is justified because we know that they were planning to assassinate President Trump. So it's very it makes sense why so many people were checking if this was the Islamic Republic. But yeah, that's all.
yeah. Okay. Let's go to this.
The President of the United States, President Donald Trump. President Trump, thank you very much for joining us on the Sunday briefing, sir. First off, how are you after all of this, and how is the First Lady doing?
She's doing great. I'm fine. And it was a very sad evening in many ways. And it was also an evening where a lot of people got together. It was I saw some Democrats as we were leaving, and they were generally hostile. And last night they were waving to me, and politicians, congressmen, senators, they were waving and saying, great going and hello. So there was something very nice. I tell you, it was, I mentioned it last night in my little discussion. I think it came together. The place was just coming together. It was very nice to see, actually.
I think you really struck the right tone, I have to say, in your remarks afterward, letting the world know that you're not going to let someone who would wish to do us harm snuff out our right to gather and to recognize the role of the free press in a democracy, and that your leadership in that moment, telling the world to continue and stay strong, was important to hear. But I want to ask you about this news that we heard from the White House about Cole Allen, the suspected shooter, and his motive. I'm being told that he had a manifesto saying he wanted to target Trump administration officials. He had a lot of anti-Trump and anti-Christian rhetoric on his social media accounts, and left a manifesto in his hotel room that his brother had notified New London police about prior to this incident. I know Secret Service agents have been talking to his family members, his sister, at their residence, and said that this individual apparently attended a No Kings protest in California at some point, and that there was some concern that he might carry something out like this. What is your reaction to being the target of so much violence and hearing these new details just as they're breaking?
Well, I heard about the London situation, and I wish they would have told us about it a little bit, but it is what it is. We had a great group of people there last night. We had both inside in terms of the people, the audience, and also because they were all, they were strong, relatively speaking, compared to what the potential threat was. And the Secret Service and all law enforcement I thought they were outstanding. You can always, they can nitpick and everything else, but they were outstanding. They stopped him cold. And there was no games being played, that I can tell you. And you just look at them, these were strong, solid people who've got to get paid. This is a group that is not being paid. If you think about it, the Democrats are holding up their pay, and I think maybe they'll loosen up a little bit now, because I thought great talent was displayed last night. Bravery, but talent. He came in running like he was an NFL running back. Frankly, he was very fast, and they just stopped him cold. And there was no question. He never even came close to getting by the doors or getting through the doors. And if he did, there were so many people in there too, also security. And you have to go through a lot of layers. They did really a good job. I was very satisfied with it. So were most other people.
And I know that you want to get the next event later on, once the ballroom is established, to have them host events like this in the future. But as I understand it from our conversation last night, Mr. President, that won't be ready for next year's event that I'll have to host. It certainly won't be ready for the rescheduled event that you want to do within the next 30 days. The Washington Hilton is host to a lot of events every year that you go to. The First Lady was just there on Thursday at the First Lady's Luncheon, delivering remarks in that same room. And the dinner's been held there every year since 1968. Do you have any concern about holding it there, to the rescheduled event there, and then also next year's event? How will we make that safe?
Well, it's always tough when you have 1,000 rooms. It's a large hotel right on top. And so people come down in elevators, and they're right over the top of where you're speaking, not very far away. And it's pretty tough. And, as you know, we're building a big, beautiful, very, very secure ballroom in every way, with massive bulletproof glass that's almost 4 inches thick. It's pretty amazing stuff.
When do you think
all of
that'll
the
be
different
ready?
elements that you need, like drone proof, you need drone proofing, you need everything. But we also need a location, and the location's on the White House grounds, which is the most secure ground probably in the world, including the fencing, including everything else. The president doesn't have to leave the premises. It's really very secure. And this is mostly for future presidents. And we're actually ahead of schedule, and we're right on budget and ahead of schedule. It was always scheduled to open in 28. And probably I would have 5 or 6 months of use. But other people will have many years, hopefully hundreds of years of use. But it's going to be a magnificent building. But it was also designed in conjunction with the military and in conjunction with Secret Service. It's got every single bell and whistle you can possibly have for security and safety. And we'll have that done very much on time, even ahead of schedule. It's ahead of schedule now. And it's really what you need. I mean, you can't have 1,000 rooms or whatever it is, a very big hotel on top of the ballroom. And people come down in the elevator and they're right next to the ballroom, and nobody's blaming them. They're good people. They're very good people. I know the people well. I've been in that room many times, but you know, it's had difficulty in the past, and the new one is set not to have that kind of thing. You know, all of the traps are knocked out, and this was designed at the highest level by the top military and Secret Service people. It's really it's a joint venture, really, and you know, presidents have wanted it for 150 years just because they wanted a big space, but military and Secret Service have wanted it for many years, and I'm getting it built. And the one good thing is that now everybody knows how badly needed it is.
Mr. President, you just credited again Secret Service for springing into action. As a person who witnessed it right alongside you on that stage, it happened within moments. But does it strike you, sir, that for 70 plus days now, the agency that they're under, DHS, has not been funded? Are you hopeful at all that this incident will force Congress to reach an agreement to fund that agency that protected your life last night?
That's right. And other agencies, too, other great agencies that, you know, brave patriots, they're great people. They have a rough job, not an easy job. You know, when you have to stop murderers and get them out of our country, when you have to take people out of the country who murdered 7 people or 5 people or 1 person that was released from a jail in, you know, a country someplace. A lot of them came from Venezuela. A lot of them came from other countries. They came in from the Congo. This was under Biden's open door policy. It was terrible. I mean, we can try and make it nice and all, but there's nothing nice about it. So we have people that are doing an incredible job of removing these people and just getting them out of the country or putting them in jail where they have to be. These are violent people, drug dealers, drug lords were allowed without checking, without anything, but murderers. Over 11,888 murders were let into our country with Joe Biden's open door policy. And, you know, these are the people that are getting them out. This is a tough job. These are nasty people that were let in, rough, tough people. And by the way, in many cases, very smart. You know, these assassins, they seem to be high IQ people, but they're crazy. And so, you know, Secret Service and all of the different groups. You look at Border Patrol, you look at ICE. I mean, ICE is so incredible. Border Patrol is so incredible. And, you know, they have a hard time being recognized for the job they do. I'm very proud to recognize them. I mean, I think I had 100% of the vote of law enforcement. But they, you know, it sort of showed last night. When you were there. You did a great job last night. By the way, I watched you when I got back. And you saw what was going on. I mean, there was the strength and the power. Nobody was getting in, and even if they got into the room, they were going to be hit fast. But no, they didn't even get close to getting to those doors, or he didn't.
I was really taken, Mr. President.
They took him out so quickly. Now, you know, it's a tough thing, though, when you have a hotel in the middle of a city with buildings all around and hotel rooms on top of you, and you know, it's a tough situation. But I thought Secret Service and law enforcement, includes DC police. Law enforcement was great. I really thought they were great. I would be the first to complain if they weren't. Believe me. They were looking at me probably more than anybody else. I see the administration. And the guy is a sick guy. When you read his manifesto, he hates Christians. That's one thing for sure. He hates Christians, a hatred. And I think his sister or his brother actually was complaining about it. You know, they were even complaining to law enforcement. So he was a very troubled guy.
I was taken by your response immediately after it happened. You said, we're going to continue the night. We're not going to let this person derail our plans for the evening.
Right.
Had you been told very quickly that there was no additional threat in the room? Is that why you felt comfortable proceeding if Secret Service allowed that to happen?
Well, I hated a guy like this, sick, bad person. I hated somebody like that changing the course of our country. You know, where you'd have all of these people, important people, not important people, all of these people gathered, record crowd. We had a record crowd last night. And you and the people that put it on did a fantastic job, really. But that all of these people would have to leave, you know, it just For what? For one nut? For one guy that is really, I mean, look, he's a very disturbed person. So I really wanted to go, and I really wanted to, but the protocol was no. And, you know, once those doors were open, that room was sealed. And once the doors were open, because people were pouring in, and they were police, and they were Secret Service, and they poured in a lot of them. But once those doors are open, it breaks the seal.
Mm-hmm.
And when they explained it, you know, maybe it's possible somebody, if it were more than one person, somebody could have come in. And but I really wanted to do it that night, even if we stayed late into the night. But we did the right thing, and we came back to the White House. We did a news conference and explained what happened. And now we're doing it a little bit more by talking to you. But we did the right thing. Now I hope that we can have it within a short period of time, whether it's 30 days or a little less, a little more. But I hope we can do it with that, because we can't let these criminals and these really bad people change the course of events in our country. We have to, you know, it's an important event. That was going to be an important event. I mean, I was going to get up and make an entirely different speech. I was going to really rip it last night. I was talking about everybody. And then I said, well, my speech is going to be much different. It'll be a speech of love. But I didn't get a chance to do that. Probably I was better off if I didn't. I don't know. But I think it's important. And, you know, your president who headed chairman or president, she did really a good job. I was sad in a way because she worked so hard, and she's a good person.
Mm-hmm.
CBS, as you know, was the lead.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're going to be the lead next year.
That's
but
right.
I think it's and I look forward to in the year 28. You're going to have a ballroom that's the top of the line security. You're not going to have problems like this.
What's the latest that you've learned, Mr. President, about this alleged shooter's motive? Do you know how long he was planning this for?
Well, they have some pretty good information. He had a lot of hatred in his heart for quite a while, and he just, I don't know, it was a religious thing. It was strongly anti-Christian. And I don't know if you've gotten it, just got released, the manifesto. He had a manifesto. Can you believe it? Mm. And so he's got some big problems with the rest of his life. But it's very, very bad, bad situation. But his family knew that he had difficulty. And his family seemed to be, I think they spent a lot of time with his family. His family said he had big difficulty. Maybe they should have reported him a little bit more strongly, probably. Mm-hmm. But it's a hard thing to do, I guess.
As you're trying to learn more about how this man's ideology was shaped, it makes me think about FISA, the surveillance tool
right.
that expires this coming week. It obviously allows the FBI to surveil potential terrorists who are overseas. And we don't know right now if this individual was radicalized by somebody like that. But do you think about the importance of having these tools to protect our country from these kinds of threats? And how will you get that message to Congress when there's a Congress right now that's skeptical about renewing those powers?
Well, Jackie, I know both sides of it because FISA was used against me and very, very viciously by a dirty cop. You know, we had the Comey gang, Comey and his remnants, and it was used against me. And they used it very illegally. I mean, they signed court orders that were illegal. Mm-hmm. Every one of those people should be prosecuted, frankly. It was used against me. Now, that's the bad news. The good news is that the military really needs it, and it's really needed for national security, and there's a division, but I was willing to give that up, I mean, because, again, it was used against me more than anybody else, and by bad people, by sick people also. These are sick people. Comey was terrible. He was a horrible, sick person. He had real problems. And I use the word to describe him. He was a dirty cop. It's an old-fashioned term, but he was a dirty cop, bad guy. And there were other bad guys. And they used FISA illegally. They used it for a purpose that wasn't supposed to be used for. Okay. On the other side, you have the military. They really need it. General Raising Cane. Look at the success we had in Venezuela. Look at the success we're having with Iran. I mean, Iran is decimated. And we got a lot of information by using FISA. I think we would have been very successful regardless, but it made the job a lot safer and a lot easier. So I would say, and what I've done, and I've told people, I'm willing to give up my security for the military, because ultimately that's, to me, the highest cause, is the safety of our nation. So, I'm in favor of it, but, I'm in favor of it knowing it was used against me unsuccessfully, ultimately, because I ended up winning. But it was a vicious thing that happened. However, we need it for the military, so we have to hopefully get it approved in some very strong form.
And I think the irony is that the section that you're referencing that was used, the Carter-Page FISA warrants, that's Title I of FISA, which is permanent law. It does not need to be renewed. That's on the books. What expires is Section 702 that specifically pertains to suspected terrorists, foreigners living abroad outside the United States that our intelligence community needs to surveil, to monitor for any threats that might come to the homeland. And when you're thinking about the heightened threat environment and something that you live in every day, this is now, you've had multiple attempts on your life. You're, at the end of the day, a human being with a family. And I just want to know what the conversation was between you and your family members last night after you left the premises.
Well, they sort of said to me, you have a dangerous job. I've known that. I didn't know it was quite as dangerous when I ran very innocently for president, but I'm very happy with the job we've done. And, consequential, really, if you're a consequential president, you're in much more danger than if you're not a consequential president. Most presidents are not very consequential. They don't do the job that they're supposed to be doing. I mean, we have to stop Iran from having a nuclear weapon, because the whole world would be in danger. We would.
Where does
that stand? The
stand?
Middle East would get blown up. Israel would get blown up within minutes from the time they got it. So we can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. So this should have been done by previous presidents. It should have been done for years. 47 years it's been going on, and nobody did anything about it. We had to do that. I took the greatest economy we've ever had, and I said, we're going to have to take a little detour and stop that from happening. And that's what happened, and we've done a great job, and it'll come to an end very soon, and we're going to be very victorious. But they cannot have a nuclear weapon. So when you do that, no other president was willing to do it. They should have done it. It would have been a lot easier, because they had far fewer arms and far less power. If you did it 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 20 years ago, they had far less power. But we've taken that power away from them, and we've done a good job. But we had to do it. Otherwise, our country would have been very unsafe, as with the world. It would have been very unsafe.
Where do those negotiations stand right now on Iran?
Well, I called them back, our people. The flight is about 17 hours. We have great respect for the Field Marshal of Pakistan and for the Prime Minister of Pakistan. They're great people. They really are good. But, it's a 17, 18-hour flight. I said, when is this meeting taking place? And it was like going to be on Tuesday, and it was Saturday, and they're leaving, and by the time they get there, it's hours and hours and hours of flying. And I said, we're not doing this anymore. We have all the cards. If they want to talk, they can come to us, or they can call us. There is a telephone. We have nice secure lines, although I'm not sure any telephone line is secure, frankly. But we have secure lines, and if they want, we can talk. But we're not sending people to travel 18 hours to meet where you literally, think of this. We had a meeting for Tuesday, and it was on Saturday that I was saying, when are we meeting? Tuesday, because it's so far. So great respect for Pakistan, but I will, because they've been terrific. They've really tried, and they'll stay involved. But we're going to do it by telephone. So if they want, they can call us. But again, they know what has to be in the agreement. Very simple. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. Otherwise, there's no reason to meet.
You have said, Mr. President, that you're in no rush to reach a deal, in part because the infighting between the moderates in what's left of the government and the hardliners further sort of fractures what's left of the regime, and that also in a matter of days, their oil vessels, their tankers, their production system will explode. And can you talk about the advantage that gives the U.S. in terms of waiting this out and how time is on the U.S. side of this negotiation?
Well, I don't know if it's an advantage. I think the big advantage is that we've taken out their Navy in its entirety. We've taken out their Air Force. They have no Air Force left. They have no Navy left. Their leaders are gone, which is a good thing. They were far more radicalized than the people that we're dealing with now. The people we're dealing with now, some of them are very reasonable people, and others are not. And they're not getting along. You know, there's a lot of infighting, as you know. But you know, they don't have anti-aircraft equipment. They don't have radar equipment. It's all been blown up. Their factories, their missile-making factories have been damaged about 75%, which isn't 100%, so there's danger there. And their drone-making ability has been damaged about 80%, 82%. They're in bad shape. I mean, they're really in bad shape. And, of course, we've done the blockade, and the blockade's been unbelievably effective, and that means they can't get any more money. But what you're referring to is that when you have lines of vast amounts of oil pouring through your system, if for any reason that line is closed because you can't continue to put it into containers or ships, which has happened to them, they have no ships because of the blockade. What happens is that line explodes from within, both mechanically and in the earth. Something happens where it just explodes. And they say they only have about 3 days left before that happens. And when it explodes, you can never, regardless, you can never rebuild it the way it was. In other words, it will always be, if you rebuild it, it's hard to rebuild it all, but it would only be about 50% of what it is right now. So it's a very powerful thing that takes place, sort of having to do with nature. But when that gets clogged at the end, in other words, when you have to turn it off because you have no place to store this oil, either put it on ships or storage tanks, which they are just about finished with, a very bad thing is going to happen. So I think they're under pressure, but I don't consider it under pressure. I think the big pressure is that we've really militarily, our military is incredible. I rebuilt and built our military in my first term, and we also did a lot of work in this first year. You see, we're asking for $1.2 and $1.5 trillion, and we have the greatest military in the world by far. And, you know, we've proven that in Venezuela. We've proven it here. And so we'll see what happens. I mean, I hope they're going to be smart. And if they're not smart, we're going to win anyway.
So 3 days from now, approximately, their oil production system could explode. Obviously, that would do great damage to the main source of revenue in Iran and have a big impact on the trajectory of things. I know you've also been expressive about your displeasure with our allies and NATO in their response to this. And on Monday, tomorrow, King Charles is visiting, and Buckingham Palace issued a statement on the incident last night saying His Majesty is being kept fully informed of developments and is greatly relieved to hear that the President, First Lady, and all guests have been unharmed. So that message from Buckingham Palace about what you went through last night. Are your plans for the King's visit remaining as they were? Will anything change as a result of what happened yesterday?
Yeah, that's a big question you're asking. You had a lot of little points in there. You're doing a weave on me like I do all the time. That's a big question. First of all, King Charles is coming, and he's a great guy, and we look forward to it. He's really a fantastic person and a tremendous representative. And he's brave. You know, he's fought something that's very tough to fight. He's got a problem with, as you know, that very well documented problem with his health. And he's been amazing, actually. He's very brave, actually. And he's a friend of mine for a long time. So he's coming, and we're going to have a great time. And he represents his nation like nobody else can do it. As far as NATO, I am very, very disappointed in NATO because they weren't there. You know, we spend trillions of dollars on NATO, trillions, in order to protect Europe from Russia. And we've always been there, and we would always be there. And they can't do it without us. And yet, when we wanted a little help, and we didn't need any help, we did it without any help. We didn't really need. And to be honest, I don't even think I've ever said this before, but I really sort of asked them just out of curiosity because I'd like to see if they would be there. You know, we've wiped out, largely wiped out the opposition. If we ever had to keep going, we'd wipe them out very quickly. The rest of it, the remainder. And I hope we don't have to do that, but it may be possible that we do. They have no cohesion. Their leadership is very, very strange. Sometimes you don't have any idea who the hell you're dealing with. But it's just one of these things that we're gonna get it. We're gonna win. But NATO was not there for us. And I would ask, would you like to join us? And they said, sir, we don't want to get involved. And yeah, they said, we don't want to get involved. And frankly, when they said we don't want to get involved, as you know, UK said that, oh no, we'll send ships as soon as the war is over. And that's not good. That's not good. We just can't have that. So we are not happy. Let me put it this way, just finish it up. We are not happy with NATO. NATO did not serve us well. We've been serving them for many years, spending trillions of dollars. And when we wanted a little help, they were not there. So we have to remember that.
Do you expect to talk about this with King Charles? And do you believe that, they have intelligence in their countries. Your administration has spoken at length about the fact that Iran had enough enriched uranium to build 11 nuclear bombs. That sounds like pretty compelling information for an intelligence agency to shape their response to something. Do you get the sense that the intelligence agencies of our allies had the same view of that threat and communicated that well enough with the U.S.?
Well, I don't know. I think people knew they had a lot of stuff because we blew it up with the B-2 bombers. If we didn't go in there 7-8 months ago with those beautiful B-2 bombers, that's the wing, very, very incredible stealth, credible technology. We actually ordered 22 more of the new version. They're unbelievable. But we went in there at 1 o'clock in the morning, no moon, dark. Every single bomb hit the target and blew it up. If we didn't do that, they would have had a nuclear weapon. But everybody knew they had it. Pretty much every country that knew anything knew they had it. The problem was it should have been done by other presidents because they had it a long time. They were developing it for a long time. And they were about 2 weeks away from having a nuclear weapon until we blew it up. So, part of the thing is we have to take I call it the nuclear dust, right? But we have to take that nuclear dust. We're going to take it. And that's part of our negotiation with Iran. We don't want them to have it. We feel we will help Iran. We'll do a lot of things, but they cannot have a nuclear weapon because they'll use it. And we're not going to let somebody use a nuclear weapon, blow up the Middle East, blow up Israel, blow up Europe. We're the furthest away, but we're doing the world a service.
Do you believe China's helping Iran right now? You're supposed to meet with President Xi in a couple of weeks. What's the latest there? What's your communication?
I don't think much. I think they may be helping, but I don't think much. I can tell you this, they could help a lot more. I'm not overly disappointed. We help people too. When, they would say, no, well, what about China? What about Russia? What about this, that? Well, we also help people. We help Ukraine as an example. And we shouldn't have done it to the extent, and the war should have never started. Would have never started if I were president. And it's a bloodbath over there. It's horrible. So many soldiers are being killed. It's incredible. It's just crazy, actually. But you could make the case. Well, we help Ukraine, and I don't mention that to too many people, but I mentioned it to you. So no, I think China could have been much worse than they've been. So I don't consider them having been very bad.
You reference Ukraine. Have you spoken with President Putin at all recently? Where does that negotiation stand?
We're trying to get something done, but the fighting continues. And it's a very bloody war. It's a very bad. I settled 8 wars. This is one that I thought I would have had the easiest time. The hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky is ridiculous. It's crazy. And hate is a bad thing. Hate is a bad thing when you're trying to settle something. So, but it'll happen. It'll happen.
What was the last conversation you had with Putin?
Well, I don't want to reveal that, but I do have conversations with him, and I do have conversations with President Zelensky, and good conversations. But I've settled all these wars, including India, Pakistan. That could have been a nuclear war. I settled it at the very beginning, just before they shot down. 11 planes were shot down already. It was going to be a tragic. The Prime Minister of Pakistan said I saved from 30 to 50 million lives. It could have been more than that. But it's my honor to do it. But we're working on the Russia situation, Russia and Ukraine, and hopefully we're going to get it, Jackie. Hopefully we're going to get it. That's the one. I would have thought that was, because of relationships, I would have thought that would have been the easiest one, and it really is the most difficult. And it's not as complex as some of the other ones I've settled very quickly.
Mm-hmm. We've talked a lot about issues overseas. I want to get your thoughts on some issues here at home. Your reaction to Virginia and redistricting. Do you think that Florida should make a go at it?
I do, but I think the Virginia case is terrible. What they've done is so, it's unconstitutional. It's before the court. You know, the courts accepted that case. And if you look at the referendum and if you look at the question, it was not understandable. It was written in such a way that nobody understands what it meant, including nobody knows.
So were you surprised to see it go that way?
I was very impressed with the fact that, because I happen to think that there are a lot of cheating going on in Virginia, frankly, and they were leading all day long. We were leading, meaning I guess you'd call it the Republicans. And I said, when do you see the end? All of a sudden there was a ballot drop. But the courts have taken it up, and the courts are looking at it, and they're looking at it, I think, very strongly. A lot of people said it's totally unconstitutional. You can't let it. And it wasn't understandable. In other words, when people got in, they read that question, or if they sent it in, they read the question, and the question it could have been viewed 5 different ways. So let's see what happens in the courts. But the courts have actually accepted it. That's a big move. So it may be ruled. It's a very bad thing for our country. Very, very bad. And Jackie, with that, I have to go.
Okay, I want to thank you, Mr. President, for joining us today. And I also want to say how grateful we were last night as a member of the board of the White House Correspondents Association and the incoming president of that association. We were very grateful to have you there, taking part in a tradition that recognizes the role of a free press in our democracy. And we're all sad that it went the way that it did. We're all grateful that we get to come home to our loved ones and be together afterward. And thank you for your leadership in the moments afterward, and for coming on and giving the country the strength to not let those who would wish to harm us stop us from our pursuit of our liberties.
Well, Jackie, thank you very much. It's very nice. Very nice. And let's do it again. Let's not let people like this change the course of our country. We're not going to let that happen. So hopefully you guys can get it on and get it together, and I'll be there, I promise.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Bye.
Bye-bye.
He's so calm after an assassination, huh? He's like, just so chill. And like, I don't know if they were just trying to kill me yesterday. I don't know if I would be this chill. I don't know.
Poor Jackie, she's still recovering. So last night she was in a ball gown. Armin, honestly, so when I was doing like the Goldie show or whatever, it wasn't Iran Revolution Live, but I just decided to. People in my Discord channel wanted me to do like a live stream about what was going on, so I just did that. And so we were playing Fox News, and it was, Armin, it was bizarre in a way, like, because like everyone, like the White House Correspondents' Dinner is when like the journalists have like the day off, and they're there and they're all dressed up in like tuxedos and ball gowns and whatever. And then when that incident happened, they went into like reporter mode. So like she was reporting last night, and she was in this like amazing, beautiful dress, right? And then everyone was commenting on the dress. And then, President Trump and everyone, they had like tuxedos and bow ties. And so people were like, this looks like a Casino Royale scene. And oh my gosh, Armin. And then it was really funny because, like people who watch Iran Revolution Live, they started, saying all these like, jokes of like, Durka and jihadi this and, whatever that. And then there were so many new people watching who had no idea what was going on. And then, yeah, there was like, there were so many like Durka memes last night in the chat. It was really funny. So we had a good time. Was it a great show? Good. I'm glad you guys.
Goldie, feel free to add my channel as well whenever you're doing something like that.
Sure. I mean, it wasn't an Iran Revolution live thing.
It's okay. It's okay if you just in case. Yeah.
All right, I'll keep that in mind. I just didn't want to like copyright strike or anything because I was like turning the camera.
No, don't
off
worry.
here
Don't
and
worry.
there.
It's okay. We'll
All right, I'll keep that in mind. But like, it was the Goldie show, so I don't know. It would be weird if I like, was
I
streaming
don't mind. I don't
channel and
mind.
it's got like the Goldie show logo there, right?
I don't mind
So-
it. I don't mind it if you want.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind for next time. See, guys, look at this. Armin wants me to work not only for me, but now Armin wants me
Hey,
to
when you take
work-
it, when you took your break, I come here. I'm filling for you too.
Yeah, and I filled in for you on Valentine's Day. Don't forget.
Oh, you did. You're right.
Oh, good. No, I'm teasing.
Okay.
Teasing, but no, it was a fun show. It was a fun show. There was a lot of and then when things were serious, obviously I didn't rickroll anyone, but towards the end when things were okay.
Oh, you did. You didn't. Oh, I'm
not at the beginning.
impressed.
Not at the beginning because like that was very serious, right? And we're trying to figure out what's going on. But then towards the end, when we realized, okay, like everything is, everyone is okay and everyone is safe and there's no injuries or anything, I rickrolled.
And then you rickrolled.
Yeah. Then
okay. Guys, when everyone else is safe, you're not safe. Okay.
There you go.
Oh my god.
But what President Trump is saying is really interesting here. So he's talking about like the oil storage facilities exploding, right? Because he knows that they're running out of storage, which is big, right? Like that's a big deal.
Yes.
And then he also, what I also really appreciated is a part where he said, there's no point in us flying there. Like if they want to talk, they can just pick up the phone and call us, right?
Yep. Yeah. I saw some estimates that it might take another if the Islamic Republic stops production or reduce the production to a minimum, it might take up to 2 months to get to a point where they have to shut the all of their oil wells down. But if they are, but they could also be 3 months if they could try to find some way to get rid of some of them from other means, from other channels. It might take up to 3 months, but they're running out of time really fast.
I don't even know if it's going to hit months because the economy
maximum. I'm going with maximum.
Maximum, yeah. That's true. But I mean, the economy is also collapsing, and now we're seeing, Pezeshkian basically saying, trying to convince Iranians to like conserve electricity, which is just another indicator. But look at this, Armin. I just want to share this message. So this morning, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, who's the king of Iran or the crown prince of Iran, some call him, and of course the leader of the revolution, he put out a message and he said, "We are relieved that President Trump and the First Lady, along with the cabinet members in attendance at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, are unharmed. This attack on the American president and American democracy is appalling." So that's a message from the Shah of Iran. And I really appreciate that, Armin, because again, this goes to show Iran and America, we're not enemies, we're allies. We're fighting against the same enemy, which is the Islamic regime. And, this is the kind of future that Americans and Israelis and the rest of the world can look forward to when Iran is free, right? A normal country governed by normal people who have no enmity with America or Israel or anyone else. So this is why we support His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi. And Armin, this weekend, actually, there have been a lot of rallies and gatherings and demonstrations around the world. There's actually one happening in Toronto right now. It started at 1 o'clock. It's going to be done by 3 p.m., I believe. So, I'll play that footage when you're gone. But let's get to Armin Power Hour before you go to your discussion group.
Okay. So before, let me just do a quick look at how fast the animations came out. So let me before I go to some updates. But look at this.
続報、ホワイトハウス記者協会夕食会で混乱が発生し、騒動を受けてシークリットサービスがトランプ氏を会場から退場させました。続報をお伝えします。
会場の外で銃声が確認され、容疑者1名の死亡が確認されました。
Like it just like within hours after the whole thing. All right, so let's go to serious news now. Okay, so guys, I just wanted to give everybody a summary of where we are with the military assets around the Persian Gulf and what everyone is doing and what the expectations are. Because last time when we got to Operation Epic Fury, we were waiting for basically the airstrike carrier groups to arrive in the region, and this time is basically the same thing. And given that last time our expectations came true, that as soon as once everything was in place, the military operations will start. It's a good idea to right now check what's happening with everything. So we already know the USS Abraham Lincoln and the USS Tripoli. You see, that's the number 2 over there. They're already in the Arabian Sea and the Gulf of Oman. So those two are. By the way, that's not 2 ships. Those are 2 airstrike carrier groups. Like each one of them has multiple ships in one of them. The center of them being the airstrike carrier, right? So there are basically the 2 that are involved in the active blockade. The Lincoln that serves as the flagship. The Tripoli is basically leading the VBSS operations, which we'll get to. So the USS Gerald Ford, they're back. They had some problems with fires in the laundry room, but they're now back, and they are in the Red Sea. Potentially, they're there to make sure that the Houthis cannot close the Bab el-Mandeb over here. This Bab el-Mandeb, they're potentially here to make sure that the Houthis don't close that. So these 2, USS Abraham Lincoln and USS Tripoli, they're here to hold the blockade. And the USS Gerald Ford is over here in the Red Sea to make sure the Bab el-Mandeb, potentially to secure the Bab el-Mandeb. And then we have the USS George H.W. Bush. So newly arrived, April 23rd. This completes the triple carrier buildup for primary deterrence. And then we haven't been seeing some updates from Boxer. We know that they left the Philippines a while ago, but we don't know where they are right now. So I've seen no reports regarding what's the update on that. And that's the one everybody is waiting for because it has amphibious abilities. So this is important because if the United States is planning to take over some islands or, I don't know, do some ground operations in southern Iran, we're looking at the Tripoli one already here that has that ability, but the USS Boxer also has that ability. So eventually, if we get some reports that the USS Boxer is in the region, that's a great indication that maybe taking over some islands is part of the tactics here. So status of USS Boxer is inbound, moving at high speed from the Pacific towards the Persian Gulf. So that's what we're hearing. This is exciting. I don't know exactly where they are right now, but because it's not easy to find these groups unless they move close to shore and somebody sees them, right? So look at this. So the heavy top cover nuclear supercarriers. So they are basically, we have 2 kinds here. We have the heavy top cover, and then we have the enforcers. The enforcers are like the amphibious lightning carriers, right? So there's 2 kinds of Navy assets here. So the left one, which is the heavy top cover, the assets include the USS Abraham Lincoln, the USS Gerald Ford, and USS George H.W. Bush. So the core role. By the way, guys, let me know if this is helpful. I prepared these slides for you. Okay, let me know if you like this format, because I thought if I create a format like this, it will put everything in perspective. If I make slides for you, let me know if this is good. So core role of the ones on the left, the heavy top, the nuclear supercarriers, is that they have a wide area air superiority. They are for strike support and blockade command. And so right now they're conducting continuous flight operations on standby for phase 2 energy strikes. So these are basically moving airports, and all the boom booms that you see, is a lot of it is because of fighter jets that are taking off from these, right? So we have 3 of them right now. And then we have the enforcers, which with amphibious means that they could have operations on sea, and then from the sea they could go on ground operations. I don't know if have you seen some. So for example, if you look at USS Boxer, there's this thing. Oh no, not here. Here, let me go back. Anyways, like maybe I'll show you pictures of it later. Hold on, let me see. USS Boxer. If you look at them, there's under them, there's this thing here. Let me copy image, address. Okay. So here. So these are smaller. You can see like this is not like a big airport or anything like that. They're very, very small. They usually have planes or that can go up rather than using the runway to take off. They just fly up like a helicopter and then move, because this is very small. But the important parts of these ships is this thing under it here. You see that? Because they have like some, hovercraft and other stuff that could basically swim and also basically maneuver both in the water and on land. So that's why they call them amphibious, right? So these are amphibious lightning carriers. So these ones are the 2, the USS Tripoli and the USS Boxer, right? And the core role is physical interdiction and coastal assaults. So coastal assault. So basically, guys, like when you usually when you want to put military assets from sea to land, you need like a port. You need like a port to be able to move assets, right? But with these like amphibious, carriers, then you don't need a port. You could basically just move close to any shore, and these things are basically could go from water to land, and that's why they call them amphibious, right? So current posture is operating full wings of F-35B jump jets. Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that these are the kind of planes that you don't need a runway to take off. Like these are the types of F-35s that you could just go up and then go, and that's why these things being smaller, that's why you put those types of planes on them. Is that correct? Let me know if that's correct. Okay. So and Marine Expeditionary Units for Rapid Response Tactical Enforcement, formed as a dual amphibious strike force upon Boxer's arrival. Okay, so that's that. Yes. So do we have the heavy top cover? So Ford and Bush maintaining wide area air superiority, providing an impenetrable overwatch umbrella over the theater. And then we have close air support. So Tripoli deploying F-35B jump jets for rapid response, close support, and targeting of blockade runners. And then we have Marine units conducting. Oh, this is what this means. VBSS means visit, board, search, and seizure operations. And then objective, enforcing the strict 24/7 no sail zone, targeting all Iranian commercial and military vessels. So current posture weapons is weapons tight, strict ROE, basically rules of engagement, enforced due to ongoing ceasefire negotiations in well, this is wrong. It's not one. It was Islamabad, but that's also been canceled. So this is sometimes these slides make a small mistake, but we're paying attention. So high state readiness, despite the weapons tight ceasefire order, fight operations have not decreased. Crews remain at maximum readiness, primed for immediate escalations. So again, this part is incorrect. It's supposed to say Pakistan negotiations collapse. But usually because these things traditionally happen in Oman, that's why it's assumed that it's Oman, right? So there's that. Let me also see if I have, hold on. Let me know if this was a good summary, helpful summary for you guys, because I want to see if I want to do more, because I have more slides like this. Okay. Okay, let's see if this is also a good summary, helpful summary. Hold on. Okay, let's also get a new slide. This is gives us an update. Let's see how good these are regarding the latest updates in the past 24 hours or so. So military strikes, basically status is pause. 0 Iranian missiles or drones launched in the last 48 hours. Naval status, the status is red blocked. Okay, so U.S. Navy continues to aggressively intercept vessels at Iranian ports. Global oil market status is volatile. High global prices persist directly due to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. We already know that. Diplomatic negotiation status is stalled. U.S. envoys remain grounded. Iran's new proposal is currently under review. I mean, it's not like they already offered 2, but President Trump rejected them. So they're waiting for another one. So we have kinetic strikes. Military ceasefire extended indefinitely. Trump warning: this does not mean a return to hostilities has been ruled out if negotiations fail. So yeah, naval and economic warfare operation Epic Fury plus the economic phase. So that one is now enabled Operation Economic Fury and that's one. Secretary Scott Bessent is in charge of that. So we have naval blockade on Iranian ports remains fully active, ongoing seizure of sanctioned oil tankers. So I could do an economic analysis of regarding exactly how this is going to impact the Islamic Republic. And I could also make a slide of that so people have like a visual understanding of the numbers regarding the capacity of the Islamic Republic, how much oil they can store on land. Because remember, guys, the time is ticking, not clicking. Time is ticking. The clock is ticking for the Islamic Republic, and the way that the countdown works is based on the Islamic Republic's oil storage capacity, right? So, given that they can't export their oil because of the blockade, they have to find a place to put the oil because the oil well is giving, like, you cannot shut it off. If you shut it off, you could permanently like damage the oil well. So oil is coming out and they don't know where to put it. So they're looking for storage. And so we could actually look at the capacity. We could see basically how much storage capacity the Islamic Republic has on land and how much storage capacity it has on the tankers that it could just basically have on open waters, just basically floating around. And based on that, we could figure out, based on the different levels of ability of the Islamic Republic to get oil out by other means, how much time they have until there is no place to put the oil. And what are they going to do once we get to that point? By the way, one thing that we already discussed yesterday is that I came up with the hypothesis that maybe the Islamic Republic will just dump the oil into the sea, and that would be an environmental nightmare. So we'll see if we'll get there, right? So we have a diplomatic whiplash, 24-hour timeline. The cancellation: President Trump abruptly cancels planned trip of envoys Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff to Islamabad. We already know that. Driver tired of sitting around about nothing. That's what President Trump said. Asserts U.S. holds, and basically President Trump says that we hold all the cars. And basically we also saw that just 10 minutes after President Trump announced the cancellation of the trip, the Islamic Republic responded. So the counter proposal: Tehran rapidly submits a much better peace proposal to the United States, according to President Trump. Goldie, remember, played that yesterday. That's what he was saying at the airport. Oh, really? People say, "Oh, this is great. Thanks." Okay, thank you. That's great. I was hoping that this will be able to help you guys put everything in place in your mind a lot better, right? So And then we have a current standoff. Trump acknowledges the new paper, but has not reauthorized the envoy's travel, the envoy's travel pending review. Well, I mean, he also mentioned that you could just basically call us. We don't have to keep traveling back and forth, right? So here's the diplomatic theater matrix. So track 1, the primary channel, and then track 2. So this is again mistake. This is something that they make a mistake in. Look, you can see how much Oman was a key medium between the United States and the Islamic Republic, that whenever you're making these slides, the assumption is that it's Oman, even though it says, wait, is this a new thing that has happened? Maybe I am mistaken. Hold on, let me see. Because Oman is not involved. Oman. I'm assuming that this is a mistake unless there's something happened recently. Nope, this is a mistake. Yeah. So this is there's so much precedent for Oman being the negotiator that I think that this is a mistake. Well, let me read it. Okay, so track 1, the primary channel, location, Islamabad plan, key actors, President Trump, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, strategic focus, comprehensive peace, nuclear and ballistic concessions, current status, grounded, entire track is frozen, pending review of the rapid 10-minute counter proposal. Let me see what this is. This is wrong. This right-hand side is completely wrong. Yep. So ignore this is a good thing that we know the actual news. So if there's anything wrong, I could tell you that this is completely wrong. So ignore the right side. Let's see if everything is correct here. Partial lifting of U.S. naval blockade. Nope. So the core framework of the musket. Nope. That's also old. This is wrong. So let me see if it did a better job with this one over here, because I made multiple. Next time I was making, okay, so let me see if there's any mention of Oman. That means it's effed up. Naval blockade, economic phase. Okay, this one is better. Oh, this is so much better. Yes. Yes, this is much better for updates. Okay, let's go back to this one. Sorry, guys. This is my new experiment. So I will try to do better. Okay. So the diplomatic whiplash 24-hour timeline, we basically already covered this part. Let me try this one. Okay. So military ceasefire, naval blockade, and economic phase. Okay. This is a good slide. Gives you the full picture of everything that's happening. So remember, I told you there's President Trump is using 3 different tools to put pressure on the Islamic Republic. So we have the military one, we have the blockade, and we also have the economic tools that the United States is using. So let's look at the status of every one of these. So the military situation, so that says there's a ceasefire there, so that's holding, cold or holding, so extended indefinitely. We already covered that. So the naval blockade, that's the active part. U.S. Navy is actively so this is more accurate compared to the last slides that we had, right? The economic phase, maximum pressure. U.S. forces are continuously seizing sanctions Iranian oil tankers. So one thing that is missing out here is basically the blocking of all the financial tools and the seizure of the cryptocurrency. That's also part of the pressure. Theater of maneuver. So I don't know. This is also saying the Oman channel. So I don't know. I think I have to double check where it's getting that information. So I'm not gonna cover that because I don't want to give you guys false information. So let's go to the updates that I have here. There's somebody that has, let me see who this guy is, right? So this guy is a data analyst, and they use their experience to try to figure out where Ghalibaf. This confirms what Goldie was saying, that a lot of these accounts online are not Iranian, but this was prompted by Saeed Qasemi posting this, and that guy did an analysis. So we'll review the analysis. So let me actually do the translation. So guys, for people who don't know, Saeed Qasemi is the number one advisor of Princess Pahlavi and his right-hand man, and the main editor of the Iran Prosperity Project's transition plan, right? Emergency transition plan of the first 100 days. So he said he posted this. He's saying apparently the Islamic Republic has spent a large portion of its passive defense budget on buying likes from Pakistan. See, guys, this is a Goldie is always right moment, right? Bagher and Abbas. Wait, no, this is not right. Bagher, yeah, okay, so yeah. Bagher, let me see. Bagher and Abbas. Okay, yeah. Bagher and Abbas claimed that tens of thousands of Pakistanis flood them with likes before the like farming project. The gentleman's page was dead silent. There's not even an independent journalist or cyber researcher to go investigate this laughable situation. Okay, so nobody was doing that until this guy took the challenge, this data analyst. And let's look at the translation, right? So he's saying we examined around 2,000 accounts that amplify Ghalibaf's posts. So Ghalibaf, I hope, guys, everybody here knows Ghalibaf. Maybe I shouldn't assume that because you guys, because there are new people here. So maybe I should be more specific regarding who we're talking about here in case there are new people here. So guys, this is our bingo card. These are all the most important people within the Islamic Republic. So we're talking about this guy, Bagher Ghalibaf, the head of the parliament, speaker of parliament, but also more importantly right now is the face of the Islamic Republic when it comes to foreign policy. I mean, I think he might have resigned recently, but upon just until a few days ago he was that guy, and he was the main leading figure when it comes to negotiating with the United States, right? So his account has been a subject, his X account has been a subject of like a lot of great discussions, regarding what he's posting, who is supporting it, and this is actually, it shows that a lot of the people you see active on social media supporting the Islamic Republic are not real accounts, right? This is what this research is confirming, right? So that's what. So given that, keeping that in mind, let's see. We examined around 2,000 accounts that amplify Ghalibaf's posts, and we're publishing all the data and locations here. Most of these accounts are from countries of Iran, Pakistan, and Germany and Yemen. 52% of these accounts were created after October 7th. Reason explained below. Okay, so these are the percentages, top 15 countries of Ghalibaf post amplifiers. So you can see Pakistan is big here, right? And then let's see why. Why after October 7th, okay? So 32% of these accounts exhibit bot-like behavior, and there is no human behind these accounts. You can read the research link that we previously conducted on the Islamic Republic's network by this organization, which is the Golden Owl. Okay, and there's a link. Let me see. This is interesting. There's a link to the study. So this is their study: social media as a weapon, narrative warfare against the Iranian uprising. So this is their study. Okay, so that's what he was linking to. So okay, so you see 48% normal. So yeah, 32% of these accounts have bot-like behavior, which just goes here. Okay, so let's continue with this, saying data from 2,000 accounts of the Ghalibaf account network. Oh, data from 2,000 accounts. Wait, let me see the Persian. Data 2000. Okay. So yeah, this guy went and did research, and you could see that a lot of these are bots. Like, this is not us, guys. It's something you can't just like say, oh, like your bots. Okay, somebody has to go do the research, and this person did the research, and the research shows that these are bots based on their activity. Okay, so there's that. Let me see. if I have anything else. Yeah, so there was a memorial for the fallen, the people within the Islamic Republic who died, during the Operation Epic Fury and Operation Roaring Lion. And there was something strange about it. So they put this memorial for all the people who have died inside Iran. The Islamic Republic had put this on a wall. So look at this. There's something odd about it. So these are the Shohada. These are supposed to be the people who became martyr. Do you notice something strange? I mean, obviously you do because it's been circled. But Mojtaba is there. I don't understand. Like, so this is this a confirmation that Mojtaba is dead? I don't know. This is either the dumbest oopsie, or are they saying Mojtaba is dead? Look at this. This is like a shohadای حماسه ساز در امتداد حماسه شهید. Yeah, this is like shahid, shohada, shahid. Meaning shahid means like martyr. So these are supposed to be the martyrs. I don't know. Why is Mojtaba up here? Is he dead? This might be the way they want to announce that he died.
It is incredibly weird, right? It is incredibly weird. But they've done stuff like this in the past. Remember during the 12-day conflict back in the summer, they had cardboard images of everyone that was dead. And then they also had like a cardboard cutout of Khamenei, like the senior, even though he wasn't dead at that point. So like they do weird stuff like this all the time. But I don't know, maybe he is dead. I don't know. It's very weird.
Yeah. Look, there's a video of it here. So let's watch the video. Yeah. Look, there's Mojtaba there. This is supposed to be all the martyrs. Yeah. Look, what? What? How? Okay. Weird. So, let me see if I have anything else. Goldie, did we get? Oh my God, I'm not gonna show that. What the hell is that? Did we have? Did we wanted to talk about the guy's ideology, because he was a donor apparently.
Whose ideology?
Huh?
Whose
the
ideology?
terrorist. The guy that wanted to kill President Trump. No, we don't want to pay attention to him.
Well, we could talk about it a little bit. We're just waiting for more info, right? Like there are rumors, but let's just wait until it's confirmed, because I know where you're going with this, and I think it could be accurate, but let's wait until we have more confirmation.
Okay.
And instead of just like going to rumor, but what I do know is that he is apparently like a far lefty freak, right? So. Probably ties into all that. One of our viewers, Armin, sent a link to a video on X that they would like you to translate. I sent it to you in the studio chat as well.
Okay. Okay, let's play it. This guy's saying, "What the F is this?" Okay, let's see.
Of my loyalty to you. Oh, Iran, may no despicable hand ever touch your holy land. Your holy land. May this life of mine be sacrificed for you. Your wish is my command. When you demand. Oh, Iran, your bravery and power are incredible, unstoppable. Oh, my sweetest dream, may you remain in every heart so lovable, lovable. You're hostile to the foe, trouble to the friend. Poetry, no pro.
Oh my god, that was so cringe. Oh
That
my
is
god.
insane.
Oh my god.
He's singing in English. He's singing in English, but you can only really understand it if you can like understand the Iranian accent. So he's singing in like Ferengilish.
This is based on a beautiful Persian song that he just ruined.
I know.
By turning it into English.
I know. Cultural appropriation, right? They ruin everything. They ruin everything. Jeez. But I do have I have a new Baby News Network video if you're interested. Before
let's do that.
Okay.
Diaper diplomacy?
No, this is Baby News Network.
Baby News Network.
Okay. Do you want to put the link to your group discussions in the chat before I
start?
Yeah,
you're right. Oh, thank you, Goldie. All right, guys, I'm gonna within 10 minutes. I'm gonna go to our discussion group, and you could come there and talk to me and ask me questions. And the other people there, guys, there's so many interesting people in our discussion group. Some of them are more interesting than me. So when you might come there and want to talk to me, and then you're going to meet these other characters there, and we're like, actually, I want to talk to this guy. So come to our discussion group and talk to me, ask me questions, and the other people are here, and I will be there in 10 minutes. And the link is in the chat, and it's also pinned on the YouTube channel Liberty Politics. It's pinned to the live chat as well. So the link is there. I'll see you there in 10 minutes. All right, let's do this.
It's a full-on production, Armin. Get ready.
Okay.
Ayatollah Trump speaking. Who is this?
Sir, or should I say, Mr. Supreme Leader, it's Kennedy. I just wanted to call and say thank you, sir. You flew across the world, put on a fake beard, shoulder checked the guard, and drove a stolen Jeep through the desert to save my behind. That's above and beyond, even for Louisiana standards.
John, it was nothing, really. Very easy rescue, actually. Probably the easiest rescue in military history. I walked in, I walked out. I had you in the Jeep before they even knew what happened. Very smooth, very presidential. And the beard looked incredible on me, by the way. Many people said I should keep it.
Sir, that beard looked like a possum taped to a pancake, but your heart was in the right place.
Beautiful comparison, John. Very poetic. Now, listen, I'm sitting here in Tehran, running 2 countries at once, which nobody's ever done before, believe me. I've got the Diet Coke. I've got the desk. I've got the flags. Everything's tremendous. Iran is already looking better. I repainted the office, got rid of the carpets. Very outdated carpets. Nobody should ever have to look at those.
Well, sir, I hate to rain on your parade, but you might want to turn on the television.
Breaking tonight, despite the fall of Ayatollah Khamenei, the Iranian regime's military apparatus is very much alive. Iranian warships have mobilized across the Gulf. Submarines have been spotted. Retaliation strikes are reportedly being planned as we speak. The regime may be headless, but the body is still swinging.
John, are you seeing this?
I'm seeing it, sir. Them warships are angrier than a hornet in a Coke can. Khamenei's gone, but his boys are still out there throwing punches like they didn't get the memo.
This is a disaster. The whole thing's a disaster. I just redecorated, and now I got to deal with submarines? I'm very upset about it, John. Not happy about it. Not happy at all.
Well, sir, we need somebody to fly out there and sink them ships. Somebody expendable. Somebody we won't miss too much if things go sideways.
I'm not sending our top guys, John. Pete Hegseth is too valuable. I'm too valuable. You just got rescued. We're running out of people I care about.
Sir, I've got it.
Uh-oh. What is it this time, Kennedy?
The one and only Joe Biden.
What? What in the Louisiana are you smoking, John?
We get Biden. Sleepy Joe. Think about it. He's been wandering around with nothing to do since he left office. He's been turning on the Democrats left and right, probably after 4 years of being stuck with that comma laugh rattling around his skull like a pinball. The man's available. He's got military clearance. And quite frankly, if something goes wrong, the political fallout is Manageable.
Half the time, he doesn't know what state he's in. You want him flying a fighter jet over water with live missiles? He'll fall asleep before he gets to the runway.
That's the beauty of it, sir. Low risk, high reward. If he succeeds, we win. If he fails, well, we tried.
Okay, get him on the phone.
Mr. Former President, thank you for coming in. We've got a situation in the Gulf. Iranian warships, submarines, the whole shebang. We need a pilot to fly out there and neutralize the threat.
Sure. Yeah, no problem. I've done this before, I think. Was it planes or was it trains? Either way, I'm your guy, Jack.
Joe, listen to me very carefully. I need you to fly a jet, push a button, and blow up some boats. That's it. 3 steps. Can you remember 3 steps?
3 steps. Fly the jet, push the button, blow up the, what was the third one?
The boats, Joe. The boats, for Pete's sake.
Right, the boats. Yeah, I knew that. I was testing you.
You were testing me? Did everyone hear that? He was testing me.
Sir, here's your flight suit, here's your helmet, and here's a sticky note attached that says push red button at boats. Should be foolproof. Get him, Tiger.
Oh, I like sticky notes. Jill uses those. Good system, man.
Joe, one more thing. Do not fall asleep. I know that's a big ask, probably the biggest ask of your entire career, but stay awake. The fate of the Gulf depends on you staying awake. Can you do that?
Absolutely, Jack. Wide awake. Never been more awake.
Ay, ay, ay. That's it. We're all gonna die. Joe, you reading me? This is your supreme leader from both countries. Do you copy?
Loud and clear, pal. I'm in the jet. Feeling good, and I am feeling sharp. Let's do this thing.
Mr. Biden, you're going to fly south over the Gulf. The warships are clustered in a formation about 40 miles out. Submarines below. Lock on and fire. Simple as crawfish on a Sunday.
Crawfish. I love crawfish. Jill makes a great... Wait, which button is the radio again?
He's already lost, John. He's already lost.
Okay, I see him. Big boats, mean-looking boats. I'm locking on. I'm focused. I'm...
Warning. Terrain. Pull up.
Joe, he's falling asleep. John, he's falling asleep.
By golly, he lasted longer than I expected. That's almost a compliment.
This is nice. Very nice. No meetings, no stairs, no teleprompter, just pieces. No, not the laugh.
Joe, pull up. What are you doing?
He's fallen faster than approval ratings in an election year.
I'm up. Nobody, and I mean nobody, makes me hear that laugh and gets away with it. Where are those boats? Where are they, man?
He's awake. He's angry. This might actually work.
The Kamala alarm worked better than any alarm clock in history.
Locking on. All of them. Every last ship, every submarine. This one's for 4 years of that laugh. That's what happens when you don't subscribe. Jack?
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Joe, I got to say, and I don't say this often, you did a tremendous job. Very impressed. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. I don't even believe it.
Thanks, Jack. I was motivated.
Motivated by the nightmare of Kamala's laugh. If that ain't American fuel, I don't know what is.
Joe, come here. I can't believe I'm saying this, but you're a hero. A sleepy, confused, barely functional hero, but a hero. And I respect that. I respect it very much, actually.
Thanks, Donald. That means a lot, I think. What were you doing again?
Mr. Former Director, on behalf of the Gulf, the company, and everyone who's ever been woken up by a terrifying sound, thank you. You flew in there like a bat out of a bad dream and got the job done.
I appreciate that, Senator. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need a nap, a real one this time. No Kamala.
Somebody get this man a juice box and a blanket. He earned it, very much earned it.
Think he'll remember any of this tomorrow?
Not a chance, John, not a chance. But that's okay, we got it on camera. And the ratings are going to be incredible.
I love Licky Tower with the sprinkles and the
There you go. That was Baby News Network. You're on mute, I think.
Oh, that was great. I loved it. That was so cute, adorable. I actually liked Baby Biden. He looks so cute. All right.
There you go.
All right, guys.
I knew you'd like that. I knew you'd like that. So
that was beautiful. That was so cute.
Too funny.
Okay.
Hey, Armin, we'll see you in a little bit.
All right, see you guys. I'll post the link one more time in the chat. I'll see you guys in the discussion group, and I'll be back in about 2 hours to join Goldie. All right, guys. See you soon. Bye.
See you then. All right, guys, you're stuck with me again. Mwahaha. Stuck with me. Okay, guys. So we are going to So there's a lot of rallies that are happening. Okay. Lots of rallies happening this weekend. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to the one. I'm going to share the one from our friend Lorena. So it's still going, but here we go. So I'm gonna play this for you guys, and I'm gonna take just like a 15-20 minute break, and then I'm gonna be back, and then we're gonna go to Morad Basi. Okay. So this started. The live stream's just finishing up because the rally started at 1 o'clock about 2 hours ago.
Oh, it's just 1 second.
Let's go forward a little bit.
Oh, it's super packed, please. 1 second, guys. Look around. I can use a tablet. Hi, guys. It's trying to. I don't know why the screen of the camera of the tablet is too. Okay, I don't know. I'm gonna take you guys around. I will figure it out a little bit. We have a good amount of people arriving already. So we are on the floor and young. People is honking. Oh, it's super packed, please. 1 second, guys. Let me take you around. Let me take you around. So everybody is just gathering here. Hi, Detched. How you doing, everybody? Be sure to like, share, subscribe. I wanted to walk at the front. Actually, I can. So just give me 1 second. I'm gonna walk you guys to the front so you can see because there's a bicycle line there. And I don't know. Sorry.
Hello, Matthew.
There's everybody. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. It's a big day today. I know Filmation is somewhere around here. I missed him for a moment. They are handing Israeli flags for everybody as well. Lots of flags. Oh yeah, there are Canadian flags over there. They always bring Canadian flags. Always. Oh, here is Hannah and Felicia. Tired. We got home. We got to the hotel like around 6:10 in the morning. Yeah, and then it's falling asleep. It was like
So tell me about what do you think of the best solution to remove the regime? Is the only attack outside, or some people argue that there's going to be an internal reform? Or what do you think?
Actually, also Iranian people they don't want their country to attack, but they want to bring down this regime by any reasonable chance. So, for me personally, I don't want my country to attack. And I know Assad prefers their people like that. But we don't have another choice. We protest against them so many times. But as I said, they just kill us. So the best option for us is have to help us bring down this regime. And after that, you will see we will have the best relations with any country. Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna show you the Canadian flags, guys. There is Canadian flags over there. So don't assume right away, please. Yeah, it's very nice. I'm sorry. Just want to say hi to Shamila. She's so
Great to see you.
How you doing?
How are you doing? Oh, your hands are full, you know?
Today, yeah, I'm just trying to learn to do it.
Oh, good luck with that.
I know. I was struggling so much, but it's okay. Yeah, getting used to it. Okay, guys, I'm gonna take a run so you can see how many more people is arriving now. More people is arriving. Thank you, everybody. Hit the like button up. Hit the like button up, everybody. I'm gonna go in front so everybody can see you guys. Let's walk one more time to the front of the road. Sorry, getting windy. I'm glad I bring my jacket. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. Thank you very much, Mark.
Mainstream media, shame on you, shame on you. Mainstream media, shame on you, shame on you. Mainstream media, shame on you. اسمشون حق شده صعبه روی تاریخ زمین بخونه ایران
Always here, always trying to support them all that I can. Hi George, how's it going? I didn't see you. You got shot, thank you very much. Hit the like button, everybody. Oh, my body's there. He's covering his face today. Yeah, really good turnout. People still.
Justice for Iran! Justice for Iran! Justice for
Islamic regime must fall! Hey, hey, ho, ho! 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 Islamic regime must fall!
Wow, I love it. Hey, Lauren in the house. How you doing? Beautiful. You just got here?
I got here like 15 minutes ago.
It's a good ruckus. It's good.
That was Real Mission. Please subscribe for this channel.
Revolution! Revolution!
One solution!
One solution! Revolution! Revolution!
Oh, look at the car. That's a nice car. Oh, wow. That's a nice car, guys. Oh my goodness, I'm cold. I need to put my jacket on.
That's all. Everybody have flag?
Hi, Frog Sprout. How you doing? This is Scarlet too. Yeah, Revolution is good. It's Scarlet. There's people across the street as well.
We send a message to the radicals, to the evil Islamic regime, that we will not be silenced. We will not be intimidated. And we will continue to stand the people of Iran, the people of Israel. They are free from terrorism, free from oppression, and free to build a new Middle East that we can share together from Tehran to Jerusalem. Am Israel Chai and Shavin Shah. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Daniel. He's been a great ally. Also, our friends at Yalla and Vinay Brett are here today. They're partners. But we want to give a long rally. It's going to Queen's Park. But there are some guests here that can't make it to the end of the line. So we want to make sure MVP Laura Smith. Please give a big shout out for Laura Smith. Has consistently been standing with us from the very beginning, in the bitter cold, in Richmond Hill to Toronto, even with all the walking we make her do. Please give her a round of applause. Am Israel Chai! Azadi! It's so great to be with so many of our friends and neighbors from the Persian Iranian.
All right, let's fast forward a little bit. Let's get to the actual rally. Here we go. So this was right here. They're in front of the Israeli consulate because this was a rally. It was organized by both the Iranian community as well as the Israeli community. So it's Iranians and Jews rallying together in Toronto. So to our Israeli friends and viewers, what song is this? This is a pretty banging song. What song is this? It's I like it. It's a good dance song. So they're saying the only alternative, King Reza Pahlavi, and then you can see the American flag, the Iranian flag, the Israeli flag, and of course the Canadian flag. All right, let's go to where the rally, where like the march starts. So here they're chanting Ma millat kabirim Irano pas migirim, which means we are a great nation. We will reclaim Iran. Of course, when we say we will reclaim Iran, that means we are going to reclaim Iran from the Islamic regime and the Muslim Nazis, because Iran belongs to Iranians, not to the Muslim Nazis that are occupying us. And then they're also saying قسم به خون یاران ایستاده‌ایم تا پایان, which means we swear, on the blood of our fallen comrades, that we will stand and fight until the end. I don't know if there were any counter protesters there. I guess we'll just have to watch the footage and see if the jihadi Palestinian counter protesters show up. So here they're saying این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده, which means this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. Let's see if we can go somewhere where we can where they show the entire crowd. It's just the beginning. Okay, so this is another very common slogan. So they're saying Har Irani yek shah Pahlavi shahanshah. So it translates to every Iranian is a king and Pahlavi is the king of kings. So basically, what it really it's just a poetic way of saying that every Iranian, every Iranian life matters, and we Iranians, within our nation, we're all valuable, every single one of us. And so the reason that we call our Shah and Shah is because of the inherent value that we place on ourselves as a nation. And so that's basically what this is. That's what this means. So here they're saying Reza Shah Ruhat Shad. Reza Shah is the grandfather of the current Shah. So there's remember, he's the founder and the father of modern day Iran. So we obviously love him and appreciate him very, very much. So that's why. Oh, guys, I think that's a Trump flag there. I think that says Trump 2028 or something. But and then American flags as well. But yeah, so Reza Shah Ruhat Shah, basically Reza Shah the Great. God bless your soul.
There are many. There are little ones, there are big ones. There's a lot of Canadian flags. But today was like a union between Iran and Israel, right? As they
Guys, this is one of our intro songs on Iran Revolution Live. I'm glad that they're playing it.
Israeli consulate, so that's why they were giving more like Israeli flags to everybody. That's why you see so many of them. There's always Canadian flags, guys. Always Canadian flags.
Oh, they're playing the Israeli national anthem. All right, so they're just going to go to some speeches now, which is great because you know, I just wanted to show the crowd. So there we go. The rest of it is just speeches. So that's pretty much sort of the rally from today. Let me go to some of your super chats, and then we're going to go to Morad Beysi, because I haven't played Morad Beysi in a few days, and we want to get Morad Beysi's updates. I didn't get Morad Beysi's update last night because as soon as I sat down to watch Morad Beysi, then, you know, we got the news about President Trump, so, you know, obviously we were focused on that. So earlier in the live stream, Alias Karpoor says, "Long live Iran, long live the Shah, Javid Shah." Jaga says, "Chill after yet another attempt on his life. Love Donald J. Trump." Yes, absolutely. He's super chill. Casey Pierce says, "Great discussion group yesterday as usual." That's for Armin. Thank you. Then Elias says, "Sogand be khune yaran istadem ta payan." So in English, that translates to, "We swear on the blood of our fallen comrades. We're standing until the end." Pop's intrepid peddler. I just ordered from the merch store. We need to plug that more often. Thank you guys. I mean, I don't really like plug my merch store. It's there, you know, people can check it out. I have some cool merch, you know, but I don't really advertise it too much. But the link is there if anyone wants to buy anything. But thank you so much for the support. I appreciate that. And then Pops continues, "Did you survive Durka Fest from last night?" Yes, I did. I had to take a few breathers, but yes, the Durka comments were really funny last night. I think you guys traumatized all the newbies in the chat who were watching. They're like, "What have we walked into here?" But that was pretty funny. Oh, and then you joined Tal's chat after. Next time you go tell him I said hi. Agent Anderson, "Left can keep the hey ho. We're better than that." Yeah, I know there's mixed feelings about that. There's mixed feelings about the hey ho. You know, chant. It is what it is. So, yeah. So, but okay, we'll wait. Did I see something here? Saw a comment here. What was it? Yeah. We're going to Morad Beysi now. So we're going to go to Morad Beysi's analysis from last night, and this is going to be a very interesting one for you guys, because this is called, like, the title of his live stream from last night. This is, of course, before the news of President Trump's, you know, the attack at the White House Correspondents' Dinner came out. مشکل رهبری و نبود تصمیم گیر در تهران. So that basically, let me just do the, you know, translation to make sure. So the title of his live stream from last night is called "The Problem of Leadership and the Lack of Decision Makers in Tehran." So now we're going to go into a deep dive, courtesy of Morad Beysi. Oops. How do I do this? Scroll across, slow, save. There we go. So we're now going to do a deep dive on the problem of leadership and the lack of decision makers in Tehran. Actually, you know what? Let me add that to the banner so that people know what the topic is. Okay. Give me one moment here, guys. I'm just fixing the banner. Problem of leadership. Okay. There we go. Okay. So we're going to get started. And of course, as usual, guys, for people who are new, so Morad Beysi is a top geopolitical analyst, but he only does videos and live streams and explanations in Persian. So what we have here is we have the AI generated subtitles. So you just have to kind of follow along with the subtitles. And then if, the AI generated subtitles are sort of completely incorrect, or it hasn't translated properly, I will pause and sort of summarize and correct what he's saying. But the translation is usually about like 90% accurate here. 90 to 95% accurate. All right, let's get started. So this is from last night.
درود بر شما. بامداد یک شنبه ششم اردیبهشت 2585 در ایران و شامگاه 25.
Yeah, so like for example, sometimes the dates are wrong. So it's not actually May 6th, it's Ordibihisht. Ordibihisht is a different month. So this is supposed, like, here is this is the Iranian date, and then of course he says the proper date for April 25.
آوریل 2026 در شرق آمریکا. دونالد ترامپ رئیس جمهور آمریکا راجع به پیشنهادی که عباس عراقچی به اسلام آباد برده گفته که ظرف 10 دقیقه 2 تا پیشنهاد به ما دادن که هیچ حرف حسابی توش نیست.
So remember, Araghchi is the foreign affairs minister, right? He's the one that's currently responsible for the negotiations, because Vahidi, the person who's controlling the IRGC and the one that's powerful, he kicked out Ghalibov, the carpet weaver. So now it's just Araghchi.
2 تا پیشنهاد به ما دادن که هیچ حرف حسابی توش نیست.
So he's saying President Trump has said, right? So I'll just start off with this part. So basically, President Trump has said that Araghchi, the foreign affairs minister of the Islamic regime, has given us some proposals which make absolutely no sense to us. So that's how he starts.
دونالد ترامپ رئیس جمهور آمریکا راجع به پیشنهادی که عباس عراقچی به اسلام آباد برده گفته که ظرف 10 دقیقه 2 تا پیشنهاد به ما دادن که هیچ حرف حسابی توش نیست. عباس عراقچی وزیر خارجه جمهوری اسلامی رفت اسلام آباد با عاصم منیر فرمانده ارتش پاکستان و شهباز شریف نخست وزیر و اسحاقدار وزیر خارجه ملاقات کرد. بعد رفت مسقط، گفته شده دوباره برمیگرده به اسلام آباد. یه بخشی از هیئتی که همراه عراقچی بودن از مسقط اومدن تهران یه مشورتایی بکنن، بعد برگردن به اسلام آباد. قرار بود روز شنبه.
Guys, Muscat is, I believe that's Oman. Muscat is the capital of Oman. Yeah, it's Muscat. Muscat is the capital of Oman.
استیو ویتکاف فرستاده ویژه ترامپ و کوشنر دامادش بیان به اسلام آباد و مذاکره بکنن با عراقچی. ولی ترامپ در آخرین لحظه حذف کرد و لغو کرد این سفر رو. ترامپ اومد توضیح داد به خبرنگارا که چه اتفاقی داره در بین جمهوری اسلامی و آمریکا داره میفته. یکی از صحبتایی که کرد این بود که در تهران مشکل رهبری وجود داره.
Yeah, which is what we've said.
گفت ما نمیدونیم در تهران کی تصمیم گیرنده است.
Right? So he's just confirming, right? President Trump is saying we have no idea who the leaders are. President Trump said that this morning as well in his Fox News interview, phone interview.
گفت خودشون هم نمیدونن.
Yep.
گفت ما آمادهیم پیشنهادهای جمهوری اسلامی رو بشنویم، ولی پیشنهادی که حرف جدی داشته باشه. و گفت در
Sorry, so this is not a proper translation here. So this should be, he said, that means President Trump said, we are ready to listen to the Islamic regime's proposals, but they haven't given us a serious proposal yet.
بشنویم، ولی پیشنهادی که حرف جدی داشته باشه.
Right? So that's not a proper translation. So this should be translated to, we haven't had any serious proposals yet.
و گفت در تهران چون رهبر ندارن تصمیم گیری به مشکل خورده.
That's true. And President Trump said decision making in Tehran is difficult because they don't have a leader, which is true. We don't know who's in charge.
و ما نمیدونیم در تهران چه کسی تصمیم گیرنده است.
Yep.
گفت من تصمیم گرفتم ویتکاف و کوشنر رو نفرستم اسلام آباد چون 18 ساعت سفر میرن تا اونجا، کلی هزینه این سفر میشه، چون فقط 2 نفر که نیستن، یه هیئت بزرگ هم همراهشونه، هیئت پشتیبانی و نظامی و امنیتی و فنی. و گفت 18 ساعت میرن اونجا و ما نمیدونیم با کی مذاکره میکنیم، پیشنهاد مشخص ندارن. گفت به همین دلیل من لغو کردم و گفت من حواسم به هزینه ها هست و اجازه نمیدم این هزینه انجام میشه. پیامش این بود که شما برید در تهران تکلیف خودتون رو روشن کنید، ببینید جمهوری اسلامی دست کیه، بعد بیاید با ما صحبت کنید. چون دفعه قبل قالیباف رفت پاکستان با ونس صحبت کرد، ترامپ گفت سر میز مذاکره چیزایی گفتن که قابل بحثه، گفت ولی موقعی که میان جلو خبرنگارا یا برمیگردن تهران چیزایی میگن کاملا خلاف اون.
Right, and guys, that's what we've been exposing to you, Armin and I, on Islamic regimes, like on Iran Revolution Live. So remember, like when we do the Durka News Network spying. So there's a reason that, you know, I spy on Durka News Network and then Armin translates it. That's because we're exposing to you what President Trump and his administration pretty much know, that you know, the Islamic regime officials, they say one thing in English, they say one thing in public, right? Like they pretend they're reasonable, they pretend that they want to make a deal, blah, blah, blah. But then as soon as they go back to occupied Iran, they say something completely different, right? The messaging is completely 100% different. And President Trump has recognized and realized that. And so President Trump is like, I'm done playing these games, right? Because what's the point of sending people to negotiate with you guys when you're going to say one thing at the negotiation table, which, you know, may sound something like that we can work with and may sound somewhat reasonable. But then as soon as we're done, you go back to occupied Iran and you say like jihadi Durka nonsense, right? So that's what, you know, Morad Basi is saying. He's like, President Trump is done with these games. So yeah, this is why we exposed Durka News Network and played Durka News Network for you guys, so that you can see, right? Because this way you guys can actually see what these people are saying, right? When they think no one is watching, which is so stupid, because how could you think no one is watching? These people are very, very low IQ. Like they're dangerous, they're vicious, and they're low IQ.
این باعث شده که الان آمریکا فشار بیاره که اول برید مسئله رهبریتون رو.
So it's not pressure on you. It should be, this has caused the US to put pressure on the Islamic regime to first go and clarify the issue of, you know, who the leader is.
خودتون مشخص کنید. شما معلوم نیست.
Oh my gosh, you guys actually enjoy when I tune in to like Durka News Network? Ugh, it's so traumatizing. So traumatizing. Honestly, the only reason that I can even stomach Durka News Network is because you guys are here. So that gives me like strength and energy to like watch it together. Okay, and I do see Tusi's going live in about half an hour. Perfect. So that's great. We'll watch Amu Morad Basi for a little bit. Durka News Network is your favorite because you're spying on the enemy? Okay, all right. All right, guys, you know what? Just because you guys enjoy Durka News Network, we'll do a little bit of Durka News Network spying today, and we'll get Armin to translate Durka News Network for you guys. We'll do that after Tusi.
کی در تهران فرمان دست کیه؟
Yeah.
واقعیتش اینه که موقعی که دیدار ونس قالیباف دیگه برگزار نشده، ونس قالیباف دور دومش برگزار نشده، این نشون میده مشکل بین آمریکا و جمهوری اسلامی بدتر شده. چون اگر وضع بهتر میشد ونس قالیباف دور دوم برگزار میکردن.
Yeah, that's true.
مشکل از اونم یه مقدار بیشتره. یعنی چی؟ چون حتی عراقچی ویتکاف هم نتونستن با هم دیدار کنن.
Okay. So this is totally wrong translation. This should be Araqchi. Well, Araqchi, like the foreign affairs minister, his last name translates to Iraqi because the guy is Iraqi. He's not Iranian anyway. So he's saying, and this is not Vid Cafe. It should be Witkoff. It's just he pronounces it Vitkov. So yeah, this should be Arokchi and Witkoff. Yeah. Arokchi and Witkoff.
چون حتی عراقچی ویتکاف هم نتونستن با هم دیدار کنن.
Yeah. So he's saying like the problem is bigger than people realize because even Arokchi and Witkoff weren't able to meet.
دقت کنید کاهش سطح مذاکره کننده در یه لول از ونس قالیباف میاد عراقچی ویتکاف، بعد عراقچی ویتکاف هم با هم نمیتونن دیدار کنن. این نشون میده که اختلافاتشون خیلی شدیده.
Yeah. Differences are very clear.
جمهوری اسلامی گفته که شما باید محاصره دریایی رو لغو کنید و حملات رو متوقف کنید، تضمین بدید حمله نمی کنیم. ترامپ گفته من محاصره رو لغو نمی کنم.
Yep.
گفته اتفاقا من محاصره رو موقعی که گذاشتم شما بخواید.
So this is an inaccurate translation. So he's saying President Trump confirmed he will not lift the blockade. And President Trump said, by the way, the reason I put the blockade is to make sure you guys come to the negotiation table.
محاصره رو موقعی که گذاشتم شما به خاطر محاصره دارید میایید پای میز مذاکره.
Yeah, so this is a improper translation. So he's saying that the reason that I put the blockade is because the naval blockade is what convinced you guys to come to the negotiation table.
چون بهتون فشار اومده.
Because the naval blockade is putting you guys under pressure.
گفته محاصره لغو نمیشه، ادامه پیدا میکنه.
Yep.
در چنین شرایطی ترامپ گفته این دوتا پیشنهادی که به فاصله 10 دقیقه دادن هیچی توش نیست. میگه اول پیشنهاد دادن ما گفتیم این به درد نمیخوره، گفت 10 دقیقه بعد یه پیشنهاد به ما دادن که اونم بررسی کردیم که چیز خاصی توش وجود نداره.
Yeah. No, guys, the mistranslation isn't on purpose. The mistranslation, this is AI generated. It's AI generated translations from YouTube. So that's the only reason, right? The AI is still learning. The AI is still learning. So the translation is about 90% accurate, which is really good. But you know, it's still learning. It's still learning. So that's why the translation is not 100% accurate. This is funny. Okay, so guys, remember when he says doctor, Morad Vesi is not actually referring to his medical doctor. He's referring to Pezeshkian. Pezeshkian is the president of the Islamic regime. And Pezeshkian's name means doctor. So sometimes the AI will take the word Pezeshkian and translate it to doctor, which is not accurate. So, yeah.
پزشکیان هم یه صحبتی کرده در تهران، نشون میده این مشکل رهبری در تهران وجود داره.
Yep.
با وجودی که مقامات جمهوری اسلامی اصرار دارن که مجتبی خامنه‌ای هست و هممون با هم وحدت داریم، اتفاقی که در اسلام آباد افتاد و مذاکرات لغو شد نشون میده که نه رهبری وجود داره و نه با هم وحدت دارن. در جمهوری اسلامی ظرف 2 روز گذشته 10 پیام دادن مقامات نظامی سیاسی که نشون بدن ما با هم وحدت داریم. ترامپ این روایت رو باطل کرد.
Yep.
گفت شما با هم حرفتون یکی نیست.
So this is not accurate. So basically he's saying Trump refuted this narrative. He said that you are not united and your messaging is not united.
کل اون 2 روزی که مقامات جمهوری اسلامی توییت‌های مشترک و یکسان می‌زدن که بگن ما وحدت داریم، اینا ترامپ با این کارش همه رو به هم زد. گفت نه شما اصلا وحدت ندارید. کل اون تلاشی که میگفتن مذاکرات زیر نظر مجتبی داره انجام میشه، ترامپ اینم از بین برد. گفت اصلا شما رهبر ندارید. که این حرف میتونه معنیش این باشه که مجتبی اصلا زنده نیست، یا میتونه معنیش این باشه که مجتبی زنده است، بهوش نیست، نمیتونه در مذاکرات دخالت کنه، یا اصلا بهوش هم هست ولی در فرایند مذاکرات نمیتونه حرف آخر رو بزنه. امروز یک نشانه دیگه من از پزشکیان دیدم که این نشون میده که این حرف ترامپ درسته که در تهران مشکل رهبری وجود داره. پزشکیان اومد یک حرفی زد و اون حرف این بود که هیچ کس در کشور نباید خود را عقل کل بده.
Sorry, I need to go get some like lozenges, but no, he didn't say Mojtaba is sane. What he said was, or maybe Mojtaba is conscious, but he has no final say in anything. So not that he's sane. Replace sane with conscious. So he's saying, he's basically saying there could be a possibility that Mojtaba is conscious, but he has no final say in everything because he's not the leader of anything.
هیچ کس نباید تمامیت خواهی کند. این حرف پزشکیان کی خطابشه؟ موقعی که میگه هیچ کس در کشور نباید خود را عقل کل بداند، آیا منظورش مجتبی خامنه ایه؟ خب معلومه که نه، چون پزشکیان جرأت نمیکنه راجع به مجتبی اینجوری حرف بزنه که هیچ کس در کشور نباید خود را عقل کل بداند. هیچ کس نباید تمامیت خواهی کند، جرأت نمیکنه این حرفا رو به مجتبی بزنه. پس خطابش کیه؟ خطابش فرمانده‌های سپاه. در درون فرمانده‌های سپاه منظورش کی میتونه باشه؟ به نظرم منظورش احمد وحیدی و ذوالقدره. منظورش قالیباف نیست. چرا؟ چون قالیباف مثل پزشکیان، مثل عراقچی، مثل حسن روحانی طرفدار توافق با آمریکاست، با هدفهای خاص خودشون. پزشکیان و روحانی و عراقچی و قالیباف هر کی به خاطر منافع خودش طرفدار توافق با آمریکاست. قالیباف میخواد توافق کنه بشه نفر اول جمهوری اسلامی و جمهوری اسلامی سقوط نکنه. عراقچی میخواد توافق.
Remember, we spoke about this before. So Ghalibaf wants the Islamic regime to survive so that he can become the leader.
توافق کنه، بگه دیپلماسی وزارت خارجه بالاخره بعد از این همه سفر به یه جای رسید، بعد از این همه شکست به یه جای رسید، ما توافق کردیم.
Arakchi wants to be successful because the foreign affairs ministry has been completely useless, and in fact it was Arakchi's negotiations that led to President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu going and booming Khamenei.
پزشکیان میخواد توافق بشه چون دولت در اثر مشکلات اقتصادی محاصره.
This should be Pezeshkian. I don't even know why I put Ghalibaf now. So Pezeshkian is the prime president. So he's saying the president Pezeshkian wants an agreement because of the economic issues and the blockades, and Pezeshkian just wants to stay alive basically.
کاهش تولید فولاد و پتروشیمی و احتمال قطع صادرات نفت، جمهوری اسلامی داره غیر قابل اداره میشه برای دولت. اونم با این هدف میخواد توافق بشه. حسن روحانی هم که دیدگاهش این بوده که ما باید با آمریکا توافق کنیم. درسته که با قالیباف رقیبه ولی نظرش بر توافق. این حرف پزشکیان خطاب به اینا نیست. موقعی که میگه هیچ کس در کشور نباید خود را عقل کل بداند، الان که نمیاد علی قالیباف که طرفدار توافق صحبت کنه، علی عراقچی صحبت کنه. پس این حرف علی کیه؟ علی احمد وحیدیه، فرمانده کل
Oh, wow. Okay, guys. Whoa. Guys, things are heating up. Things are heating up. Let me bring up the boom bingo sheet. The Durka Jihad bingo sheet, okay? So, what Murad Vaisi is saying here. So, this is our Durka boom bingo sheet, okay? So, on one side, you have Zolqadr and Vahidi. Okay, Vahidi is the IRGC commander. Zolqadr is also with him, supporting him. And then on the other side, you have Ghalibaf, right? You have Pezeshkian. You have Arakchi. And then he's also mentioning Rouhani here. Rouhani is like a former president. And so what Murad Vaisi is saying is that there is obviously like an internal faction, like divisions, right? So you have like Zolqadr and Vahidi on one side, and people believe that Vahidi is like the de facto leader right now because he has control of the weapons and the military and all of that, right? And then on the other hand, you have like the politicians, right? Guys, this is he's basically exposing like Durka on Durka, right? So what Murad Baisi is talking about is like Durka's gone wild. Durka versus Durka. So it's just basically terrorists fighting terrorists. So when you're looking at the boom boom Durka bingo sheet, just remember, none of these people are good, right? Like there's not one side that's like better or less evil than the other side. They're all evil. They're all evil, right? Like each one of them is a terrorist, and every single one of them is a war criminal, and their hands are red with the blood of millions of innocent Iranians, right? So just because they are right now like fighting internally, it doesn't make one side good or the other side bad. They're all evil and they all need to go. Okay, they all need to go. But what President Trump's strategy is doing is it's contributing to the internal infighting. This internal infighting is what's making them weak, and this is actually contributing to the collapse of the Islamic regime, right? So, like, remember, guys, these are all Muslim Nazis. And remember, there are no good Nazis, right? There's no good Nazis. So just because, we're talking about the internal, like, infighting, it doesn't mean that there's a good side or a bad side. Ultimately, we want all of these people boom boomed. We want them all gone. And the only person that we trust, right, to transition Iran from an Islamic dictatorship to a functioning secular democratic society is His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi. So, but the reason that, I'm sharing this with you guys is just so that you guys can get a better understanding of the internal infighting, because it is very interesting. And remember, Armin and I, we were speaking about people like Vahidi and Zolqaj and others like a few weeks ago. And now these are the names that you're hearing on mainstream media, right? So now you're hearing like Vahidi on Fox News and stuff, right? So for you guys, you're all ahead of the curve because you've been watching Iran Revolution Live, and we've been going over like the Durka boom boom jihad bingo sheet, right? Yeah. Play Durka games, win Durka prizes, exactly. So yeah. So I just wanted to add that disclaimer here, right? So just because they're infighting, it doesn't mean that there's a good side or a bad side. They're all evil. They're all evil. And basically, like for us Iranians, it's like we're just grabbing the popcorn and we're just like sitting back and we're just watching the show. We're just watching them, fight one another. And then so what Murad Baisi is saying here is that when Pezeshkian, so this guy, Pezeshkian, sometimes, his name comes up as the doctor because his last name means doctor. So when Pezeshkian is saying that, there can't be like one person to take over command of everything, Pezeshkian is, according to Murad Baisi, Pezeshkian is calling out Vahidi. So this is where things are getting interesting, because Pezeshkian is like a nobody. I mean, he's still evil, he's still violent, he's still dangerous. But when it comes to actual power, he has no power, he has no control. So Pezeshkian calling out Vahidi, the guy that actually has all of the guns and all of the military control and weapon control, whatever, that's a bold move. Let's see how it plays out, right? Because I don't think Vahidi's gonna like some, idiot terrorists like Pezeshkian calling him out. I mean, they're all terrorists, right? But like Pezeshkian, he's just such an idiot, right? He's a dangerous idiot, but he's still an idiot. So basically, this shouldn't be Ghalibov. This should be Pezeshkian. So this sentence here now is Pezeshkian, who's in favor of an agreement with the United States, is speaking out against Vahidi.
علی عراقچی صحبت کنه. پس این حرف علی کیه؟ علی احمد وحیدیه، فرمانده کل سپاه و ذوالقدر دبیر.
So he just said that now, like he's saying that the internal divisions have become so bad that Pezeshkian, the useless president, is now calling out Vahidi and Zolgat, right? So that's what's happening right now. So let's see what he thinks of that. Let's see what he thinks of that.
این حرفی که پزشکیان میزنه خیلی مهمه. از نظر ردیابی اینه که معادلات قدرت چجوریه.
Oh, look at that. So he just said, like what Pezeshkian is saying is really important in terms of tracking the power equation and the internal power struggle within the Islamic regime.
پزشکیان میزنه خیلی مهمه. از نظر ردیابی اینه که معادلات قدرت چجوریه. وقتی که پزشکیان داره از احمد وحیدی و ذوالقرد ناله میکنه، یعنی در رأس نظام اختلاف وجود داره، همونی که
So basically he's saying if the president Pezeshkian is openly complaining about Zolqadr and here let me go back to the boom boom bingo sheet. So he's saying when Pezeshkian, the Durka president, is openly complaining about the leader of the IRGC, Vahidi, and Zolqadr, who's like the top person for like the Supreme Security Council. You know what? Like, guys, honestly, all of these like organizations are fake anyway. It's all a dictatorship, but they basically just made like different organizations and councils and whatever for themselves. But it's so, it's all dictator jihadi garbage nonsense anyway. But what Morad Basi is saying is that when Pezeshkian is calling out Vahidi and Zolqadr, this guy and this guy, that proves that the internal divisions and the infighting within the Islamic regime is much serious and much more serious and much worse than what people think.
و یعنی در وقتی که پزشکیان داره از احمد وحیدی و ذوالقرد ناله میکنه، یعنی در رأس نظام اختلاف وجود داره، همونی که ترامپ میگه.
And then he says this is exactly what President Trump is saying.
و نمایش وحدتی که میدادن در 2 روز اخیر معلوم شد.
And this fake show of unity by the Islamic regime on social media has proven to be completely fake. And President Trump knows that. And President Trump has called them out on their fake unity because President Trump knows that there's a lot of internal infighting.
نادرست بوده. اگر وحدت داشتن، قالیباف این حرفو نمیزد. که هیچ کس در کشور نباید خود را عقل کل بداند، هیچ کس نباید تمامیت خواهی کند. کی تمامیت خواهی میکنه؟ معلومه هم اختلاف هست. همینی که خطاب وحیدی و ذوالقرد داره این حرفو میزنه. خطاب به مجتبی نمیتونه حرفو بزنه. یه نتیجه دیگه از این حرف پزشکیان. معلوم مجتبی الان کاری نیست.
Okay, so it's not unemployed. When he says معلومه مجتبی دیگه کاری نیست. That means it's obvious that Mojtaba is a nobody. So basically he's saying the fact that Pezeshkian and Ghalibaf are making these statements, it shows that Mojtaba is completely irrelevant and is playing no role in any of this, which basically just means it's just more confirmation that Mojtaba is probably like dead or in a coma or something.
اگر مجتبی کاری بود پزشکان جرئت نمی‌کردن این حرفو بزنن.
So he's saying if Mojtaba, it's not business. I mean, kare bud, like kar means work, but that's not like, that's the literal translation. It's not the actual translation. So what he's saying here is that if cardboard Mojtaba, right? That's the cardboard guy. So he's saying if Mojtaba actually was a key figure in what was going on, if Mojtaba was actually giving out orders, then Pezeshkian would have never dared to call out Vahidi and Zolqadr. So going back to our boom boom Durka jihad bingo sheet, so what he's saying, what Morad Basi is saying is that, right, because like Mojtaba, this is him, right? We don't even know if he's alive. There's just like a question mark beside him because we have no idea where he is. We've seen no sign of life. Is he dead? Is he in a coma? We have no idea. So what Morad Besi is saying is that if Mojtaba was actually alive, or not alive, like if Mojtaba was conscious and making decisions behind the scenes, right? If Mojtaba was actually in charge, okay, there you go. If Mojtaba was actually in charge, like the Islamic regime claim that he is, if Mojtaba was actually in charge, then Pezeshkian, right? Pezeshkian and Ghalibaf would have never dared to openly attack Vahidi and Zolgat, right? So this is where his analysis is going. He's saying these people, these Durka, jihadi, whatever, terrorists on this side are openly attacking these Durka jihadis, this one and this one, because this one is either dead or unconscious and he's literally not in charge. So that's Morad Besi's analysis here.
و اصلا لازم هم نبود بزنه چون مجتبی میومد تعیین تکلیف میکرد.
Yeah, and he's saying, and there would be no need to say anything like that, because if Pezeshkian was attacking the others, Mojtaba would come out and put him in his place. But that's not happening, right? So the fact that they're openly attacking one another right now, and the supreme dictator, right, cardboard Mojtaba, he's saying absolutely nothing, right? This just shows that there's internal collapse. Mojtaba is nowhere, right? And they're all infighting.
وقتی پزشکیان داره شکل
Do you guys find this interesting? Although, like, I just want to be sure. Like guys, this stuff for me is fascinating. But this is like getting into like the deep, like really like sort of like a deep dive into Islamic regime infighting, right? Like this is Durka versus Durka. Because I mean, I can play like other things or share other things. I know. Listen, I know it's boring. Well, it's not boring for you guys, maybe, but I mean, for the Iranians, I apologize. If it's boring for you guys, because I know you guys already know all this stuff. But I mean, the purpose of Iran Revolution Live is to explain these things to non-Iranians, right? So, as much as I love my hands, با اینکه انقدر دوستتون دارم، دستای همتون رو میبوسم، ولی خب the purpose of Iran Revolution Live is to explain these things to non-Iranians. So that's the goal here. Yeah, the goal is to educate people who don't know. All right. Okay. All right. I'll continue then. As long as you guys are able to follow along. As long as you're able to follow along. And that's why I try to pause and like I repeat, and we have like the boom boom bingo sheet. I've shared the link to the Durka boom boom bingo sheet, but here, let me share it again so that you guys all have the Durka bingo sheet. In case you guys, like make sure you guys should all save the Durka bingo sheet so that this way, like whenever we're talking about these things, you can also pull up like the Durka boom boom jihad bingo sheet on your own. There you go. So, okay, so we'll continue then. I'm glad. Okay. And guys, I know Tusi's going live in about 10 minutes. We'll go to Tusi when he goes live. So, let's go back to the Durka versus Durka infighting. So he's saying when Pezeshkian, the president, is complaining. So he's like, when Pezeshkian's complaining that some people in the country, like some people within the Islamic regime, that are, acting like totalitarian dictators, he's not referring to Mojtaba.
و این نشون میده که مجتبی الان کاری نیست که پزشکیان اینجوری داره گلایه میکنه. اگر مجتبی کاری بود، پزشکیان میرفت پیشش میگه آقا تصمیم بگیر. حرف ترامپ که میگه در جمهوری اسلامی رهبری وجود نداره، کسی رهبری نمیکنه، مشکل تصمیم گیری وجود داره، موقع میذاریمش کنار این حرف پزشکیان، نشون میده مجتبی الان در تصمیم گیری ها نیست.
So basically what Morad Basi is now saying is that when President Trump says that there is no one within the regime that's making decisions, what Pezeshkian is saying, when Pezeshkian is complaining and attacking the others, this is proof and evidence that President Trump is correct in his analysis, because Mojtaba is nowhere to be seen, because all this internal infighting, right? Like all the Durkas, guys. So Morad Basi is saying all the Durkas are fighting. It's Durkas gone wild, right? This one versus like these ones, and then like some random ones here. So it's like Durkas gone wild. And meanwhile, the supreme dictator, the supreme leader, who's supposed to like be responsible and put everyone in their place, the supreme dictator is silent. So Morad Basi is saying President Trump is right. President Trump is right. There's no leadership. They don't know who's making the decisions because they're all fighting, and the cardboard supreme dictator is nowhere to be seen to put people in their place.
و نشون میده بین قالیباف و وحیدی اختلافه و نشون میده پزشکیان داره علی وحیدی حرف میزنه.
Okay, and then he says this also shows that right now, so what he's saying is that the biggest internal battle right now is between Vahidi and Ghalibaf. Now guys, remember, Ghalibaf, before he became the Speaker of the Parliament, fake speaker, fake parliament, it's all garbage, jihadi nonsense anyway. But before he became the Speaker of the Parliament, Ghalibaf was the IRGC commander. Okay, so is there a way you can print it out, guys? I sent you the link, Bipish. I just sent you the link. I don't know which X account you're watching from. If you're watching from one of Armin's X accounts, I'm not there. You'll have to go to like my X account, go to like my X live stream, and I put the link in the chat in my X live stream. I can't put it in Armin's live streams. But anyway, so guys, so what Morad Basi is saying is that right now the biggest fighting and the biggest tension is between Ghalibaf and Vahidi. And the reason this is happening is because Ghalibaf used to be the IRGC commander. Okay? So that's where this tension is coming from. The tension isn't coming from this guy being a politician and this guy being like an IRGC commander. No. The tension is coming from the fact that this guy used to be the IRGC commander, and so now he's trying to consolidate power, and because he's the former IRGC commander before he retired and became like a garbage politician. So this is where the tension is coming from, because within the IRGC there are some factions that are loyal to Vahidi, the new IRGC commander. There are some elements within the IRGC, like this guy here, Abdullahi, this Durka. So this Durka, even though Vahidi is the IRGC commander, this Durka here, Abdullahi, he is actually loyal to Ghalibaf. Because remember, in one of the previous Morad Basi episodes that we were watching together, Abdullahi, this guy is this guy's right-hand man. Remember, guys, this is like Game of Durka. Remember, this is all like, Game of Thrones, but it's like Game of Durka. Okay? So, Game of Durka. This guy is supposedly this guy like answers to this guy. However, this guy actually is loyal to this guy who used to be in this guy's position before he retired. Okay? So that's what Morad Vaisi is talking about right now. So the internal power struggle is not between like a military general guy and like a politician. No, it's actually between two like military commanders. It's the internal power struggle is between two IRGC commanders, the current one and the retired one. Okay? So this is where the game of Durka is really like going off. And then these guys like Pezeshkian and Aralchi, right? These two, they are backing this guy because again, these guys kind of go way back. So, and then of course, they back him because on the political side, yeah, it's literally like a Durka gang war. Yeah, it's like Durka gang war. So these two are supporting this one because, you know, they're hoping that this guy will be able to keep them alive. However, what happened recently is in the most recent round of negotiations that were supposed to happen, Ghalibaf was removed from the negotiating team. Now, who removed Ghalibaf? This guy. This guy removed Ghalibaf. Why? Because this guy doesn't like the fact that this guy is trying to come to some sort of appeasement with the Islamic, with the United States, because Ghalibaf is more concerned about remaining alive. This guy is concerned about, you know, like, I don't know what the hell he's concerned about. They're all insane. They're all insane. I'm assuming this guy is just like, no, we have to continue like booming and we're going to win or whatever. Right. So that's sort of what's happening here. So this is like the game of Durka. And what Morad, and I'm going to summarize because Tusi is going to start soon, but the whole point of this, right? So the whole, you know, in summary, what Morad Vaisi is essentially trying to demonstrate is that the lack of decision-making by the Islamic regime is indicative that Mojtaba is probably, you know, either dead or, you know, in a coma. It also shows that like the infighting is becoming even worse. And it also shows that, of course, President Trump is 100% right about everything he's saying. And, you know, President Trump is exposing the weakness of the IRGC. So there's a little bit of your, you know, and I can't believe like, so guys, this is why I can't like translate Morad Vaisi for you every day, although I would love to, but like I literally just Whoa, Tusi scared me. Okay, startled me. All right, but guys, like literally we've only done like 11 minutes and it took me like 40 minutes to translate. But guys, it's good stuff. So but that's like the main gist of it. All right, let's go to Tusi and I'll see you guys in a little bit when Tusi is done and we're going to spy on Durka News Network.
Welcome to Tusi TV, ladies and gentlemen. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya Tusi, and the Islamic Republic of Iran, after failing to turn up at technically the last round of talks with the United States, they have now decided to completely walk away from the idea of even negotiations, which is a very, very brave thing to do, of course, if you're a part of the IRGC. We're going to be talking about that, but also President Trump, who has now warned that Iran would implode within days if the blockade continues. Of course, it is paralyzing and not just the finances of the country, but also the resources, especially the oil wells. We're going to talk about that. And of course, the Islamic Republic are now blaming Pakistan for the failure of talks. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Pakistan is an easy target anyway, so if you're going to blame somebody, blame the Pakistanis. We're going to discuss what that actually means, what they're talking about, why the Pakistanis are to be blamed for the failure of the IRGC. For once, Pakistan did nothing wrong, by the way, but apart from not being able to interpret the messages between the two sides. Otherwise, it's been largely a successful mediator. We also have the Israeli Defense Forces and the Israeli government holding an urgent security cabinet meeting tonight as the second round of war in Iran, it remains imminent. So we're going to discuss all this with you guys tonight, and we're going to get your reaction live as usual, especially if you are a troll. Then you can skip the queue, get to the front of the queue, and we're going to get your reactions in the live chat. All right, first things first. We still have our live feed, which is, of course, not from there. There we go. That's from the Strait of Hormuz, showing the blockade continues. You see the green dots. They are the vessels and the commercial vessels. And, of course, the red ones are the oil tankers that are on the two sides, the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf. We're going to discuss the situation in the Strait of Hormuz as well, because things could be happening over the next couple of days. First, we're going to talk about this man. In case you don't know his face, this is Ahmad Vahidi. Vahidi is the man in charge of not just the IRGC, but effectively the whole of Iran. He is the man calling the shots, and he's now decided that Iran is no longer interested in nuclear negotiations. So they have a different idea that obviously the Americans have already rejected. Considering that President Trump for the past few years has been going around saying, big issue is nuclear, Iran can't have nuclear, we're going to stop this. The whole main excuse of these talks are about nuclear. But the Islamic regime in Iran have said, no, instead, what we are proposing is a new round of talks, a different type of talks. To end the war, you need to stop nuclear. The future of the Strait of Hormuz to be under full control of Iran. Good luck with that. Compensation and reparations for the damages caused by the Israelis and the Americans. It's the same thing that they've been saying for the past few weeks. A lifting of all sanctions, primary and secondary, and of course the removal of the US naval blockade. It's like they don't want to negotiate at this point. You're just saying things that are just not acceptable. Even J.D. Vance can't say yes to that, and he's a little bit of a softie, of course. Even he can't say yes. It's embarrassing. But that's because of the infighting, and we have some updates from the ongoing infighting following the recent IRGC coup in Iran. But everything goes back to the weirdos inside the regime. This is the head of Parliament's National Security and Foreign Policy Committee, Ebrahim Azizi. According to him, the ceasefire was only accepted in order for Iran to rebuild their military capacity and weapons. And of course, it's like he's trying to bluff and show his cards, basically. We tricked you. The ceasefire was actually for us to rearm ourselves. There's a problem with that statement, which I'll explain in a second. He has said that the pause in fighting offered an opportunity to reload and strengthen the armed forces. Some ask whether accepting a ceasefire at this stage was right or not. My answer is that it was necessary to rebuild capabilities and improve our forces. Now, two issues with this. Number one, feel free to do it. Go ahead, rearm yourselves, and get ready again. Rebuild. Even, let's just say, rebuilding in a short space of time could take the Islamic regime in Iran back to, let's say, end of February, before the war. Do it. Because even if you could get to that level, guess what happened last time? You got annihilated. When you were fully ready, when you were fully prepared, everything was ready, right? You got destroyed immediately within 30 seconds. The headquarters was hammered and flattened. But they're not going to even be able to go back to February or January, because it takes years to build that level of infrastructure. Also, leadership. You don't have a proper leadership right now. You got different factions. So feel free to think that you are actually rearming. Secondly, it goes against the propaganda, the narrative coming from the IRGC that they were winning and everything was perfect and they could continue for years and years and years. Now he's saying, Ebrahim is saying that it was necessary. We needed the ceasefire to go. So you were losing. Now you admit that you were losing. So if you could send a message to your friend Tucker Carlson, because he was telling everybody that you were winning. Seems like you were not actually winning, according to yourselves. Now, President Trump has also come out to say that Iran has about 3 days, well, let's just say days, before it begins to implode from within because of the continued blockade of Hormuz. He has said that when the oil gets clogged, it's a very bad thing, and a worse thing will happen. And of course, that is not really just about the financial system of the IRGC getting paralyzed because not enough money is coming in, but also in terms of the actual oil infrastructure. It's not looking too good. And this is what we've been saying for days and days, that the blockade is they're doing a better job than even airstrikes because it's actually hitting the infrastructure. Technically speaking, if you want to spin this, you could actually say President Trump did threaten a few weeks ago, to target the infrastructure. He was talking about strikes of the infrastructure, but actually, he is targeting the infrastructure. The whole thing is coming down without even a single bomb being dropped. While that's happening, and the IRGC have walked away and they say we are now ready for the second round of war, although technically you can call it the third round because the first round was in June 2025, but that was slightly a different type of conflict. The Israelis are also getting ready. So the Prime Minister has been holding a restricted cabinet meeting. The Israeli officials have now also said that President Trump remained committed to removing the enriched uranium from Iran, either by a deal or military action. And it seems like at this point, 99%, it's not going to happen by a deal. The only way that could happen is if the Islamic Republic lies to the Americans and give an empty promise saying, let's shake hands, we agree, remove the enriched uranium, and then obviously they can buy some time, they can stall, and then they can wait for President Trump to leave office, or at least wait for the midterm elections to see that obviously President Trump can't do much. They think that he can't do much because of the political pressure of the elections. That's the only way that can be achieved, the removal of the enriched uranium by some sort of deal, because they don't even want to talk about nuclear anymore. That's fascinating because until now, for the past year or so, there have been negotiations, obviously fake negotiations. Nobody really took it seriously. I mean, some naive people took it seriously, but people knew nothing was going to get achieved by those talks. But during those negotiations, the Islamic Republic were still playing the game. Like, yeah, we are discussing the nuclear issue. But obviously, they were not moving from their red lines. The Americans were not moving from their red lines. Nothing was achieved. They're not even playing the game anymore. So they've decided to change their tactics and say, we're not even talking nuclear. Meanwhile, something very interesting happened earlier. In Kashan, which is a central city in central Iran, near Esfahan, there was a memorial and some sort of poster on the wall for all the martyrs of the Islamic Republic. I'm going to show you this video. Some of you might have already seen on social media over the last few hours. So you had the photo of the main supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, who got barbecued by the Americans a couple of months ago, and also all the other IRGC leaders who have been killed. The whole point was we're going to put their pictures. This is a nice memorial, pay tribute. But there was another photo on the wall. Not really sure what happened here. Watch this. On the top right from Khamenei's face. Wait. So you get his big face. We got the tiny pictures. They don't really matter. They're just the IRGC commanders or whatever they are. Top left next to his face, you got the first supreme leader, Ruhollah Khomeini, who died in 1989. And then underneath, you got the former presidents who died in a helicopter car crash. And then, wait. What happened here? Look at the other side. Underneath, you have Qasem Soleimani, remember Soleimani, who got assassinated by President Trump in 2020. On top of him, you got Mojtaba, the son of the supreme leader, who is technically the current supreme leader. Mojtaba Khamenei, or the Ayatollah, his picture is there. Why? Why did they accidentally announce his death? Everyone's like standing there. They're like, wait, hang on. Whoa. You've been telling us that Mojtaba is alive. This makes no sense. None of this makes any sense. You are literally telling people he's alive and he's fully in charge. It's definitely not Ahmad Vahidi, the potato head I showed you guys earlier. The Ayatollah, this is the whole problem with the absolute division inside the regime. Nobody knows what's actually going on. Who decided? Obviously, the people in charge of this are IRGC people, right? They are, Islamic regime members. They hold these ceremonies or whatever they do, right? So they're not like rogue Iranians, like the anti-regime Iranians. They get vetted. Somebody decided to put Mojtaba's face on it. Are they trolling each other? Is this part of the infighting? Is this literally part of that internal conflict that we are dealing with behind the scenes, that they decided to basically declare him dead, and whether he's actually alive or dead, I think that's irrelevant. That just shows that something weird is going on inside Iran. But he's supposed to be alive. As far as we know, he doesn't have a leg, but he's supposed to be alive. Somebody declared him dead. I'm not sure what's happening unless he's actually dead. They could have just put the cardboard on him on the poster, but it's fine. We also have the Islamic regime now blaming Pakistan, as I mentioned. This is where it gets absolutely hilarious, because apart from the fact that, as I said, Pakistan have not been the most competent mediators, but in this case, they didn't do anything wrong. So we've got Ebrahim Rezai, who is the spokesperson for Parliament's National Security Commission, saying that Pakistan does no longer have the credibility to mediate negotiations and aligns its position with the interest of the US president, basically saying that Pakistanis are on the American side. Ebrahim Rezai says Pakistan cannot be trusted. They always take Trump's interests into account, and they are not a suitable mediator. And he's also accused Pakistan of refusing to tell the world that America actually accepted Pakistan's proposal first, but then went back on its word. And yeah, this goes back to what happened at the beginning of the ceasefire. When the ceasefire was announced, we had two different sets of drafts proposals that were published. One by the Iranian side, one by the American side. They were very different. From the IRGC side, you had 10 bullet points. They were very robust. And everybody was like, President Trump accepted these bullet points. He's a traitor. He's a sellout. He chickened out. I'm like, calm down. It's definitely not true. And then the narrative was that the Pakistanis messed up. Pakistanis sent out the wrong messaging from both sides. So Pakistan got the blame. So the Islamic Republic continued to blame the Pakistanis. So they are basically gaslighting everyone, saying that the 10 bullet points, that the proposal they included, by the way, reparations, Americans and the Israelis giving money to the Islamic Republic, lifting all sanctions, the US bases to completely leave the Middle East forever. Yeah, they want us to believe that the Americans actually accepted that. And it's Pakistan's fault. Again, as I said, for the first time in history of humanity, Pakistan did nothing wrong here. Stop blaming them. They were just too incompetent to actually be clear to the world about what was exchanged. And that's just because the Pakistani government are, by nature, incompetent. They can't really help themselves. That's what cousin marriages cause. Incest, low IQ, that happens. Having said that, The Americans continue to mobilize their troops. We do have this latest video from southern Israel. This is the Ramon airport in Eilat. And we have numerous KC-135s refueling tankers that have been stationed. We also had obviously the C-17 cargo planes in Tel Aviv, the Ben Gurion airport. And so this is... This shows that the redeployment of the additional troops and equipment and resources continues to happen every single day, despite the barking coming from the IRGC. Having said that, we have an update when it comes to the result or the impact of the blockade of Strait of Hormuz. That again, the mainstream media are not really giving you guys that update because they're not really interested in President Trump succeeding in defeating the Islamic regime in Iran. So what we now have is that following the last few days and the mission that has taken place in the Strait of Hormuz, who again, the Ayatollah, as you can see on the screen, the Mojtaba Khamenei is supposed to be in charge of it, according to his office. The U.S. Navy have now, by the interdictions, have forced $1 billion worth of crude oil to be sent back to the Iranian ports. That's also been confirmed by satellite imagery. The U.S. Coast Guard have also seized the $380 million in Iranian crude in the Indian Ocean. And that oil is now heading to the United States of America. So everything that they are now seizing is going back to America. It's going to stay there for a while until, obviously, the regime collapses. And then, as the Americans have said, and the U.S. Treasury, they will send it back to the Iranian people because, obviously, that's the Iranian oil. But it just can't be sent to the Islamic regime in Iran. So that is a huge number. By the way, even $1 billion when it comes to the Iranian rial, that is a massive, massive number. Again, you can see the current currency exchange until the markets open again. Per $1 US, that's 1,316,000 Iranian rial. So that's it's let's just say it's big money, and that is one big problem. Meanwhile, the IRGC's suffocation of their finances has also caused some tensions amongst their proxies. The proxies, including the Islamic Jihad, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, they're not really getting paid anymore. And we can see some heated situations going on in the Middle East. We're going to go to Hebron quickly because I'm not really sure what exactly happened here, but the Palestinians... There was this is when we say diversity, enriching our cultures in Western Europe and North America. This is the perfect example of this level of cultural diversity that's coming to the West. So, as you can see in this footage, we got some so-called Palestinians storming the Al Mizan hospital in Hebron, and they started to attack the doctors. And this level of civility. So obviously in America, if something goes wrong with the hospital, you walk into the hospital, you wear a nice suit and a tie, and you go and say, I need to speak to the manager and I will sue you guys. I will take you to court because you did something wrong. Wow. In the so-called Palestinian territories and in Israel, when you got the Palestinians there, then they decide this is how they sue the doctor. They are so on edge. Everybody is so on edge that everybody's so desperate that this is what we had. This is last night, by the way, in Hebron. Absolute insanity. And this level of culture or lack of culture is actually coming to your countries in the West. So you can see everybody is a little bit on edge these days because their money is running out. So poor doctor. Anyway, the internet shutdown in Iran is not just causing a huge problem for the Iranians, but it's also destroying the regime. For the record, the regime themselves decided to shut down the internet. The whole blackout is because of them. It was a choice, a political choice. And it's destroying the economy. People can't work, people can't do anything really. And forget about communication to connect people from inside Iran to the outside world. That's a bit of a luxury at this point, but they can't even work. But it's also destroying the government, which is a bit of an own goal. So the disruptions that we've had is now causing a daily loss of about 50 trillion riyals. 50 trillion riyals a day. Not million, not a billion, trillion. Again, if you want to roughly check out what that could mean, $1 is 1 million rial, right? $1, 1 million rial. Every day, 50 trillion rial, which is, when I worked it out, I think is around $31 million, which is big money in Iran. That's actually according to the head of the Internet and Data Transfer Commission. That's according to the government in Iran. Aghazadeh, who's in charge, has said that about a fifth of the workforce in digital companies face potential layoffs. People are going to get fired. They're going to lose their jobs because there's no money. The internet blackout obviously has now reached 58 I think, 58 days, according to the regime. And which is a thing when we worked it out, it was around 1,300 hours, 9 weeks in a row. It's harming people, it's harming the economy, but the government are also losing out massively. But tensions, which is partly caused by the regime, partly caused by President Trump doing the blockade of Hormuz, which again, I know it's been going on for a while, so people are taking for granted. Oh, yeah, of course, there's a blockade. Don't forget that for a very long time, everybody was saying that President Trump is not brave enough to do the blockade of Hormuz. That's a very, very risky thing to do. Firstly, it's going to, if Tucker Carlson would say it's going to cause World War III, it didn't. The others said, oh, the Chinese and the Russians are going to start attacking. That didn't happen. And then they also said that President Trump is going to chicken out, right? Well, the reality is that it's happening and it's caused massive tensions. The IRGC coup in Iran happened partly because of this. Ghalibaf, who was the Speaker of Parliament, who has been forced to resign from the negotiating team, apparently he has embarrassed the rest of the IRGC because he was talking about nuclear with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and J.D. Vance. The IRGC are accusing him of defying directives coming from Tehran, and apparently a number of people around him have also been arrested, but we don't have the names, so we can't really verify that, unfortunately. But they're also a little bit angry at the president, Masoud Pezeshkian, who, again, he's not really an important figure, he's just a puppet. But if you remember yesterday's report on this channel, we showed you a short interview by President Pezeshkian, who basically said, yes, we are running out of everything, water, electricity, gas, and if you could please, if those of you watching at home, please turn off the lights. Just leave 1 or 2 lights on in the house, just turn everything else off. And also he said, don't show the world that you're not satisfied with your government. Pretend that everything is fine. Remember that? Well, the IRGC are now furious that he made those remarks on national TV about the energy crisis. And they're saying that his statements are actually triggering public pressure and massive panic in Iran. Even though his whole point was, guys, don't panic. Everything is fine. Definitely don't panic. But when you say that, people don't listen to the word don't. They listen to the word panic. Just telling people don't panic. They're going to panic, you idiot. I don't understand how he became president. He managed to defeat Ghalibaf, the Speaker of Parliament, in the last election. I don't understand. Obviously, there was a hugely low turnout. The elections are not real elections, obviously. They are internal that the IRGC basically decide. But he wasn't able to convince the leadership of the IRGC that Ghalibaf couldn't convince them that I'm better than Pezeshkian. Pick me as your puppet. Pezeshkian somehow defeated Ghalibaf, and this is what we're dealing with. It's embarrassing. We also have from the vice president in Iran saying that the Islamic Republic is prepared to retaliate militarily against countries that are backing the blockade. Okay. He's also said that in the next few days, if there are any damages done to our infrastructure in Iran, well, obviously we're going to blame the American blockade of Hormuz. So he says, if any part of our infrastructure, including oil wells, is damaged as a result of the blockade, we guarantee that 4 times that damage will be inflicted on the same infrastructure in countries that support the aggressor. So talking about the Arabs and Israel. Now, Esmail Esfahani, who is the vice president of, they got a few of them, by the way, of Iran's strategic energy policy, he says that our maths is different. 1 oil well equals 4 oil wells. Basically means if what President Trump says happens, which is in the next few days, Iran's going to implode, then we're going to start launching missiles at UAE, Bahrain, Saudi, all these countries. So it's going to be a fun week. Everything's, as President Pezeshkian would say, everything's absolutely fine, guys. Don't panic. The markets definitely don't panic. Crazy people everywhere. Anyway, so less talks, more winning. And, the winning is happening already, so yep. Will the US Navy begin escorting ships through the Straits? They don't need that, not yet, because the point is to do the sacrifice to basically bring down the regime with the pressure. Do you agree Starmer is now of no importance? He is now of no importance. He is, has been, never was. Wow, it's a riddle. Trump and others should ignore him. But yes, I got the last bit. Trump and others are ignoring him. The only person who is not ignoring him is Emmanuel Macron, and nobody cares about Macron. To see, according to Warren Zevon, you are a werewolf. Song, I saw a werewolf with a Chinese menu in his hand. His hair was perfect. So many questions.
Okay, so 2C's now just going to super chats. So, all right, guys. All right. What? What? Whoa, guys. Oh my gosh. Look, I tune into. Okay, guys, we're tuning into Durka News Network. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me just fix my screen so that Armin can translate when he gets back. What did I just walk into? Oh my gosh. Look at this.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. به نام خداوند بخشنده مهربان. یک روز دیگر از روزهای پیروزی مردم شریف ایران در جنگ تحمیلی رو به پایان بردیم. روز یکشنبه 6 اردیبهشت خاتمه پیدا می کند و دوشنبه 7مین روز اردیبهشت و 58مین روز جنگ تحمیلی پیش روی ماست. این در حالی است که مجموعه رخدادهای داخلی کشور، مجموعه رخدادهای منطقه، مجموعه رخدادهای جهانی همه دلالت بر توفیق مردم مقتدر ایران اسلامی برای رویارویی با دو قدرت سنگدل و صفاک جهانی، امپریالیسم امریکایی و صهیونیسم اسرائیلی دارند. البته این اقتدار مرهون التفات حضرت حق، عنایت معصومین صلوات الله علیهم اجمعین و دلالت و رهبری دو خامنه‌ای پرآوازه و بزرگ است. نخست رهبر شهید ما حضرت آیت الله العظمی امام خامنه‌ای رحمت الله علیه و سپس رهبر عزیز ما حضرت آیت الله سید مجتبی حسینی خامنه‌ای حفظه الله که با دلالت، مدیریت، ذکاوت، نظارت و هدایت و فرامین معظم الله ما این شرایط خاص تاریخی رو پشت سر میگذاریم. از اونجایی که بعد از سفر آقای دکتر عباس عراقچی به اسلام آباد، مسقط و مسکو گمان زنی های بسیاری صورت گرفت که این سفر با چه هدفی صورت میگیره و چه پیامدها یا ثمراتی میتونه در پی داشته باشه. خواهش کردیم از جناب آقای دکتر ابراهیم عزیزی، رئیس محترم کمیسیون امنیت ملی و سیاست خارجی مجلس شورای اسلامی، تا در خدمت ایشان باشیم. آقای دکتر عزیزی سلام عرض میکنم، وقت شما بخیر. بسیار متشکرم که به احترام و اعتبار مردم در شبکه 3 حاضر شدید.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. بنده هم عرض سلام و ادب و احترام دارم خدمت همه مردم خوب عزیزم در سراسر ایران اسلامی و سپاسگزار همه تلاش‌های خالصانه همه جانبرکفان نیروهای مسلح آحاد مردم و این حماسه سازی که در طول این مدت از ابتدای جنگ رمضان تا کنون داشتن و از صدا و سیما جناب عالی همکارانتون که در این چند شب دیدم برنامه‌های خوبی رو تدارک دیدید. امیدوارم انشالله امشب در محضر شما این گفتگو برای مردم خوب و عزیزم در سراسر ایران اسلامی و بینندگان شبکه 3 مفید و سودمند باشه و پاسخگوی مطالبی که فکر میکنید مردم عزیز ما نیاز دارن باشه.
خیلی سپاسگزارم. من ابتدا عرض میکنم به موازات گفتگوی ما در پنجره قاب شبکه 3 تصویر مردم در میادین مختلف تهران و گاه ایران پخش میشه که یکی از ظرفیت‌های آشکار اجتماعی فراهم آمده بعد از ماجرای آغاز جنگ تحمیلی سوم هست و البته مرهون خون پاک رهبر شهید ماست. یعنی جایی که بسیاری از تردیدها و تشکیک‌های جنگ شناختی و روایتی با اهدای خون پاک رهبر شهید ما پایان یافت و ما در یک تنزیه و در یک سلامت اجتماعی و خاطر غریبی قرار گرفتیم که این سرمایه اجتماعی رو رقم زده. این بخشی از عنصر قدرت ماست. آقای دکتر عزیزی، ما به چه اعتباری جلوی امریکایی هایی که یه دنیا جلوشون کرنش میکنن و اسرائیلی هایی که اینقدر صفاکن که در برابر خونریزی هاشون همه بیتاب میشن سرکشی میکنیم، بعد سیلی میزنیم و دستمونم بالا میگیریم، گاهی هم هزینه میپردازیم، خم به ابرو نمیاریم، جوری که هم خود امریکایی ها متحیر میمونن هم مردم جهان. و کار به جای میرسه که ابتدا ترامپ شروع میکنه از ما، بعد گفتن که اینا شکست خوردن، نیرو هواییشون رفت، دریاییشون رفت، چنین شد چنان شد، بعد بالاخره اقرار میکنه که ما در برابر یک کشور قدرتمندیم و بعد با استیصال میگه اینا چرا تسلیم نمیشن و به این نقطه میرسه و جهان شروع میکنه به تکریم و تحسین مردم ما چی داریم؟
بسیار سوال بجا و فکر میکنم متناسب با این ایام و ممنونم که از اینجا شروع کردید آقای خسروی عزیز. بنده معتقد هستم که ایران اسلامی از ابتدای پیروزی انقلاب تا به امروز مؤلفه ها و مبانی قدرت سازی رو در ذات خودش پرورش داده، رشد داده و به منصه ظهور رسانده و با این مبانی قدرت ساز خودش در طول این سالها تونسته از همه این گردنه ها و فراز و نشیب هایی که دشمنان ملت ایران بر ما تحمیل کردن عبور کنه.
بله.
حالا هر کدوم از این حوادث 47 سال گذشته رو مرور کنیم، از پیروزی انقلاب، از حوادث حد فاصل بین پیروزی انقلاب تا جنگ تحمیلی، از شروع جنگ تحمیلی تا پایان جنگ، از پایان جنگ تا این فراز و نشیب هایی که در دهه‌های مختلف
توسعه اقتصادی، توسعه سیاسی
دقیقاً در طول این سالها همیشه این مبانی قدرت ساز ما بوده که تونسته این فراز و نشیب ها رو مدیریت کنه و ما رو رسونده امروز به موقعیتی که شما اشاره کردید. بسیاری از ابرقدرت ها و قلدرهای تاریخ و کسانی که حالا من توضیح میدم در ادامه ادعاهایی داشتن و امروز ادعاهاشون به هر حال نشون داده شد که یک اباحت توخالی پوشالی است، اینها امروز سر تعظیم فرود بیارن در مقابل ملت ایران. درسته. من میخوام در این بخش به جهت سوالی که شما داشتید و مایلم هستم تو این گفتگوهای رسانه پاسخ به سوال رو بدم.
بله خواهش می‌کنم.
مبانی قدرت ساز ما از ابتدای پیروزی انقلاب اول ایمان ملت ما، اون توکلی که به ارزش‌های دینی، اسلام، قرآن، اهل بیت و سایر ارزش‌های نوین دینی داریم و به فضل الهی من بعد خواهیم داشت. ایمان
رکن اول ایمان. باور و اعتقاد.
باور، اعتقادات، اراده ملت ما از عناصر قدرت سازی بوده که در طول این سالها بر هر دشمنی تحمیل شده. علی‌رغم اینکه دشمنان ما از ابتدای پیروزی انقلاب سعی کردن خواست و ارادهشون رو بر ما تحمیل کنن، اما این ملت بزرگ ایران اسلامی اراده خودش رو استوار و تحمیل کرد بر دشمنانش. پیروزی انقلاب تحمیل اراده ملت ایران بر استکبار، مستکبران، طاغوت بود. از طرفی وحدت، یک پارچگی، انسجام و اتحاد ملت ایران.
بله.
آقای خسروی ما اینا رو میگیم و رد میشیم. ایمان، اراده، وحدت، اینها انصافاً فقط از یک نظام متکی بر ارزش‌های دینی الهی همراه با وحدت هست که میتونه تجلی پیدا بکنه.
درسته.
وحدت اقوام، وحدت مذاهب، وحدت جریان‌های سیاسی، وحدت شخصیت‌ها، وحدت همه علما و کسانی که دل در گرو اندیشه‌های اسلام، انقلاب اسلامی و ایران عزیز داشتند. رهبری و رکن رکین پیروزی انقلاب و بعد جنگ و موفقیت‌های بی‌نظیر ما در نبرد 8 ساله امام به خدا پیوسته ما از بعد از رحلت آن جاودانه، رهبری بی‌نظیر امام شهید ما که تولید قدرت کرد، تولید عظمت کرد، شگفتی‌های بزرگی رو ببینید. امروز حالا من در ادامه این رو باز توضیح میدم. یک موضوع ما داریم به نام نیروهای مسلح، موشکی، دریایی. از کجا نشأت گرفت؟ تدابیر حکیمانه اون امام عزیز و به خدا پیوسته و شهید ما که بی‌نظیر بود در طول این سالها. در همه موضوعات، در همه فصول. مردم خودشون رکن قدرتساز نظام اسلامی ما و نیروهای مسلح ما، عناصر امنیت ساز ما، چه نظامی، چه انتظامی، چه بسیج، همه به همه اینها رکن بزرگ که تونسته در طول این سالها تولید قدرت کنه. گفتم از ابتدای پیروزی انقلاب هر کدوم از اینو در یک مقاطعی مخصوصا نقش بی‌نظیری داشتن. ژئوپلیتیک ما، خود ژئوپلیتیک ما، این جغرافیای بی‌نظیر ایران اسلامی که شما فقط امروز دارید یک بخشش رو می‌بینید، یعنی تنگه هرمز، فقط یک بخشی از این ژئوپلیتیک بی‌نظیر ماست. منطقه‌ای، یعنی اون اندیشه های انقلاب اسلامی که صادر شد. حالا بعضیا ادبیات شاید غیر واقعی رو به کار میبرن، نیروهای نیابتی، در حالی که این صدور اندیشه های انقلاب اسلامی بود که فراگیر شد و تونست در لبنان، در عراق، در یمن، در سوریه، در بسیاری از کشورهای اسلامی جایگاه پیدا کنه و تبدیل بشه به یک قطب برتر ایستادگی و مقاومت جریان‌های آزادی بخش. این جریان منطقه‌ای خودش امروز دارید می‌بینید چقدر دست برتر هست برای مقابله. و هسته‌ای ما، اگر که شما همه اینا رو کنار هم بگذارید، یعنی ایمان، اراده، وحدت، رهبری، نیروهای مسلح، ژئوپلیتیک، منطقه‌ای، هسته‌ای، اینها ظرفیت‌های قدرتساز ما بودند، ظرفیت‌های قدرتساز ما هستند، به فضل الهی من بعد هم خواهند بود. این رو هم توضیح بدم. در سایه این نبرد رمضان که با اهدافی شیطانی بر ما تحمیل شد، باز فرصت‌های قدرتساز رو بهتر و بیشتر هم کسب کردیم و هم در آینده مبتنی بر این ظرفیت‌هایی که عرض کردم، یک بخشش رو در ذات انقلاب اسلامی بود، در آینده انشاءالله با بهره‌گیری از همین ظرفیت‌های قدرتساز ادامه مسیر خواهیم داد. شاید این سوال الان بلافاصله در ذهن شما باشه. خیلی خوب، این ظرفیت‌های قدرتسازی که ما داشتیم در مقابل دشمنان ما چه کردند؟ این رو هم توضیح بدم. از ابتدای پیروزی انقلاب دشمنان ملت ایران همیشه سعی کردند بر این ظرفیت‌های قدرتساز یا خدشه وارد کنن، یا آسیب وارد کنن، یا مانع بالفعل شدن این ظرفیت‌ها بشن. شما دیگه سابقه این موضوعات رو حتما توی این نشست‌ها، گفتگوها زیاد شنیدید.
من 14 سالم بوده انقلاب شده، سال 57 بوده و لحظه به لحظه اینها رو تجربه کردم و توالی این حوادث رو کاملا به خاطر دارم.
به هر حال این ظرفیت‌های بی‌نظیری بوده که تولید قدرت برای ما کرده، نه تنها در گذشته، در حال و به فضل الهی اینها ظرفیت‌های بی‌نظیر تولید قدرت ماست که حالا در ادامه بحث من به بخشش اشاره کنم.
خیلی متشکرم از جناب آقای دکتر عزیزی. آقای دکتر عزیزی شاخص‌ترین مؤلفه‌های قدرت رو نام بردند. چیزهای دیگری هست که می شود به این فهرست اضافه کرد، مثل قدرت انرژی و نظایر اینها. دوستان میخوان یه چیزی پخش کنن، میشه من حرفامو بزنم بعد پخش کنین یا؟ آره خب ببینید، نکته اولی که آقای دکتر عزیزی اشاره میکنن و بعد باقی مطالب اینها همه اون چیزهایی است که به عنوان شاخصهای قدرت ما شناخته شده و الان جهان بهش اقرار داره و به همین سبب میشه به امریکایی‌ها حق داد که با ما دشمنی کنن. من اتفاقا کاملا درک میکنم
امریکایی‌ها. علت نکته بسیار درستی بهش اشاره کردید. اتفاقا امروز وقتی اینها میشه ظرفیت‌های قدرت ساز ما، دنیا به ویژه آمریکایی‌ها که یه روزی خلاصه هر حال تعابیری رو علیه این ملت به کار می‌بردن، ما رو خلاصه یک کشور عقب مانده و توی بخشایی هم ژاندارم خلیج فارس و موضوعات این چنینی، امروز میگن این به درجه از عظمت و بزرگی رسیده که داره میشه نمونه، الگو و نماد سایر کشورهای اسلامی.
مشکل جدی‌تر هم میشه آقای دکتر، یعنی اینکه اینا اگر میگفتن که ایران قدرتمند بشود، ما یه ایران قدرتمند داریم، حالا یه جوری باش کنار میایم. نه، اینا میدونن که ما مناسبات جهانی رو داریم به هم میزنیم. یعنی امریکایی که مبتنی بر رفتارهای میلیتاریستی و نظامیگری سعی کرده سلطه خودش رو تحمیل بکنه و با محروم داشتن ملت‌ها غلبه پیدا بکنه، با یه قدرت نوپدیدی داره مواجه میشه که خلاف او اتکاء به نیروی نظامی ندارد، اگرچه ازش برخورداره، قدرت توسعه و تسری معنوی داره بر دلها حکومت میکنه و بعد هیچی هم از دیگران دریغ نداره، تسلیحات داره میده، قابلیت علمی داره میده، توان اقتصادی داره میده. یعنی تمام کشورهای محروم جهان رو داره به سمت برخورداری میبره. خب بالا ما داریم موازنات جهان رو به هم میزنیم.
جمهوری اسلامی را به واسطه همین مؤلفه هایی که عرض کردم
بر نمیتابن.
موازنه قدرت رو در جهان تغییر داده و مبتنی بر همین مؤلفه ها امروز داره این نظم جدیدی رو حاکم میکنه.
درسته.
و این نظم جدیدی که به واسطه همین مؤلفه ها امروز داره نه تنها در ایران، در منطقه، در بخش هایی از کشورهایی که دارن از ایران اسلامی و ایران عزیز الگو میگیرن، این هست که دشمنان ما رو عصبانی کرده.
کاملا درست میفرمایید. مزید بر این که آقای دکتر عزیزی او میگه که پایان تمدن تو نظریه های جدید تمدن پایان پذیر نیست، تمدن تبادل پیدا میکنه، ولی امپراتوری ها پایان پذیرن و امریکایی‌ها دارن پایان امپراتوری خودشون رو میبینن. هیچ وقت یادم نمیره که چیز حدود 20 سال پیش رهبر عظیم الشأن انقلاب اسلامی حضرت آیت الله العظما امام خامنه ای، رهبر شهید و فقید ما رحمت الله علیه، ایشون میفرمودند افول امریکا آغاز شده و بعد بعضی ها گستاخی میکردند و این عبارت رو به استهزا میگرفتن که آقا کدوم افول، امریکایی‌ها دارن به جهان حکومت میکنن، دلار داره تو همین کشور هر روز ارزشش میره بالا. و امروز امریکایی‌ها به خاطر ترس از پایان پذیریه که دارن این همه بالبال میزنن. و یادمه که زمانی که خدا رحمت کنه امام گفت امریکایی‌ها هیچ غلطی نمیتونن بکنن، خیلی ها گفتن این پیرمرد چی میگه؟ یعنی چی آقا امریکایی هیچ غلطی نمیتونن بکنن؟ ولی اون میدونست که داره چه احساس اعتماد به نفسی رو به ملتش منتقل میکنه که به توالی تا به امروز و همین امشب امتداد یافته. و حالا واقعیت این است که جهان میگه واقعا امریکایی‌ها در برابر ایرانی‌ها هیچ غلطی نمیتونن بکنن و اینها داره تعین پیدا میکنه. ما باید مبتنی بر این شاخصهای قدرت بازگو شده، ایمان، باور و اعتقاد توحیدی اسلامی، اراده ملت، وحدت به رغم تفاوت و حتی تخالف در آرا، ولایت و رهبری، تجربه جنگ 8 ساله، گفتمان رهبری امام خامنه‌ای در بازی ولایت ایشان، ظرفیت مردمی جمهوری اسلامی ایران که هم سرمایه فرهنگی و هم سرمایه اجتماعی است، نیروهای نظامی مسلح ما که بیش از اتکاء به تسلیحات و تجهیزات متکی به ایثار و شهادت هستند، موقعیت جغرافیایی خدادادی، توسعه معنوی یا تسری و صدور انقلاب و توان انرژی هسته‌ای و سایر شقوق انرژی همچنان برجا باشیم و بمانیم و در برابر جریان سلطه جهانی که قصدش معدوم داشتن ماست حیات خودمون رو در عین قدرت تضمین کنیم.
Shut up. Oh my God.
بله مشکل ما رو با آمریکا یه چیز حل میکنه. چی؟ با آمریکا باج بدیم. نه یک بار، با یک بار باجم قانع نیستن آمریکایی‌ها. امروز باج بدیم، فردا میان یه باج دیگه میخوان باج بدیم، پس فردا میان یه باج دیگه میخوان باج بدیم. امروز میگن هسته‌ای رو تعدیل کنید، اول میگن 20% رو تعدیل کنید، بعد میگن 5% رو تعدیل کنید، بعد میگن بساط هسته‌ای رو برچینید، بعد میگن قانون اساسی رو عوض کنید، بعد میگن شورای نگهبان رو بردارید. باج میگیرن آمریکایی‌ها. اگر بخواید مشکلتون با آمریکا حل بشه باید این کارو بکنید، مرتب باج بدید، پشت مرزهای خودتون رو محفوظ کنید، دستتون رو خالی کنید، صنایع دفاعیتون رو تعدیل کنید. آمریکا اینا رو میخواد. کدوم ایرانی با غیرتی حاضره که یه چنین باجی بده؟ من نمیگم جمهوری اسلامی، ممکنه یکی جمهوری اسلامی رو هم قبول نداشته باشه، اما ایرانی باشه، غیرت ایرانی داشته باشه، این باجه حاضر نیست بده. آمریکا به کمتر این قانع نیست. چرا نمیفهمن؟ مذاکره با آمریکا مشکلی رو حل نمیکنه. بله اگر حاضرید باج بدید، نه یک بار نه دو بار، پشت سر هم در همه مسائل اساسی از همه خطوط قرمزتون عبور کنید، بله اون وقت آمریکا با شما دیگه کاری نداره. مثل دوران پهلوی مردم انقلاب کردن برای این همه شهید دادن برای این همه شهید دادن برای این کشوری که اینجور داره پیشرفت میکنه، این جوانهایی که اینجور دارن تو همه میدان‌ها کار میکنن، باید اینجور باشون حرف زد، اینجور باشون گفت.
دروغگو.
این فرمایشات رهبر شهید ما به مثابه ذکر میمونه. گاهی به خودم میگم که تو باید اینو توی گوشیت نگه داری و حداقل روزی یک بار ببینی که متوجه باشی که کجای جغرافیا و کجای تاریخ ایستادی. آقای دکتر عزیزی، خب این جمهوری اسلامی است با این ظرفیت‌های قدرت و با این روش برهم زدن بازی جریان سلطه جهانی، ما بازی سلطه جهانی رو خراب کردیم، به هم ریختیم
از ابتدای پیروزی تا به امروز تمام این مقاطع تاریخ.
ولی به نظر میاد امریکایی‌ها احساس خطرشون نسبت به ما ضریب پیدا کرده. یعنی شیوه رفتار امریکایی‌ها اگرچه از آغاز تا کنون پیوسته دشمنی بوده، اما تکنیک‌های دشمنیشون دستخوش تغییراتی شده. راهبردهای کنونی امریکا در برابر ما چی میگه؟
ببینید جناب آقای خسروی، این رو من یادآور بشم بازم. خب وقتی که اون ظرفیت‌های قدرت‌سازی رو که من در بخش اول بهش اشاره کردم، این رو باید بپذیریم که از همون ابتدای پیروزی تا به امروز همیشه تلاش دشمن، گفتم خدشه و آسیب بر این ظرفیت‌های قدرت‌ساز ما بوده. یعنی اگر ما میگیم موضوع وحدت یک رکن قدرت‌سازه، همیشه دشمن تلاش کرده اینو تبدیل کنه به اختلاف و به عبارتی تفرقه‌ای که از دل اون برخی از خواسته‌های خودش رو به دست بیاره. یا موضوع اراده ملت وقتی که موضوع مهم میشه میخواد تلاش بکنه با جنگ شناختی روی این اراده تأثیر بذاره. هر کدوم از اون مؤلفه‌های قدرت رو وقتی میریم سراغش میبینیم در یک مقطعی مورد هدف دشمن قرار گرفته. اما
should we continue or should we just stop there? Do you think he's going to say something?
They're just repeating themselves for now.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay, guys. Thank you so much for your patience. So for those who are new to the channel, it's difficult for me to pause and translate live because it's live TV. So Usually when we're spying on Durka News Network, I do it like, right before Armin comes back. So we record a little bit of Durka News Network because I'm like the Durka hunter and Armin is the Durka whisperer. So so what we do is we record some Durka News Network, and then Armin comes back and then he translates. So that's what we're going to do. So thank you all for your patience. For those of you who are new, that's basically what was happening. Is I was just, I had to record it so that Armin can now go back and pull it up from the beginning. And Armin GPT is now going to translate the Durka the Durka News Network.
Okay. Let's see what we have here.
Oh my gosh, Armin! Fix my screen so that Armin can translate when he gets back. What did I just walk into?
I don't know. What did you walk into? Looks like a missile.
I had to go back a little bit.
Guys, there is no more Tel Aviv. The Islamic Republic has destroyed Tel Aviv completely. Look at this. ویرانه‌های Tel Aviv پس از حملات موشکی ایران. So guys, the most minor of destructions within Tel Aviv would get always full attention on. They put that on the Islamic Republic State TV, and they try to pretend that they have wiped out Israel, and Israel is like Tel Aviv is like Gaza right now. That's what they're trying to do all the time. Look at, oh my God, Tel Aviv is destroyed. Oh, look at our power. We destroyed Tel Aviv. There's no more Tel Aviv. I mean, I don't even see destruction here. What's happening? Look, so the text here says ویرانه‌های Tel Aviv پس از حملات موشکی ایران. So these are the destructions, the destruction in Tel Aviv after the missile attacks by Iran. Oh no! Wow! Oh no, a car! Wait, guys, every time they try to show that, we have to have this in the corner to compare, okay? Boom. Here's my response. Okay? Here's my response. And you did not kill a single military commander of Israelis. Not a single one. Look at this. Supreme leader, dead. Half of IRGC, dead. Your main commanders, dead. Larijani, dead. Khamenei, dead. All the heads of your intelligence operation, dead. Dead, so many dead. So here, look at this. Look at your IRGC, okay? And then you were like, oh my God, but there's a car on fire in Tel Aviv. There's a car on fire. Not a single military commander or officer from Israel has been killed. Not a single one.
Look at this. Look at this.
Look at this. What? Car is on fire. Wow.
No,
guys,
Armin. I was trying to get the beginning because basically the video starts with like Allahu Akbar and then the missile flies off. Like it's wild.
Right. But Goldie, look at this image. I don't think Israel will ever be able to recover from this. Look at that. That's a car. Guys, that's a car. Cars are expensive. I think this is the end of Israel. Look at that.
Look at this.
Ya Fatima al-Zahra. Fatima is the daughter of Muhammad.
Look at my face.
So Ya Fatima.
When I hear that, Ya Fatima is Allah, I'm just like, oh. I'm like,
oh my God.
Like, that's Armin. This is what we walked into today as soon as I tuned into Durka News Network.
Oh my God.
Literally started off with again Allahu Akbar and like a missile.
Allah, Ya Fatima al-Zahra. And Goldie, Fatima al-Zahra is higher priority than Allah. You see? They go with Fatima al-Zahra first, Allah second. Look at that. I go this direction. Goldie, look at this. Look at this, guys. Everything is pixelated except the missile. You see? It's foggy everywhere because they don't want this to be geolocated. See, that's why they pixelated everything, right? And go. Ah! Godi is more offended by the Fatima al-Zahra than the missile.
I'm just repulsed by the Allahu Akbar Durka jihad. I'm like, what is this?
Guys, notice. See, if you're Sunni, you would be like, what the hell's wrong with you guys? Like, just do the Allahu Akbar. What's the Fatima al-Zahra stuff at the beginning, right? So Fatima is one of the 5 holy people within Shia Islam, one of the 5, and they're calling upon her name before they call upon Allah. So Allahu Akbar is like a second thought. It's like, okay, I guess Allahu Akbar as well, but Fatima al-Zahra first. Oh no, guys, there's some smoke in Tel Aviv. No. Oh no, there's another car on fire. Oh no. Oh no. I'm sure it's more devastating than this. I'm sure that's gonna be worse than killing a supreme leader. Car on fire. So guys, no, Israel is over. Oh no, fire somewhere in Tel Aviv. Wow. Okay, no, look at that. Wait, this missile. Okay, look at this, guys. Look at this giant missile. You know what it does in Tel Aviv? This. Okay. Right. Oh no, big missile coming for Israel. Look at the level of destruction that this is gonna cause. Okay, like not even the entire building. You're like, what is this? Okay, wow, so much destruction, guys. There's like part of like there's, I would say 5% of this building is damaged. Not an entire building, but I mean, A for effort, I guess. Wow, this missile caused so much destruction. Part of the building was destroyed. Another car. Oh no, cars! More cars destroyed. Wait, is this the same? Are they using? That was already, you already used this footage. Why are you repeating?
No.
Okay.
This was because I went back to go to the beginning of the missile.
Okay.
Footage. That's what it was.
Okay. I was like, are they running out of footage? More cars. Cars. Some fire over there. So not a single. You didn't show us a single completely destroyed building. This is like this. The missile looks very like it's supposed to do a lot more destruction than this. So
But
all this missile could do is cause some fire in a parking lot.
But the music is very dramatic. The music is very dramatic. It's the music.
Right. Yeah. Look at this. Like a bunch of, hooligan teenagers could do this. That giant missile. Fire in the parking lot. Fire in the parking lot. Oh no. Israelis, there's a fire somewhere in the Tel Aviv in a parking lot somewhere. Oh no. How devastating. I mean, the missile has more fire with it than the fire that it caused. If this is responsible for that, look, there's more fire here than the fire that you just showed us. Okay. What is this? Oh, so this is انهدام نفتکش آمریکایی محدود شمال خلیج فارس. So this is I think oil tanker, American oil tanker on fire.
Yes, they're claiming that. No, they're claiming that.
Naftkesh.
Naftkesh chia.
Yeah, it's an oil tanker, but where's like that? When did that happen?
So guys, in this video, the Islamic regime broadcast on Islamic regime state TV that this is footage of an American oil tanker that's on fire. So they're claiming that the Islamic regime boomed an American oil tanker and set it on fire. This was broadcast live on Islamic Regime State TV. Yeah.
And you know, a U.S. oil tanker in the north of Persian Gulf. I'm sure I would have seen this on the news if this happened. No.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure like this we would have seen this on news if if this had happened.
This is how they lie. They lied. They're literally claiming that an American oil tanker in the north of the Persian Gulf is on fire. And that's why my expression there, I'm just like, I'm staring at this. I'm like, wait, is this real? Yeah. This is real. This is actual like Islamic regime Durka news. So yeah.
What is this? This never happened. Guys, if I think if this had happened, this would be all over the news all the time. Yeah, go back to your cars. These are more believable. So saying Viranhaya Tel Aviv. Yeah, okay, so more destruction in Tel Aviv. Okay, لحظه هدف قرار دادن مواضع آمریکایی در امارات. So this is the moment of targeting American assets in the UAE. Oh no. So guys, you know what's happening? They can't hit the Americans. So they hit the UAE. And they're like, these were American targets in the UAE. So, by the way, they just throw their missiles or drones in whatever could hit in anywhere in the UAE. And no matter where it lands, they're like, that was an American thing in the UAE. So if a drone kills a cat in the UAE, in Dubai, these people are like, it was an American cat. It's an American cat. It was an American family. It was their pet. It was the pet of an American family living in the UAE. Because they're like, we're not attacking the UAE, we're attacking American assets in the UAE. As if like their missiles and drones is that precise to go find the Americans.
Armin, just a quick response to some of the comments. So someone is saying fake news. Yes, absolutely. This is 100% fake news, guys. So for people who are new to the channel, this is 100% fake news. We're exposing the Durka News Network. So we're exposing the lies of the Islamic regime. Leor says, I hope Iranians don't believe this is true. Iranians 100% know this is not true. Iranians know that Islamic Regime State TV is fake. Guys, no one watches Islamic Regime State TV.
Not even pro-regime people believe this state TV. The guys in Iran, it's not just the anti-regime people who don't believe the state TV. Not even pro-regime people believe the state TV. That's how bad the state TV is.
Guys, the only reason that we watch Durka News Network on Iran Revolution Live is to give you guys input and insight into what the Islamic regime is saying and to expose their lies. Because Armin and I, no one, we do not watch it. It's not like I don't finish the live stream and go, I wonder what's happening on Durka News Network. There's no way in hell that I would watch this, right? So we just do it on the live stream so that you guys can have some insight into the utter garbage and nonsense that the Islamic regime is saying.
Right. Wait, I was about to see something big. Oh yeah, UAE, something exploded. Oh no! What? No! Oh my God! Guys, inside Israel, in this park, what is this? The pavement, the roadside. Who's going to rebuild that? Say it ain't so. There's destruction in the side of this park, in an empty night with no people. Who's going to replace that? Who's going to fix that? This is going to come out of your tax. This, Israelis, do you have the budget to repair that? Look at that. Look at this. Oh, no. The side of your park had some destruction somewhere in Tel Aviv.
It's so sad.
Israelis in the chat, are you okay?
It's so sad.
Are you guys going to be able to fix that? Do you have enough budget? to fix the pavement over there? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't know this is happening to your parks late at night when nobody's there. The bench, there's destruction to the bench as well. Oh no, there's a bench. Okay, even if you wanted to fix the, the floor, the ground, I don't know if the bench, that is too much. You will never financially recover from this, guys. Israel will never recover from this. Oh, this is Tel Aviv. Oh, this big fire now. Fire. So impressive. How many did you manage to kill in Israel again? Compare that to what the Israelis and the Americans. Guys, remember, that was the most impressive videos that they could show you regarding what they have done. Meanwhile, the Islamic Republic, air defense, gone. A huge portion of their missile launchers and missiles, gone. Air Force, gone. Navy, gone. Supreme Leader, gone. Heads of IRGC, gone. IRGC bases, gone. Basiji bases, gone.
Khamenei.
Yep, Supreme Leader, gone. And this is, compared to that, this is what they have to show. Some fires in Tel Aviv, a park being somewhat destructed, there's some cars on fire. Impressive. You took our Supreme Leader. We burned some of your cars.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. به نام خداوند بخشنده مهربان. یک روز دیگر از روزهای پیروزی مردم شریف ایران.
So he's saying in the name of Allah, the merciful, and then he says this is another day of the victory of the who?
یک روز دیگر از روزهای پیروزی
Another victorious day
مردم شریف ایران در
of the honorable people of Iran
جنگ تحمیلی رو
in the forced war
به پایان بردیم.
So we finished another victorious day. I mean, what victorious day? You're not doing anything. There's a ceasefire.
روز یکشنبه 6 اردیبهشت خاتمه پیدا می‌کند و دوشنبه 7مین روز اردیبهشت و 58مین روز جنگ
Oh my God. These people are so boring. He's giving you not just the date that we are in, he's also telling you what date we have passed. Right? So imagine if I say, guys, today is the 25th of April. We finished the 24th of April. Well, thank you. I didn't know 25 comes after 24. Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
بهشت و 58مین روز جنگ
And it's the 58th day of the war.
تحمیلی پیش روی ماست. این در حالی است که مجموعه رخدادهای داخلی کشور، مجموعه رخدادهای
Oh, there goes the live feed. Of course, we were like, where's the live feed? Where's the live feed of the people, of the pro-regime people gathering in the streets? Then all the live feed is there. Which city is that? That's Tajrish Square in Tehran.
داخلی کشور، مجموعه رخدادهای منطقه، مجموعه رخدادهای جهانی همه دلالت.
He's saying that all the things that are happening internally within the people and in the region and in the world
بر توفیق مردم مقتدر
is showing the success of the people, of the strong people
ایران اسلامی برای رویارویی
of an Islamic Iran. It shows the success of the people of an Islamic Iran
با دو قدرت
in confronting two powers, meaning United States and Israel.
سنگدل و
Oh, two powers with hearts made out of stone. Two heartless powers like United States and Israel.
تفاک جهانی امپریالیسم امریکایی و صهیونیسم اسرائیلی دارند.
The imperialist Americans and the Zionist Israelis.
البته
You know, at least when it comes to Israeli,
When I hear him say like imperialist America and like the Zionist Israelis, I'm like, what?
جهانی امپریالیسم امریکایی و صهیونیسم اسرائیلی دارد. البته این اقتدار مرهون التفات حضرت حق.
I'm just like, whoa. Because the only imperialists are the Islamic regime is the imperialist colonizer in the Middle East. They're the ones that colonized Iran, and they're the ones that are colonizing Lebanon and Iraq and Yemen and like, you know, all those other countries, right? So they're the imperialists, right? They're the colonizers. So just the gaslighting is insane.
Yes. Yeah, and it's interesting because when they say Zionist Israelis, they're treating Zionism as if it's something negative, but when it comes to the Americans, they're using imperialist Americans, which is interesting because America is actually the most anti-imperialist force ever existed from the beginning of its history all the way today.
عنایت معصومین صلوات الله علیهم اجمعین.
What?
حضرت حق عنایت معصومین صلوات الله علیهم اجمعین و دلالت و رهبری دو خامنه‌ای پرآواز.
So he's saying this is all happening because of the leadership of not just one but two Khameneis. We have two Khameneis, and then he's using these Arabic religious ways to bless them. Salawat, like he's doing salawat on Khameneis now, like as if they're a prophet or something. So guys, the live feed at the bottom left, it keeps changing from one place to another. Basically showing that the people, pro-regime people, are still in the streets every night. So first, our first supreme leader, he's just saying Ali Khamenei, but he's just fluffing it up with so many honorary nonsense. I don't even know how all Ayatollah Uzma, blah, 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 blah. He's basically trying to respect him so much that he basically starts with a whole bunch of religious Islamic Arabic titles, and then he's mentioned his name, and then he follows up with a whole bunch of other ways to honor him after. So he can't just say his name. And then after him, after Ali, after our martyred supreme leader Ali Khamenei, after that, our dear supreme leader Hazrat Ayatollah Sayyid Mojtaba. I don't know what Goldie is shocked by. Goldie seems very shocked. I don't know why. So he's saying that he's saying that he's basically saying the leadership of Mojtaba is making us, successful in all of this. I think Goldie is shocked by how many honorary titles these people use on Mojtaba and Ali. So he's saying it's basically he spent half an hour just saying this. It was the leadership of these two guys that made us be this successful. That's it. He could have said it in 5 seconds, but no. He had to just drag it on and just make it very go on.
I'll tell you why I'm shocked here, because right before this, when you were at the discussion group, I was playing Murad Vaisi, and basically Murad Vaisi was explaining how Murad Vaisi was doing a deep dive into we call it Game of Durka, like Game of Thrones. So yes. We call it Game of Durka, and he was talking about the different factions, and he was basically saying that the reason Pezeshkian is calling out Vahidi and Zolqad is most likely because Mojtaba is either dead or in a coma or incapacitated, so he has no power or control over everything. So the reason I'm shocked is because Murad Vaisi was also saying, however, what the Islamic regime has been doing is they're basically saying on social media, they're saying on Islamic regime state TV that everyone is united. Mojtaba is very strong. Mojtaba is very powerful. because they're trying to contradict what President Trump is saying. But Morad Vaisi said, however, President Trump is 100% correct in his analysis about the infighting. And Morad Vaisi was saying, and ultimately, given the fact that Pezeshkian is attacking Vahidi and Zolgad, to Morad Vaisi, this shows that Mojtaba is either dead or incapacitated. Because if Mojtaba was alive, and if Mojtaba was in control, he would never allow Pezeshkian to attack the others, and he wouldn't allow the others to attack them, right? So that's why I'm shocked here, because right before this, I was actually explaining Morad Vaisi's analysis there, and how Morad Vaisi was explaining that President Trump is correct. So I'm just in shock because I'm like, oh, look, they're doing it again.
Oh, I thought Morad Vaisi was saying that Pezeshkian is not, because this is what Pezeshkian said. Pezeshkian said that some people think that they're all knowers, that they know everything and they're always right, and they shouldn't. I thought Morad Vaisi, maybe I misinterpreted him, because I thought Morad Vaisi is saying that he's not talking about Mojtaba, because he would never dare talk about Mojtaba that way. So he must be meaning, that means that he's talking about Vahidi.
Yeah,
that's how I interpret it.
That's exactly. Well, no, that's what I mean. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, and Morad Vaisi is saying the fact that Pezeshkian is attacking Vahidi and Zolgad, by saying that, his conclusion is like, this is indicative of the fact that Mojtaba is probably dead or unconscious, because if Mojtaba was alive and in control, he would not allow Pezeshkian to speak that way about Vahidi or Zolgad, because this is showing the internal infighting, and if Mojtaba was alive, he would put a stop to that.
Okay.
That's what Morad Vaisi was saying. So Pezeshkian was attacking Vahidi and Zolgad.
Yeah. It's interesting because his father, Ali Khamenei, always likes to put these people against each other, and then because to blame to push the reformers under the bus as the scapegoat whenever anything bad happened. So if Mojtaba is alive, or wakes up from his beauty sleep, we'll see if he's going to use the same strategy. By the way, Goldie, should I show them the picture I sent you of Mojtaba after his surgery? Should I show people that? Yeah, hold on. I have that. Let me download that. So guys, Mojtaba did some plastic surgery, and here's how he looks like right now. Let us know if this is... Oh, here. This is Mojtaba after face surgery. Not surprised?
Look.
I think he looks... Yeah, Mojtaba Khamenei after plastic surgery, after everything happened to his face.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Yeah. Don't judge, Goldie. Don't judge. Okay, it's what he's comfortable with. Yeah.
Wait, let me just share with you what Morad Vaisi said, because maybe I was misunderstanding, but I was pretty sure. Let me just, it's only a few minutes because we ended here, but I'd love your thoughts, because guys, so I've already gone over this, I've already translated it, so I just want to make sure that my conclusion was accurate, because my understanding is Morad Vaisi is saying that everything that's going on is indicative of the fact that Mojtaba is probably dead or incapacitated or something. So just like listen to this.
کاهش تولید فولاد و پتروشیمی و احتمال قطع صادرات نفت، جمهوری اسلامی داره غیر قابل اداره میشه برای دولت. اونم با این هدف میخواد توافق بشه. حسن روحانی هم که دیدگاهش این بوده که ما باید با آمریکا توافق کنیم. درسته که با قالیباف رقیبه، ولی نظرش بر توافق. این حرف پزشکیان خطاب به اینا نیست. موقعی که میگه هیچ کس در کشور نباید خود را عقل کل بداند. الان که نمیاد علی قالیباف که طرفدار توافق صحبت کنه. علی عراقچی صحبت کنه. پس این حرف علی کیه؟ علی احمد وحیدیه، فرمانده کل سپاه و ذوالقدر دبیر شورای عالی امنیت ملی. این حرفی که پزشکیان میزنه خیلی مهمه. از نظر ردیابی اینه که معادلات قدرت چجوریه. وقتی که پزشکیان داره از احمد وحیدی و ذوالقرد ناله میکنه، یعنی در رأس نظام اختلاف وجود داره، همونی که ترامپ میگه. و نمایش وحدتی که میدادن در 2 روز اخیر معلوم شد نادرست بوده. اگر وحدت داشتن، قالیباف این حرفو نمیزد که هیچ کس در کشور نباید خود را عقل کل بداند، هیچ کس نباید تمامیت خواهی کند. کی تمامیت خواهی میکنه؟ معلومه هم اختلاف هست، همینی که خطاب وحیدی و ذوالقرد داره این حرفو میزنه. خطاب به مجتبی نمیتونه حرفو بزنه. یه نتیجه دیگه از این حرف پزشکیان، معلومه مجتبی الان کاری نیست. اگر مجتبی کاری بود، پزشکیان جرئت نمی‌کرد این حرفو بزنه و اصلا لازم هم نبود بزنه.
کاری
مجتبی
نیست.
میومد تعیین تکلیف میکرد. وقتی پزشکیان داره شکوه و گلایه اینجوری میکنه که در کشور بعضیا خودشون رو عقل کل میدونن، بعضیا تمامیت خواهی میکنن، منظورش مجتبی نیست. و این نشون میده که مجتبی الان کاری نیست که پزشکیان اینجوری داره گلایه میکنه. اگه مجتبی کاری بود، پزشکیان میرفت پیشش میگه آقا تصمیم بگیر. حرف ترامپ که میگه در جمهوری اسلامی رهبری وجود نداره، کسی رهبری نمیکنه، مشکل تصمیم گیری وجود داره، موقع میذاریمش کنار این حرف پزشکیان، نشون میده مجتبی الان در تصمیم گیری ها نیست و نشون میده بین قالیباف و وحیدی اختلافه و نشون میده پزشکیان داره علی وحیدی حرف میزنه. و چون در تهران این اختلاف نظر شدید رو با هم دارن، باعث شدن پیشنهادی که عراقچی برده پیشنهادی نیست که آمریکایی‌ها بخوان.
Okay, so
just a slight adjustment, which is so you're right that he's saying that President Trump is correct based on what's happening, and the thing that President Trump is correct about is the division within the Islamic Republic, and also that Mojtaba Khamenei does not have any significant role. So that's that part. He didn't suggest that this shows that Mojtaba is dead or in a coma.
He said it earlier. He said it earlier.
Okay.
Like it was earlier on, but what I was getting at is like the analysis here is that like he's basically saying the fact that Pezeshkian is calling out Vahidi and Zolgad shows that basically proves President Trump's point about the internal divisions.
About the internal division, and that Mojtaba is the Karenis.
Exactly, which is why I'm shocked here, because here this guy is basically saying that Mojtaba is making all the decisions and Mojtaba is strong and we all follow Mojtaba, right? So that's where the shocked face comes from here, because I'm like, I was like, we literally just explained this to our viewers, and now it's full on lying mode again.
Yeah. I mean, of course, right? These people.
They lie.
When, as you mentioned to us many times, Goldie, if their lips are moving, they're lying, right?
Can we see Khamenei's lips, Mujtaba's lips again? If those lips are moving, they're lying.
Okay, if this yeah, okay.
It's so gross. Yeah, if those lips are moving, they're lying.
Well, you don't like that? You know, no, it's not good.
How nasty.
Okay. Oh my God.
از سفر آقای دکتر عباس عراقچی به اسلام آباد، مسقط و مسکو.
Okay, so Arakchi apparently went to Islamabad, Muscat, which is the Oman's capital, and Moscow. So apparently, so the slides I had was correct. I was like, now I understand. So apparently, he didn't just only went to Pakistan; he also went to Oman. So that makes more sense now, because the slides earlier I showed, I was like, why are they talking about
Russia?
Oman? And Russia, yeah.
زنی‌های بسیاری صورت گرفت که این سفر با چه هدفی صورت میگیره.
So he's saying there was a lot of thoughts, there were a lot of discussion guessing regarding why did Arakchi went on this trip, like what was the purpose of this trip,
و چه پیامدها یا ثمراتی میتونه در پی داشته
باشه, and what would be the consequences of Arakchi going to these countries.
خواهش کردیم از جناب
So we asked an expert to come and explain this to us.
آقای دکتر ابراهیم عزیزی
Mr. Dr. Ibrahim Azizi.
رئیس محترم کمیسیون امنیت
دکترای گوز داره این آقا.
ملی و سیاست خارجی مجلس شورای اسلامی تا در خدمت
Oh wait, I was right.
ملی و سیاست رئیس محترم کمیسیون امنیت ملی و سیاست خارجی مجلس شورای اسلامی تا در خدمت ایشان باشیم. آقای دکتر عزیزی سلام عرض می‌کنم، وقت شما بخیر. بسیار متشکرم که
So he's the head of the commission of the security commission of the parliament, I think. Yeah.
Armin, so he's also we haven't heard about him too much in like the mainstream media yet, but according to Murad Vaisi, this guy is also one of the people who's vying for power behind the scenes. So he kind of has his own faction. Yeah, that's what Murad Vaisi said, but he's not as, I guess, powerful as Ghalibaf versus Vahidi right now, because right now everyone's kind of focusing on Ghalibaf versus Vahidi, but he's one of the other factions that are also vying for power.
Oh, interesting. So his TV presence is to just increase his profile. That's what he's saying. Yeah.
مردم در شبکه
Because that's what Larijani's tactic was. Every time Larijani wanted more power, he would have more TV presence. He would come speak more on TV. So maybe that's what he's doing.
کیسه حاضر شدید.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. بنده هم عرض سلام و ادب و احترام دارم خدمت همه مردم خوب.
So guys, this is interesting. Whenever we see hear Islamic stuff, Goldie goes look and I go.
عزیزم در سراسر ایران اسلامی.
What? I hate it when they say Iran Islami.
I know. It's like kuft.
They keep saying Islamic Iran. Shut up.
رحیم. بنده هم عرض سلام و ادب و احترام دارم خدمت همه مردم خوب.
So he's just basically saying a very very long hello.
عزیزم در سراسر ایران اسلامی.
Get to the point. Yeah, he's saying hi to the Iranian people in the Islamic Iran.
و سپاسگزار همه تلاش‌های خالصانه همه جانبرکفان نیروهای
He's thanking the armed forces for sacrificing their lives. He was
مسلح آحاد مردم و این حماسه سازی که در طول
and also the people who are coming into the streets every night.
مدت از ابتدای جنگ رمضان تا کنون داشتن و از صدا و سیما جناب عالی همکار.
Also thanking the state TV.
که در این چند شب دیدم برنامه‌های خوبی رو تدارک دیدید.
I saw that you guys had some really good programs.
امیدوارم ان شاء الله امشب در محضر شما این گفتگو برای مردم خوب و عزیز.
I hope whatever I'm about to say is going to be useful to people. Get on with it already.
در سراسر ایران اسلامی و بینندگان
Oh my God, these are still the greetings. He's still in the greeting period.
کیسه مفید و سودمند باشه.
Half an hour later.
پاسخگوی مطالبی که فکر می‌کنید مردم
And I hope I will get to be able to respond to the things that you want me to respond to. Oh my God.
He won't shut up and just get on with his point.
Yeah. Imagine Goldie, if we started the show and for half an hour say Goldie say and you're amazing host. Arvin Navabi, thank you, Goldie. I want to say hi to our brave, beautiful audience. I'm here. I'm honored to be here at this date of this time in this beautiful day. Where I don't know, I hope that we could give hope to the Iranian people. I hope the people in the live chat are satisfied with the things that I say. I hope, Goldie, that I get to answer your questions that you might have in a satisfactory way. And I hope, Goldie, that you bless us again once more with your amazing wisdom and knowledge and the hope that you give us. And I'm here at your service whenever you need me. Oh my God, just shut up.
You know what? We should open up Iran Revolution Live that way tomorrow. And then, I can start off with being hello, everyone. Today is day 120 of Iran Revolution Live. God willing, yesterday was day 119 of Iran Revolution Live. And, thanks be to, praise be to Allah. we successfully completed day 119 of Iran Revolution Live, which is why today we are beginning, God willing, day 120 of Iran. You know, just go on and on. Oh my
And
God.
yeah, and if God allows us, and if we're still alive, tomorrow we will have 120, hopefully, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Oh my God.
Zahra willing, or whatever they say. Fatima something.
Guys, this is what we had to go through. Like, guys, in every seminar, every meeting, and every show in Iran, like, we had to go through this before we could start anything. And if you don't, and if the beginning is not long enough, you're considered to be impolite. This is why when I had my Persian, like when I was going on my Persian show on my channel, people were not used to me just starting. People were like, "Who's this person? He just started." Like, don't you want to say hi to the audience? And like, hi, let's get started.
خیلی سپاسگزارم. من ابتدا عرض میکنم به موازات گفتگوی ما در پنجره قاب شبکه 3 تصویر مردم در میادین مختلف تهران.
He's saying while we were talking, in the frame that people could see us, you could also see a frame of the people protesting in different squares in different cities. We know. Why does that need explanation? We already we can see it. We can see it.
ایران پخش میشه که
Okay, guys, let me copy him. Guys, as you're watching Goldie and I, you could see over there, there's a live chat at the bottom right corner. That is the live chat so that you could see what people are saying as Goldie and I are speaking. Okay, so that's what that is. Okay, right.
یکی از ظرفیت‌های آشکار اجتماعی فراهم آمده بعد از ماجرای آغاز جنگ تحمیلی سوم هست و البته
This is one of our greatest capacities after the beginning of the third forced war.
مرهون خون پاک رهبر شهید ماست.
Oh my God.
البته مرهون خون پاک رهبر شهید ماست.
Also talking about the pure blood of our supreme leader. Boo. All right, let's continue.
Oh my God, that scared me.
Okay.
Oh, that was scarier than a Rickroll.
تردیدها و تشکیک‌های جنگ شناختی و روایتی با اهدای خون پاک رهبر شهید ما پایان یافت و ما در
Wait, so he's saying that our supreme leader by gifting his pure blood to us,
تشکیک‌های جنگ شناختی و روایتی با اهدای خون پاک رهبر شهید ما پایان یافت و ما در یک تنزیه و در یک سلامت اجتماعی و خاطر غریبی قرار گرفتیم که این سر.
So he's saying like we're emotionally very so basically the supreme leader gifting his blood to us gave us this gift to be able to do all the things that we're doing right now, and we are in a very good psychological situation, like place right now.
پایان یافت و ما در یک تنزیه و در یک سلامت اجتماعی.
And we have from a societal perspective, we're very healthy right now because of that blood.
و خاطر غریبی قرار گرفتیم که این سرمایه اجتماعی رو رقم زده.
So this is like a very big social capital that was basically so Khamenei basically went okay, so and he died, and because he died, his blood came out, and his blood apparently somehow made the society healthy and gave them social capital. I don't know how that works, but apparently like Khamenei was like this was part of the plan. He went like, and then he bled and the blood came out and the blood was pure and the society got healthier because of it. This is like we infidels do not understand how any of this works. Okay, this is like Islamic. You have to be, this is like Islam will open your eyes to this retarded shit in a way that us infidel non-believers could not understand.
این بخشی از عنصر قدرت ماست. آقای
So this is only part of our element of power.
دکتر عزیزی، ما به چه اعتباری جلوی امریکایی هایی که یه دنیا جلوشون کرنش میکنن و اسرائیلی هایی که اینقدر صفاکن که در برابر خونریزی هاشون همه
Look at it. Look at Goldie. Oh, look at Goldie. Oh. Oh, no. You know, when they start attacking Israel and United States in an aggressive way, Goldie is like, oh my God.
It's just, Armin, they say the stupidest shit. And I'm just like, what? Like, I'm sitting there. I'm like, how can they sit there and say this with a straight face? Like, how insane do you have to be? Like the Durka level is off the charts here.
You know, Goldie, it's good that you get shocked up about this, because sometimes we need a reminder, because I grew up in this nonsense. So I'm like, but this shouldn't be normal. Like, this insanity should not be normal. You know, your reaction is the proper reaction, you know? So I'm glad that you are, you know, one of us is not desensitized to all of this shit. Okay.
صفاکن که در برابر خونریزی هاشون یا جلوشون کاری.
So he's saying, is with what power and credibility do we have, like, that we manage to stand in front of this evil?
جلوی امریکایی هایی که یه دنیا جلوشون.
We managed to stand in front of, to confront this Americans who an entire world is basically bending the knee to them, except us. So America came and bullied the whole world, and the whole world was like, oh, they were like bending the knee, like, yes, master. But there was only one government that stood up. I'm like, we will resist. And that was them, apparently. That's what he said.
کرنش میکنن و اسرائیلیایی که اینقدر صفاکن که در برابر خونریزی هاشون همه بیتاب میشن.
And also the Israelis, who are so vile, so evil, that because of the blood that they spill, the whole world is at shock. So Israel is so evil that it shocks the whole world with their bloodshed. But we come and we confront them.
همه بیتاب میشن، سرکشی میکنیم.
And everybody basically loses their minds. To America, they bend the knee. To Israel, everybody is chaotic and doesn't know how to respond. But we are the ones who come and basically, basically the Islamic Republic is the hero that the world needs, okay? Because the whole world is being taken over by American imperialism and Israeli Zionism. But there's one country that is shining a light in this darkness. There's one government, there's one regime, it's just them, right? That is coming and saving not just Iran, apparently, but the whole world. The whole world is going under this darkness of American imperialism and Jewish Zionism. And it's them that is going to save Iran and everywhere else, with the light of Allah.
و دستمونم بالا میگیریم، گاهی هم هزینه میپردازیم.
Like we raise our fist, and sometimes we pay a price for it, we have heavy price for it.
خم به ابرو نمیاریم.
But we do not خم به ابرو. Like we keep resisting, we remain defiant.
جوری که هم خود امریکایی ها متحیر میمونن.
In a way, so we resist in a way that even the Americans are shocked.
هم مردم جهان.
And also even the people of the world, like everybody's looking at, like, look at these people, look at how they fight, look at how they resist.
کار به جایی میرسه که ابتدا ترامپ شروع میکنه از ما، بعد گفتن که اینا شکست.
So we get to a situation that Trump first starts by saying bad things about us.
خوردن نیرو هوایشون رفت، دریایشون
And he comes and says like, oh, their air force is gone, their navy is gone.
رفت، چنین شد چنان شد. بعد بالاخره اقرار میکنه که ما در برابر یک کشور قدرتمندیم.
But then he comes out and says like, we are fighting a strong country. Like President Trump admits that. Actually, he got it the other way around. President Trump first comes out, says that you are a strong country or whatever, and then he kicks your butt. Okay, he on purpose is saying it the other way around. Okay, because President Trump wants to, like, the way President Trump, he doesn't want to make the job look too easy. If President Trump comes and says these people are nothing, then it's not impressive what the American army is doing. So President Trump comes and is like, oh yeah, these guys are strong, and then he hits you in the head, and we're like, look what I did to them, right? So look what our military can do. So he's basically correct about the things that President Trump has said, but he's putting it in the wrong order.
و بعد با استیصال میگه اینا چرا تسلیم نمیشن؟
And then he, in a very disappointed way, President Trump comes and says like, why are they not capitulating? Why are they not capitulating? Well, because you're retarded. It's because you're retarded. Like, so that's it is surprising that you don't capitulate, but the reason is, well, actually, it's more because you don't care about the people. That's the reason.
و به این نقطه میرسه و جهان شروع میکنه به تکریم و تحسین مردم.
I say, and the whole world comes and congratulates us and praises us regarding how greatly we're resisted.
ما چی داریم؟
What do we have? What do we have that makes us this strong in order for us to be able to resist these great powers?
بسیار سوال بجا و فکر میکنم
like, this was a very good question.
متناسب با این ایام و
and it's a good question regarding because of the days that we're in.
ممنونم که از این
And thank you for asking. Oh my God. Imagine, guys, if Goldie asked me like, Armin, what do you think happened to Mojtaba? Is he alive? And then I tell Goldie, thank you for asking me this very good question. The question that you ask is very relevant to what's happening right now. Like, no crap. Like, yeah, that's why I'm asking it. Like, of course, we're talking about things that are happening now.
بنده معتقد هستم که ایران اسلامی از ابتدای پیروزی انقلاب تا به امروز مؤلفه ها و مبانی قدرت سازی رو در ذات خودش
Oh my God. Guys, this is the kind of crap that I had to listen to in my childhood. This is bringing back so many memories.
به امروز مؤلفه ها و مبانی قدرت سازی رو در
So he's saying that he thinks that the Islamic Republic from its very beginning, it had these things within it inherently that just generated power. Okay, the Islamic Republic built a foundation that had power generating capability from within it inherently. Okay,
ذات خودش.
And you know what he's gonna say? It's going to be because of Islam, huh? This guy is going to say it's gonna because of we have Islam. That's why we're strong, right? This is what he's gonna say.
پرورش داده.
Look at gold.
رشد داده.
Like rush. So he's basically saying they grew this. So it's kind of like he's saying like we planted seeds of power from the beginning and they grew.
و به منصه ظهور رسونده.
And now why is he talking like that? And when I say ظهور, so he's saying and now it's emerging. So all of those power generating foundations that the Islamic regime had from the beginning, now it's reaching to the stage of emergence.
رشد داده.
رشد. Why does he does his R's like that? رشد. Does that make it sound more powerful? رشد داده
ذات خودش پرورش داده رشد داده
رشد داده instead of saying رشد داده it says رشد داده
و به منصه ظهور رسانده و با این مبانی قدرت ساز خودش در طول این سالها تونسته از همه این گردنه ها و فراز و نشیب هایی که
So with this power generating capabilities all of these years, it has managed to survive all of the ups and downs
دشمنان ملت ایران
that was imposed on them by the enemies of Iran, the Iranian
بر
nation.
ما تحمیل کردن عبور کنه.
I managed to pass all of them.
حالا هر کدوم از این حوادث 47 سال گذشته رو مرور کنیم.
So it's like now if we go and review everything that happened in the past 47 years,
از پیروزی انقلاب، از
from the success of the Islamic Revolution in 1979,
حد فاصل بین پیروزی انقلاب تا جنگ تحمیلی
and from everything that happened in between,
از شروع جنگ تحمیلی تا پایان جنگ، از پایان جنگ تا این فراز و نشیب هایی که در دهها
so it's like we're going through the different wars that they had to go through and all of the ups and downs that they had to go through.
توسعه اقتصادی، توسعه سیاسی و
Oh my God. And he's also adding to it like ups and downs when it comes to the economy and also the economic progress.
دقیقاً در طول این سالها همیشه
like in all of these years, like, oh, it's Islam.
دقیقاً در طول این سالها همیشه این مبانی قدرت ساز ما بوده که تونسته
like all of these years, these power generating foundations
این فراز و نشیب ها
was the reason why we managed to
مدیریت کنه و ما رو رسونده امروز به موقعیتی که شما اشاره کردید.
And now it brought us to a position that you hinted at.
بسیاری از ابرقدرت ها و قلدرهای تاریخ
many superpowers and the bullies of history.
کسانی که حالا من توضیح میدم در ادامه ادعاهایی داشتن و امروز ادعاهایی که حالا من توضیح میدم در
and other people who had claims of power
ادعاهایی داشتن و امروز ادعاهاشون به هر حال نشون داده شد که
and today we could see that their claims were BS.
یک اباحت توخالی.
It was basically like a paper tiger, like these powers. There's like their greatness was empty inside. So these superpowers were not as great as they suggested they were. Oh, look at Goldie's like, yeah. Goldie's like, yeah, sure, buddy.
اینها امروز سر تعظیم فرود بیارن در مقابل.
Oh, he's saying that they're bowing their heads to our power, the superpowers of the world.
ملت ایران.
Wow, look at Goldie's shocked.
من میخوام
yeah, there's the audacity. These people are so full of crap. Goldie is like, what the hell is wrong with this guy?
در این بخش به جهت سوالی که شما داشتید و مایلم هستم تو این گفتگوهای رسانه پاسخ به سوال رو بدم.
بله خواهش.
Guys, look at what he's saying. Look at how much he wastes time, right? He's like, in this, given that you asked me a question in this media, I would like to answer the question. Wow. Wow, so useful. Thank you for addressing that, mentioning to us that a question that was asked and that you're in the media and that you are going to answer the question. Like, do you need to announce that you're going to answer the question? You could just answer a question. You don't have to announce that you're going to answer a question. You could just answer the goddamn question.
بخش به جهت سوالی که شما داشتید و مایلم هستم تو این گفتگوهای رسانه پاسخ به سوال رو بدم.
بله خواهش می‌کنم.
مبانی قدرت ساز ما از ابتدای
Okay, let's go. Here are the foundations of power generating foundations.
پیروزی انقلاب اول ایمان.
I called it. He says the first. Did I not call it? Guys, Do not believe. Look at this. He says the first foundation for our power generating capability is faith. I knew it. 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 It's Durka. It's the Durka that makes us powerful. Okay? The more you Durka, the stronger you get. Durka strength. We have Durka strength. Durka strength. I just knew he's going to say that that's what makes us strong.
ایمان ملت ما اون توکلی که به ارزش‌های دینی اسلام اون توکلی که
this is our reliance on the religious values. Oh, guys, we're about to get full Durka. Get ready. We're about to get full Durka. Prepare for Goldie to have an allergic reaction.
به ارزش‌های دینی
Let's go, guys. Hold my hands. We can do this. Hold my hand. Everybody, hold my hand. We're going to go to Durka land.
اسلام قرآن
I knew it. We're gonna go to called it. We're gonna go to Durka land, and Gold is gonna have an allergic reaction.
You know me so well. You know me so well.
Oh my God! There we go. Let's go.
به ارزش‌های دینی اسلام قرآن اهل
Islam. Like Islam, Quran, Ahl Bayt. Ahl Bayt, yeah, who else?
سایر ارزش‌های نوین دینی
And also the other modern religious values.
داشتیم داریم و به فضل الهی من بعد خواهیم داشت ایمان.
Like we had those, we have them today, and with God's will, we're going to have them in the future.
رکن اول ایمان باور و اعتقاد.
باور
faith, belief,
اعتقادات اراده ملت ما از
the will of our people.
عناصر قدرت سازی بوده که در طول این سالها
Goldie in shock because guys, usually when people talk about the power of their society and where it comes from, they talk about like the wealth, the people, their education, their economy, their foundations, their infrastructure, you know, the investments in education and the people, the technology, their science. These are sources of power within a nation, right? But these people, like, no, you Google Durka, you become powerful.
Yeah, it's Durka voodoo, right? It's like, oh, you put on Islam, Allah. Sorry.
Yeah, God is like, what the hell's wrong with these people? Look at it.
بر هر دشمنی تحمیل شده علیرغم اینکه سالها از عناصر قدرت سازی بوده که در طول این سالها بر هر دشمنی تحمیل شده.
So these are power generating foundations that we forced upon all our enemies.
علیرغم اینکه دشمنان ما از ابتدای پیروزی انقلاب سعی کردند خواست و ارادهشون رو بر ما تحمیل کنن.
So it's like our enemies from the beginning of our Islamic revolution, they tried to force their will upon us.
اما این ملت بزرگ ایران اسلامی
he's saying it's the great nation of Islamic Iran.
تحمیل کنن اما این ملت بزرگ ایران اسلامی اراده خودش رو استوار.
So they're calling our nation an Islamic Iran, and that's, I mean, Gold's reaction is so disgusting. It's so disgusting because, you know, there's like they saying the reason why we hate when they say Islamic Iran is because like Iran is rejecting this ideology more than anyone else, more than anywhere else in the world. And he keeps on coming and trying to act like he's celebrating the nation, but he doesn't just say Iranian nation. He keeps on saying Islamic Iranian nation. And it's just like trying to trying to describe us as an Islamic nation and putting Iranian and Islamic next to each other is just such an insult to everything that we know is happening in Iran right now.
It's Armin. It's also completely counter to our Iranian identity because, you know, multiculturalism and diversity, real multiculturalism and diversity, not like the fake, you know, woke lefty garbage, DEI, whatever woke stuff that's happening in Western countries. But, you know, the Persian civilization, like Iranians, we have been known for freedom of religion and, you know, tolerance and all of this, right? So just saying Islamic Iran, it's contradictory, but it's also a direct insult to our identity as Iranians because it is actively erasing the millions of Iranians who are not Muslim but are still Iranian, right? So guys, this is what jihad looks like. This is what Islamic colonization looks like, where they're trying to erase the identity of an entire civilization by trying to portray all of us as Muslim, even though we're not. And there is absolutely nothing Islamic about Iran.
Right. Exactly.
That's just why I find it so insulting.
Yeah, and you should. And I'm so glad that you showed this reaction to it, because a lot of people, you know, you could explain these things to people, but I think Goldie's reactions are make you feel what we feel, you know. So many Iranians like myself and others will come and explain these to people, but Goldie gives the proper reaction, and you, like, a non-Iranian audience could feel through Goldie what we feel when we hear these things, right? So she helps you have not just the same understanding as many Iranians, but also the same emotions when we feel when these such nonsense is uttered.
بر دشمنانش پیروزی انقلاب تحمیل اراده ملت ایران بر استکبار مستکبر تحمیل اراده تحمیل کرد بر دشمنانش.
So you're saying the success of the Islamic Revolution was us forcing the will of the Iranian people against colonization. Istikbar is like colonization. Mustakbaran and monarchy. Hold on. Istikbar. Istikbar. Arrogance. No, that's not the best word. Mustakbaran. Arrogant people. Okay, sure, whatever. All right, so he's saying basically we forced our will upon the arrogance, the arrogant forces of the world. Taghut is like an insulting way that they refer to monarchy.
از طرفی وحدت، یکپارچگی، انسجام و اتحاد ملت ایران.
Oh my God! He just used 5 different. Like how many? He just used 5 different words for unity.
مستکبران طاغوت بود. از طرفی وحدت، یکپارچگی، انسجام و اتحاد ملت ایران.
Oh, 4. So he's saying, from another perspective, the unity of the people of Iran, he just used 4 different words that have the same meaning for unity to just make it seem like more significant.
آیه خسروی ما اینا رو میگیم و رد میشیم. ایمان، اراده، وحدت. اینها انصافاً فقط از یک نظام متکی بر ارزش‌های دینی الهی.
So like, hey, like, sir, we say these words and we pass them as if they're nothing. Like faith, you know, like our will, our unity, but these are important. Don't underestimate them. These are the things that only could come from a regime.
از یک نظام متکی بر ارزش‌های دینی الهی.
Could only come from a regime like this level of unity, this level of will, this level of faith in a nation could only come from a regime that is reliant on
religious values.
Allahi همراه
and Allahi and values from Allah.
نظام متکی بر ارزش‌های دینی الهی همراه با وحدت هست که میتونه تجلی پیدا بکنه.
That's the only way this happens. That's the only way this happens. If your regime is based on Durka. So you will not, guys, you will not have unity in a society unless there's a regime governing over it that is Durka. Okay? That is like Allahu Akbar, Haydar, Durka. Okay? If you don't have a regime like that, you're not going to have unity and faith and what was it? Oh, and will in the country.
وحدت اقوام، وحدت مذاهب.
The unity of different ethnicities, and then he says the unity of different religions. What? Wait, so you have to have a regime based on Allah so that you could have unity of different religions in your society? How does that work exactly?
وحدت جریان‌های سیاسی، وحدت شخصیت‌ها، وحدت همه علما.
Wow.
سیاسی.
Unity among all politicians.
وحدت شخصیت‌ها.
Unity among all different characters.
وحدت همه علما.
Unity among all religious scholars. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that, sir? All the religious scholars are like, yeah, we're united. You guys, well, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure even among your religious scholars, there's infighting. Guys, when I was a kid in Iran, I remember there were some religious scholars, Shia religious scholars in Qom, that were criticizing Khamenei, and they shut them up. Oh, I get it. They do have unity because anybody who disagrees, right? Everybody who disagrees goes like, okay, they die. So if you kill everybody who disagrees, then you will have unity. That is actually smart. That's the best way to get unity. Just eliminate anybody who disagrees, and then you will have total unity.
کسانی که دل در گرو اندیشه‌های اسلام، انقلاب اسلامی و ایران.
That scared me. I wasn't expecting that one.
که دل در گرو اندیشه‌های اسلام، انقلاب اسلامی و ایران.
So all the people that have their hearts tied to Islamic way of thinking,
عزیز داشتن. رهبری اسلامی و ایران عزیز داشتن.
and our dear Iran.
رهبری.
I have to translate what he's saying between Goldie's puking sessions. so like, so you have to.
رکن رکین پیروز.
And also the supreme leadership.
انقلاب. و رکن رکین پیروزی انقلاب.
Guys, I told you we're gonna go to Durka land. Okay, so like we're now deep in Durka land. Okay, as soon as he started talking about faith, we're like, guys, hold my hands. We're going to go deep into Durka land. Okay, we're all gonna get. Oh my God.
Armin, do you see what I put myself through just so I can do some Durka hunting so that you can translate?
Yeah. Thank you for your sacrifice, Goldie.
Yeah, I sacrificed my mental health and my sanity to go like Durka hunting so that you can translate.
Yeah, you should also prepare de-Durkification some after so that we could recover.
Okay.
De-Durkification. Okay.
I'll find something so that we can de-Durkify after.
De-Durkify. Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah, this is too much Durka. It's not, guys. It's not healthy. It's not healthy. As somebody with experience, I could tell you that it's not really healthy to get. Yeah, took off my shirt so I can start the pounding. Yeah, say. Wow. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Armin, last night in the live stream, even though it wasn't Iran Revolution Live, it was just the Goldie Show. And it was about like, what was happening in the White House, the White House Correspondents' Dinner. a lot of the people were like, "Ya Hossein, Ya Hossein," and I was like, "Guys,
Yeah.
I can't play Hossein. I can't go hey dad when there's a bunch of new people, especially Americans who are watching. We have to. You can't go full hey dad on the new people, guys." But they were all like making Ya Hossein jokes last night.
I was like, what is this channel that we just came across? Goldie, why do you have so many Islamists following you?
Like, why are there so many Americans who are saying Ya Hossein? Like I was just
Yes. We have to be careful, guys. We might actually accidentally start our own Shia movements in the West accidentally. So many people sarcastically will come and say, "Do Ya Hussein and hey dad," that it would actually resemble the original too much. And people are like, "What did you do, Goldie? What did you do?" There's the people in the United States are going hey dad now. Oh no, we might as well start a Hossainia, a Goldie Hossainia. No, we could meet. We could meet in Goldie's Hossainia.
جنگ و موفقیت‌های بی‌نظیر ما در نبرد 8 ساله امام به خدا پیوسته.
Oh my God! Like we were so great. We were so good in war, in the 8-year war with Saddam. Oh my God, we were so impressive. Aren't we great, guys? This is actually the translation. Okay, you want translation? He was saying we're so great. We're so awesome. God loves us. We have the best values. We're Islamic. We're powerful. We're humiliating the Jews. The imperialist West is being humiliated by us. Aren't we awesome? We're awesome.
ما از بعد از رحلت آن جاودانه رهبری بی‌نظیر امام شهید ما.
I think the extraordinary leadership of our martyred supreme leader.
که تولید قدرت کرد، تولید عظمت.
He created power. He was a power generating machine. He was like a battery. Okay, he was like a very powerful, he was like a not a solar panel. He did photosynthesis. Okay, our supreme leader was a power generating unit of its own. Okay, you could run a laptop, a air conditioner on him, and a fridge at the same time. Okay. Our martyr supreme leader was such a big power generating machine that you could run 4 fridges on him. Okay, if you shoved, the power the wire of a fridge up his bum, you could run a fridge. Okay, you could run an entire factory on him. Okay, an entire steel factory. He will be able to run it by himself. That's how much power he generated.
کرد شگفتی‌های بزرگی رو ببینید امروز. حالا من در ادامه این رو باز توضیح.
Well, finish your thought before you say something else. It's like he caused it many. He's so many awe-inspiring things, like crazy things, like miraculous things he did.
میدم یک موضوعی ما داریم به نام نیروهای مسلح موشکی.
Like, let me explain to you. We have this thing called the armed forces. This guy is such an expert and an analyst, okay? He understands the nuances of geopolitics and military and modern military warfare, okay? He's saying, let me tell you, there's this thing that we have. It's called the armed forces. What else? What else do you have?
یک موضوعی ما داریم به نام نیروهای مسلح موشکی.
We have this thing called the armed forces. And missiles. And navy. Still, do you still have a navy?
نشأت گرفت.
Where did this come from?
تدابیر حکیمانه اون امام.
From our supreme leader's bum, apparently.
از کجا نشأت گرفت؟ تدابیر حکیمانه اون امام عزیز و به خدا پیوسته شهید ما.
It came from the supreme leader, apparently. Okay, we have armed forces. It came from the supreme leader. The reason why we have a navy, I don't know how that works, but it's the supreme leader that was the reason why we had some armed force. Apparently, if it wasn't from the supreme leader, you wouldn't have armed forces or a navy. Boo.
که بی‌نظیر بود در طول این سالها در همه موضوعات در همه فصول مردم خودشون رکن قدرت ساز نظام اسلامی ما و نیروهای مسلح ما عناصر امنیت ساز ما چه نظامی چه انتظامی چه بسیج همه به همه اینها رکن بزرگ
I think the Basij, the IRGC, all of this happened because of our supreme leader.
تونسته در طول این سالها تولید قدرت.
Some people are saying, like, what is that face? That's the supreme leader. When he says supreme leader, I'm going to bring him up. Okay, that's Mojtaba. Because guys, again, for apparently people, he's saying I want to marry a goat and it's making goldy vomit. Okay, yeah, okay. No, guys, the reason why this is now we think Mojtaba looks like this is because we were told that his face was all destroyed, so they need to prepare him. The reason why he's not out yet is because he's done face surgery. So given that he's going through face surgery, we assume that this is what he probably looks like right now.
پیروزی انقلاب هر کدوم از اینو در یک مقاطعی مخصوصا نقش بی‌نظیری داشتن. ژئوپلیتیک ما خود ژئوپلیتیک ما این جغرافیای بی‌نظیر ایران اسلامی که شما فقط امروز دارید یک بخش
like our geopolitics, our this, our that, and now he's saying our geography. Did your geography also come from the supreme leader? Did the geography came from the supreme leader as well? Because I'm pretty sure Iran's geography has been like that for millions of years.
رو می‌بینید یعنی تنگه هرمز. فقط یک بخشی از این ژئوپلیتیک بی‌نظیر.
Look at our incredible geopolitics. Look at the Strait of Hormuz. Wow. Khamenei تنگش کرد. So I guess the Strait of Hormuz was created by the supreme leader maybe.
زیر ماست. بله. منطقه‌ای یعنی اون ژئوپلیتیک بی‌نظیر ماست.
Look at this extraordinary geopolitical power that we have, the Strait of Hormuz.
منطقه‌ای یعنی اون اندیشه های انقلاب اسلامی که صادر شد. حالا بعضیا
the thinking way, the philosophy of the Islamic revolution that was exported to the whole world.
ادبیات شاید
How do you go from the Strait of Hormuz to exporting Islamic ideology around the world? Oh my God.
غیر واقعی رو به کار میبرن نیروهای نیابتی در حالی که این
Oh, he's saying like they call them proxies. Guys, he's confirming it because oh my God. So he's saying that these so-called proxies, that's just us exporting the Islamic revolution. Weren't you the one who was just calling the Americans imperialist? He's just now confirming that the agenda, listen to this, guys. He's confirming that the agenda of the Islamic Revolution of 1979 is to export the Islamic Revolution beyond the borders of Iran. And he says they call them proxies, but that's just us exporting the Islamic ideology. You know what he's basically admitting? He's admitting in meddling and taking over countries, other countries that they are not supposed to be ruling over. I mean, they're not supposed to be ruling over Iran either, but from their perspective, that has been at least recognized by the United Nations, right? By international law, unfortunately. But these other countries are like, no, those are not proxies. Those are us just exporting our Islamic revolution. That is imperial. Sir, you just called the Americans imperialists. That is imperialism. That you going around and finding proxies to govern, to meddle based on your ideology in countries where people have not elected you as their official government You know what that is called? You know what that is? That is imperial. That is imperialism. You're the imperialist. You're the imperialist.
دور اندیشه های انقلاب اسلامی بود که فراگیر شد و تونست در لبنان، در عراق، در
Oh, he's naming them. Oh, thank you. Saying in Lebanon, in Iraq,
یمن، در
in Yemen.
سوریه، در بسیار
I can't believe it. He said Syria. He mentioned Syria. You lost Syria. Assad is, hey, somebody he hasn't gotten the memo. I think somebody tell him that you lost Syria. Assad is
در
fallen.
لبنان، در عراق، در یمن، در سوریه، در بسیاری از
You shouldn't have mentioned Syria. That was Syria. That's embarrassing for you. You invested so many years and so much money on Syria, and then poof, gone.
اسلامی جایگاه پیدا کنه و تبدیل بشه به یک قطب برتر ایستادگی.
He's saying that gave us global positioning, that made us relevant internationally. We turned into our own pole, our own superior pole.
و مقاومت جریان‌های آزادی بخش.
Oh, it became a pole. It became the center pole for all of the forces around the world that were fighting for freedom. Freedom, he says. Guys, he's saying that our Islamic ideology became the pole that all freedom fighting forces around the world are based on this. Like everything is basically orbiting us. Like we are leading the entire world to fight for freedom. These goddamn tyrants, these people who mass slaughter the people who come into the streets for their own rights, to fight for their rights. They shoot protesters in every corner in Iran, causing the greatest act of massacre in modern history upon unarmed citizens. These people that cut their voices, they cut the internet so that they can't speak. These people who would not dare put a referendum, they would never give the Iranian people a chance to make it known what they want. Apparently, these people are fighting for freedom. And it's the Americans and the Jews who are the oppressors. Sure buddy.
ایستادگی و مقاومت جریان‌های آزادی بخش. این جریان منطقه‌ای خودش امروز دارید می‌بینید چقدر دست برتر هست برای مقاومت.
You can see that we have the upper hand and you can see based on everything that we have done in the region that we have the upper hand. Sure buddy.
هسته‌ای ما اگر که شما همه اینا رو کنار هم بگذارید یعنی ایمان، اراده، وحدت، رهبری، نیروهای
So if you put all of these things to each other, faith, will, unity, the supreme leadership, and the armed forces, our geopolitical strength. Look at Goldie is like, this guy's retarded. Look at Goldie's reaction. And our geopolitical power, our regional power, our atomic power, these are, wait, atomic power? How? Is this a confirmation that they want to build a nuclear weapon? Like how? Look at Goldie, I think is shocked for the same reason. Is Goldie shocked for the same reason? Is he confirming that they all this time they wanted to have nuclear weapon? Is that what he's saying? Yep. Okay. Because I don't think their enriched uranium has done anything else for them. How else would it generate geopolitical power in such a way that he's describing? Other than it's becoming a tool for becoming an atomic weapon. So these are always a source of our power. They always have been, and they are current
به
today.
فضل الهی
بفضل.
من بعد هم خواهند بود.
And with God's desire, it will continue to be the same in the future.
این رو هم توضیح بدم. در
Let me also explain this.
سایه این نبرد رمضان که با اهدافی شیطانی بر ما تحمیل شد.
In the shadow of this forced Ramadan war that was forced upon us with satanic goals,
باز فرصت‌های قدرتساز رو بهتر و بیشتر هم کسب کردیم.
This power generating foundations, we managed to capture them even more.
و هم در آینده مبتنی بر این ظرفیت‌هایی که عرض کردم یک بخشش رو در ذات انقلاب اسلامی بود.
And in the future, as I mentioned, all of these stuff that we got a segment of it based on our Islamic revolution.
در آینده انشاءالله با بهره‌گیری از همین ظرفیت
In the future, God willing, by using these exact same things,
قدرتساز ادامه
by using the foundational power generating foundations,
خواهیم داد.
we will continue this path. Okay, Betty. Oh my God.
شاید این سوال الان بلافاصله در ذهن شما باشه.
Why is this?
خیلی
This
خوب.
guy's talking.
این ظرفیت‌های قدرت
Israel, can you please, can somebody put this guy on Israel's list? He's getting to Pezeshkian on annoying levels right now.
سازی که ما داشتیم
Israeli IDF, I have a personal request. Put this man on the list. Thank you so much. Does IDF take requests?
در مقابل دشمنان ما چه کردن؟ این رو هم توضیح بدم. از ابتدای پیروزی
Like in response, what did our enemies do? Tell us what did they do? Probably you're gonna say you know what? You're gonna say our enemies can't do anything. They can never do anything. هیچ غلطی نمیتونن بکنن. هیچ دشمن آمریکا هیچ غلطی نمیتونه بکنه. Yes, say America can't do anything. So now say like, what did our enemies do?
انقلاب دشمنان ملت
Armin, it's also a very rude way of saying it, right? Like he's not just saying America can't do anything. He's saying like America can't do like the SHIT work, right? Like it's a very rude thing to say on TV. Like it's just not professional or polite the way he says.
Oh, does he say that? Because I said he's gonna say that.
Oh,
does he say that?
Yeah, he does. He does.
There you go.
See,
yeah,
guys,
because
this is why we call Armin the Durka whisperer.
Yes, but that's a great translation. America can't do SHIT. That's yeah. They love saying that because Khomeini said that. Khomeini said that, and they love repeating that. Okay. Yeah, it's a rude way of saying America can't do anything. Right.
بر این ظرفیت‌های قدرت‌ساز یا خدشه وارد کنن یا آسیب وارد کنن. بر این ظرفیت‌های قدرت‌ساز یا خدشه وارد کنن.
So so he's saying
توضیح بدم. از ابتدای پیروزی انقلاب دشمنان ملت ایران همیشه سعی کردند.
So from the beginning of the Islamic Revolution, the enemies of the Iranian nation, they always tried to
بر این ظرفیت‌های قدرت‌ساز یا
to put a scratch on our power making capacity
خدشه وارد کنن یا آسیب وارد کنن
or to hurt it in some way
یا مانع بالفعل شدن این ظرفیت‌ها
or to stop it from our potential power to become actualized.
بشن. شما دیگه سابقه این موضوعات رو حتما توی این نشست‌ها گفتگوها زیاد شنیدید.
من 14 سالم بوده انقلاب شده.
Like you've already heard all of this in our history, and he said like yes, I was 14 years old.
57 بوده و لحظه به لحظه اینها رو تجربه کردم.
Like I was 14 years old in the 1979 Islamic Revolution, and I experienced all of this moment by moment. I've experienced all of this.
و توالی این حوادث رو کاملا به خاطر دارم.
And I remember all of it.
این ظرفیت‌های بی‌نظیری بوده که تولید قدرت.
All of these capacities that we have are extraordinary capacities.
برای ما کرده. این ظرفیت‌های بی‌نظیری بوده که تولید قدرت برای ما کرد.
Oh my God, he's saying it again. These capacities are extraordinary capacities that generated. Well, guys, what did it generate? Guess what he's going to say? He's going to say these power generating capacities. There are power generating. Oh my God, قدرت بخورد سرت.
نه تنها در گذشته در حال و به فضل الهی
Not only in the past, but also with God, hopefully with God's wish, it will also continue in the future. How about you say that one more time, huh? One more time, Mr. Analyst.
اینها ظرفیت‌های بی‌نظیر تولید قدرت ماست که حالا در ادامه بحث.
And these are the
الهی اینها ظرفیت‌های بی‌نظیر تولید قدرت ماست.
Oh, guys, he's saying something new. He's saying something new. He's saying that these are the extraordinary power generating capabilities that we have. Oh, wow, we haven't heard that one before. He said it again. I'm not kidding. He said it again. And then he's saying in the like as we go forward, I'm going to talk about this more. Please don't. Please don't. Okay, somebody.
خیلی متشکرم از جناب آقای دکتر عزیزی.
Look at Colin's like these people are retarded. Look at her face.
آقای دکتر عزیزی شاخصترین مؤلفه های قدرت رو نام بردن.
Oh my God, he's saying Mr. Dr. Azizi, this Ibrahim Azizi doctor guy, he just gave us all the list of all of our indicators of power. Wow.
چیزهای دیگری هست که می شود به این فهرست اضافه کرد.
I think there are other things that we could add to this list.
مثل قدرت انرژی و نظایر اینها.
Like our energy power.
دوستان میخوان
and stuff like that.
چیزی پخش کنن. میشه من حرفامو بزنم؟
Like my friends, they want to play something. Can I say what I want to say before you play that?
زنم بعد پخش کنین.
Yeah, can you not play that right now? I want to say something.
آره. خب.
Okay. So they told it in the air. Okay, say whatever you want to say.
ببینید نکته اولی که آقای دکتر عزیزی اشاره میکنن و بعد باقی مطالب اینها
like listen. Dr. Azizi, what he said at first and the other things that he said.
اون چیزهایی است که به عنوان شاخص‌های قدرت ما شناخته شده.
These are all the things that are our power indicators.
و الان جهان بهش اقرار داره.
And the whole world is now admitting it.
و به همین سبب میشه به امریکایی‌ها.
Guys, I swear everything they have said so far could be summarized in 30 seconds. Like maximum 30 seconds.
با ما دشمنی کنن. من اتفاقا کاملا درک میکنم. و همین سبب میشه به امریکایی‌ها حق داد که با ما دشمنی کنن.
Oh, he's saying that we could say that the Americans are justified to be our enemy. He's giving the Americans, he's saying they're justified. We're just too powerful. We're just too powerful. Of course the Americans will be our enemy. Their animosity against us is completely justified. We are a power to be reckoned with.
من اتفاقا کاملا درک میکنم.
Like I completely understand the Americans.
علت نکته بسیار درستی بشه.
Like oh, you're pointing at something very correct here.
اتفاقا امروز وقتی اینها میشه ظرفیت‌های
So guys are like it's not America's fault. Okay? We're powerful and they're threatened by us. Okay?
قدرت ساز ما دنیا به ویژه آمریکایی‌ها که یه روزی خلاصه در حال تعابیری رو علیه این ملت به کار می‌بردن.
Like yeah, we have these power generating foundations and abilities that it would make the Americans to come up with something they had to come up with something to respond to.
یه روزی خلاصه
So one day
تعابیری رو علیه
they had to come up with a plan for one day to do something with this.
این ملت به کار می‌بردن. ما رو خلاصه یک کشور عقب مانده و
عقب مانده هستیم. شما عقب مونده، ما که عقب مونده نیستیم.
Yeah. So he's saying they used to see us as a backward country and Goldie's like but because you are. Goldie said because you are.
و موضوعات این چنینی امروز میگن این به درجه از عظمت.
Oh, they used to see us as backward, but today they say that we got to a degree of greatness.
و بزرگی رسیده که داره میشه نمونه، الگو و نماد سایر کشورهای
that is turning us to a symbol and a role model for all other countries. Guys, all other countries are like, oh my God, look at the Islamic Republic. Let's take notes. They're doing so great. All countries want to be like us. We're a role model for all countries. Amazing.
Sorry, can I just say something? So a few people in the chat are saying that President Trump is right now live on CBS, 60 Minutes. I can't air that because the last time that I shared an interview from 60 Minutes, Armin's channel live stream was taken down and he got a very serious copyright strike. So I can't share anything from CBS. Or 60 Minutes because it's like it's not good. So
it's
unfortunately,
very sensitive.
Yeah, 60 Minutes is unfortunately on our like no playlist. So what I was playing, it was actually King Reza Pahlavi interview, and I was providing commentary, and even then, like Armin's channel got taken down, so can't play that. So if you guys want to go watch it, you'll have to watch it on your own. But at 8 p.m. we will go to Mark Levin because Mark Levin is going live at 8 p.m.
I'll just go add Al Jazeera to your.
Al Jazeera, yeah. Al Jazeera.
Because when I was playing Al Jazeera, I took your. It's interesting because you play something, it takes down my channel. I play something, it takes down your channel.
It's so weird. Yeah.
Right.
So weird. So yeah. So unfortunately, we can't do 60 Minutes. But I mean, you guys are welcome to go watch it on your own. I mean, I don't. It is what it is, and then I'm looking forward to Mark Levin at in about an hour.
Okay. Let's go to power generating abilities.
هرم میشه آقای دکتر، یعنی اینکه اینا اگر میگفتن که ایران قدرتمند بشود، ما یه ایران قدرتمند داریم، یه جوری باش کنار میایم. نه، اینا میدونن که ما مناسبات جهانی رو داریم به هم میزنیم.
Goldie, he's right. He says he said that they cannot tolerate us. Oh my God, he's right, guys. He's saying that it could have been the case that if we were getting powerful, the Americans would be like, yeah, let them be powerful. We could live with a powerful Islamic Republic. But he says, but they cannot tolerate us become powerful because they know that we're messing up the international order. Like we're going to change. We're basically messing everything up. So they're like, they have to come deal with us. But he's saying it as if it's a good thing. He's saying it as if, guys, he's right. So if they weren't messing with the whole world order and everything, people were like, sure, get powerful. But he says they can't tolerate us becoming powerful because we're messing everything up. Because the more powerful we get, we mess. You guys, it's interesting because you would think that an anti-regime person would say that. But no, this is a pro-regime person who's saying that. And the reason why he's saying that is because he's bragging about it. Like as if that's a good thing to go mess everything up. Do you understand the different levels of like do you understand what I'm saying? So he's admitting that the Americans should not tolerate us because the more powerful we get, the more things we mess up, and we're right to do that because, F the world, I guess, because the world is not Islamic and the world should be Islamic. And he thinks the Americans are justified because we are a menace. Well, he's admitting it. He's admitting it. Oh my God. What time? I have to save this. Hold up. What time is this? Oh, I don't know what time is that from the beginning. But I have to come back to this. This is such an admission on the Islamic Republic State TV by pro-regime people that of course the Americans should not tolerate us. We're here to F things up. And the more powerful we get, the more we will mess up the whole world. مناسبات جهانی. Look at this. Hold on.
کشورهای
یه خورده مشکل
اسلامی
جدی‌تر هم میشه آقای دکتر. یعنی اینکه اینا
Like things are more will get more serious, doctor.
اگر میگفتن که ایران
Sir.
قدرتمند بشود ما یه
If these people said that, oh, if the Islamic Republic, like Iran got
ایران
powerful,
قدرتمند داریم
we could allow any powerful Iran.
یه جوری باش کنار میایم.
We will deal with them. We can deal with the powerful Iran.
نه اینا میدونن که ما
But no, these people know
مناسبات جهانی رو داریم به هم میزنیم.
we are here to mess up munasabat, like the international order. Munasabat jahani.
Like the world order. We're here to destroy the world order. They want to create they want to create a new world order.
Meaning they want to make things Islamic, their Islamic version.
Yeah.
So the reason why America is justified to resist us is because the more powerful we get, the bigger of a challenge to the world order. Guys, he's admitting that they want to mess things up outside of their borders. Like they're going to meddle in things that is not Iran. And that's why the Americans are justified to want to stop them. Because this is the state TV in Iran by the Islamic Republic. Goldie, we should show this to everybody. Like we should, because Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, Anna Kasparian, Cenk Uygur.
But they want this, Armin. They want this. They want this. Because they hate the United States. They're like, oh, we need to get rid of the Zionist regime and create a new world order. So if you show this to them, they would agree with this. They would say, yes, this is what we want.
No, but what they actually say is that no, Iran doesn't want to do anything beyond its borders. They are just defending themselves against the expansionist policies and the meddling of Israel and United States. They're in a defensive situation and they wouldn't bother anybody if they weren't being attacked. That's what they say. But the Islamic Republic is saying, like, no, we're here to mess everything up. We're here to dismantle the world order and bring export our Islamic order, our Islamic revolution. We're here to export it beyond our borders. And of course, they will resist that. Of course, they're going to resist that. Guys, see, this it's not Goldie and I who are saying this. The Islamic Republic is saying this.
Welcome to Durka News Network, guys. Welcome to Durka News Network.
And Goldie, the interesting thing about this is that Durka News Network is right. This part is not the delusional part. This part is actually correct analysis. This is a correct analysis of the situation, admitted by themselves. Right. This is actually Durka News Network has better analysis than right now than half of Western media, more than like most of Western media. Well, it's crazy. Oh my God. Oh wow.
یعنی امریکایی که مبتنی بر رفتارهای میلیتاریستی و نظامیگری سعی کرده سلطه خودش رو تحمیل بکنه.
Like the America who tried to use military power to dominate to force its way
و با محروم داشتن ملت‌ها غلبه پیدا بکنه
and try to keep all nations poor so that it could maintain its dominance.
یه قدرت نوپدیدی داره مواجه
and then they're seeing this new power
میشه که خلاف او اتکاء به نیروی نظامی ندارد. اگر
so unlike the United States is not relying on military power,
چه ازش برخورداره؟
even though the Islamic Republic has military power, it's not relying on military power because, guys, these people run on Durka. Okay, these people run on Haida. That's what. Like,
he's saying we have military power. We just don't want to use it. We don't need to use it.
We don't rely on it. Okay, we just go Haida.
They have no military power. United States destroyed it all. That's the crazy part here.
No, see, they have jet skis, Goldie. They have jet skis, and they don't go, but they go. Haida. Stop the ship. That's their navy.
قدرت توسعه و تسری معنوی داره بر
قدرت توسعه معنوی داره. Guys, they don't rely, they have a big military, but they don't rely on it because they have spiritual power. It's like make-believe.
Durka magic. They have Durka magic.
They have Durka magic. Okay. Spiritual. Oh my God.
ها حکومت میکنه و بعد هیچی هم از دیگران دریغ نداره. تسلیحات داره میده.
Oh, and it's so generous with all other countries. Like, we have weapons. You want some? Here. Like, other poor countries, like, oh, we're so poor, we can't defend ourselves. And the Islamic Republic, oh, you don't have weapons? Here, just have some weapons. Guys, they're basically selling their support for terrorism as an act of generosity to poor people. Okay, so there was these poor people who were like, oh, we want to kill Jews, but we have no weapons. But the Islamic Republic is so generous, like, oh my God, these poor people, look how generous we're here, some guns. See how generous the Islamic Republic is?
قابلیت علمی داره میده.
Oh, it has scientific abilities, and it just gives it away. We're so generous. We have scientific knowledge, and other countries are like, here for free. You could have science. You could have guns. You could have science. Okay.
اقتصادی داره میده. یعنی تمام.
Oh, it has economic power, and it gives it away. You know what he's talking about when it says when we give poor people the means to defend themselves with weapons, they say that means that we support terrorism. Okay. When they say we have scientific knowledge and we share them, that means that they want to share. They tell the Houthis how to make drones so that they could attack Jews, right? That's what he's talking about.
Yeah,
right?
or you know, like selling drones to Russia, or you're absolutely right, like supporting the terrorist proxy groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, Hashd al-Shabi, the Fatimiyun, like all these like Durka jihadis in the Middle East. That's what he's referring to.
Exactly. And the last one, this is actually the most shameful part, because when he says we have economic abilities and we give it away, you know what they mean? Because in Lebanon, for example, when so many people, when the Shia community lost a lot of their homes, the Islamic Republic went and spent billions into building houses in Lebanon for the Shia communities. Guys, they have done no such thing right now in the middle of war for the Iranian people losing their homes.
Zero.
So
instead, they murder us.
Yes. So when in Lebanon, when the Shia community, when they lose their houses, they go and rebuild them, and they build so many apartments better than the ones they originally had for Shia community in Lebanon. The Iranian people lose their houses, nothing. And they confirmed it on TV. They asked the speaker of the government. She came out and said, like, all I could do, we could make more. This is what she said. She will say, we will stop the ban from building more housing. That's all you could do. But so that you could go, so that there will be more housing, so there are more to buy. But no money support, no rebuilding. That's not for the Iranian people. That's for the Shias in Lebanon.
Hezbollah, basically. All the Hezbollah and their bastard, children and their concubines and, their stinky hoes. That's where the money goes. Yeah. Hezbollah in Lebanon.
Yeah. They love them. They love those people.
Yeah, because they're a bunch of terrorists that worship them.
Yeah, Goldie, I think they're jealous. They were like, they look at the Hezbollah and they look at Hashd al-Shabi and they look at like Zainab and Fatimiyun and they look at the Iranian people and like, why can't we have these people here? Like, what's wrong with these people? Why can't you be more like them? Like, they wish that the Iranian people were like Hezbollah. And like, they wish that was the people that they were ruling over.
Yeah. And that's why they're trying to replace us. Listen, Hassan, Murad Baisi said in one of his live streams that all the mullahs are from Lebanon anyway. And he's like, when the Islamic regime is overthrown, like Iranians are going to kick out all the mullahs and they're probably going to go back to Lebanon where they belong. No offense to the Lebanese people, but he's referring to like Hezbollah or whatever. So he's like, because the vast majority of the mullahs are either from like Najaf and Adal or like, I don't know, Hezbollah people. So Morad basically is like, they're just going to be kicked out to go back.
They don't even belong in Lebanon. Like the Lebanese
They don't
people should
belong
get
in
rid of them as
Lebanon.
well. Yeah, they don't belong in planet Earth.
Yeah, that's true. They don't belong on Earth. That is very
On
true.
Earth, right?
Because we have to help Lebanon become free again.
Yeah, poor Lebanon. Right. So Goldie, our audience might not believe this, but we have to tell them about the law that was recently passed before all of this started in Iran by the Islamic Republic, because they wish that we were a different kind of people, that allowed, I kid you not, Shias to come to Iran, and if they impregnate Iranian women, to get residency
and become a citizen. It's horrible.
Yeah.
Like they're trying to replace us. They're trying to replace it. It's ethnic cleansing. That's what they're doing. It's cultural genocide. Yeah.
So by coming, and they're saying here's like, if you could sighe, like not even a permanent marriage, like if you could just come and impregnate our woman, and as a reward, as if that is not like itself like something that they want, like, hey, can you do the job of having sex with our women, and as a reward we will give you a special kind of permanent residentship that, unlike other permanent residentships, allows you to buy property in Iran. So permanent residentship in Iran doesn't allow you to buy property in Iran, but they created a new class of permanent residentship for these people, for Shias who come and impregnate Iranian women. As a reward, they will get their own special class of permanent residentship that allows them to buy property. This was officially passed as a law, as a way to re-engineer the demographic. So imagine a Durka person in like Iraq. You're like, hey, come have sex with our women, and as a reward, you get permanent residentship. Like, what? Like, you didn't even need to give them a reward. They were like, as soon as you mentioned women, they would have already oh my God. It's so crazy. That made that a law. Like, no other country has passed a law where it's literally selling the woman. They're literally selling the women of their country.
That's how like little worth and value they view Iranians, and especially Iranian women.
Yeah.
سمت برخورداری میبره. خب حالا ما داریم موازنات جهان رو به هم میزنیم.
Like, oh, we're destroying the world order. Like we're basically messing up with the whole world order, of course.
برخورداری میبره. خب حالا ما داریم موازنات جهان رو به هم میزنیم.
Yeah, look at, they're so proud.
اسلامی را به واسطه همین مؤلفه هایی که عرض کردم
بر نمیتابم.
موازنه قدرت رو.
Okay. Oh, here. You see. Oh, they mentioned Khamenei comes up. Okay, let's go Khamenei.
تغییر داده و مبتنی بر همین مؤلفه ها امروز داره این نظم جدیدی رو حاکم میکنه.
Oh my God, you're repeating. Goli, I'm going to skip this part because he's saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Let me go to the next section. They're killing me with this repetitive nonsense. We already saw this. Oh no, before this. That's me.
I think you went far back to the beginning. Oh, okay.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, here, this is the part. Shut up. Oh my God.
Wait, this is where you show up, I think.
Oh yeah. So they're now playing an odd.
Oh, look at both.
Oh, Goldie, look at you.
Look at us. Oh my gosh. But it's like, Armin, it's the craziest thing to see. Like, imagine like turning on your TV channel and you see just the American flag burning and they're like going full haydar. Like it's just the most insane thing, right? Like, and then you know what? This is important to show This is important to show because when President Trump says, oh, the new people that we're dealing with are more reasonable. Really? Are they really reasonable? How reasonable is it to have the so-called, leaders that you're dealing with, you call them moderates, and yet this is what they're showing on Islamic regime state TV. They're like going like full on, like attacking the United States, burning the American flag. Guys, this is what the moderates are like. These are what the moderates are like. So imagine what the hardcore radicals are like, right? These are the moderates. These are the moderates.
Right. So let's see. They're now playing some audio from Khamenei. Let's see what Khamenei was saying. What is this? So Khamenei in the background with echo, and they're trying to make his sound a lot more epic. Khamenei is saying we shouldn't give ransom to the Americans.
بله مشکل ما رو با آمریکا یه چیز حل میکنه چی؟ با آمریکا باج بدیم.
Like, okay, so this is something that Khamenei kept on saying all the goddamn time. He's saying that yes, we could solve all our problems with America. If you give them what they want. He's basically being sarcastic here. This is Khamenei being sarcastic, right? He's saying like, yeah, sure, we can solve our problems with America. All they want is to give them ransoms. Baj is ransom, right? That's the best translation. Like not once, because the Americans would not be satisfied with one ransom taking. If we give them a ransom today, tomorrow they're going to come and ask for another ransom. So guys, let me give you the context because of Ali Khamenei's philosophy. Ali Khamenei's philosophy is that Americans will never be satisfied. Like he thinks that the Iranian people are retarded. He thinks the Iranian people want a normal relationship with the United States, but the Iranian people don't understand the United States. He thinks the United States would only accept complete surrender and complete control. Like if you say like, hey, let's have a good relationship with Americans, the Americans will like, okay, give us this. And they're like, oh, okay, can we have a good relationship right now? And then they're going to want like, nope, then this, and then this, and then this, and then this. And if you start with one, they want to go all the way, and they want to keep taking and taking and taking and taking, and they will never be satisfied. So that's what Khamenei thinks, is that's why we should keep resisting Americans, because the only way that you could have normalization with America is a complete surrender to America. That's what Khamenei thinks, used to think. And like then tomorrow they come and ask for another ransom. So today they want us to. Today they come us and tell us to stop our nuclear capabilities. First they come and say cancel 20%. And then they will come and say cancel 5%. And then they come out and say completely remove your nuclear capabilities completely. And then they come and say to change your constitution. And then they come and tell us to 1 second. And then they come and tell us to remove the Guardian Council, remove that. They Baj Migiran, that they ask for ransom. Okay, let me tell you why this is stupid, what he's saying. Okay, these are not the requests of Americans. These are the requests of the Iranian people to change the constitution, to remove the constitution now, these are not the demands of America. He thinks the demands of the Iranian people are America's influence on our minds. When we want freedom, when we want democracy, when we want secularism, we want free speech, this is what the Iranian people ask for. But he thinks that's the Americans are speaking through our mouths. Like we're basically agents of the Americans. Baj Migiran, like they want ransom, they want to get ransom. If you want your problems to be solved with America, that's what you have to do. You have to give them ransom. All the time. You have to give them ransoms all the time. He's saying limit yourself beyond your own. Look at. Oh my God. saying the Americans would want you to limit yourself to your own borders, basically jail yourself with your borders. Oh my God, do you understand what he's saying? He's saying that we want to go in middle. So this is such a dishonest framing of what's happening, right? So the Islamic Republic is trying to meddle in other countries' affairs to expand its influence, to create a Shia pan-Islamic empire, to, in its own admission, export the Islamic Revolution to all the countries in the region and eventually the whole world. And the rest of the world, including the United States and Israel, are trying to resist that. I mean, the rest of the world is not really resisting that as they should. But I mean, the United States, Israel, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, these are some of the countries that are trying to resist that because it influences the Lebanese people want to resist that. And instead of, from our perspective, they're trying to invade these other countries and turn these countries into their own vessels as part of their empire. But Khamenei, from his perspective, the way he's talking is that the Americans want to jail us within our own borders. That's how that's how he describes the rest of the world responding to their imperialist agenda, to them trying to invade these other countries, to their expansionist policies. Imagine if Russia, Putin came out and said, like, when in response to Putin trying to invade Ukraine, they came out and said, like, oh, you're saying I can't invade Ukraine? What are you trying to do? Jail me within my own borders? That's how Khamenei is describing this. Like, the Americans want to jail us within our own borders. In the same way that Putin would say, like, oh, I can't invade Ukraine. You want to jail me in my own borders? That's what this sounds like to me. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Like, so they want to jail us within our borders. They want to empty our hands. Oh my God. They wouldn't want to empty your hands if you weren't using them to threaten the entire country of Israel with annihilation. He's complaining, like, they want to empty our hands. They want to empty our hands. They want to get rid of all our weapons. All countries have the rights to have weapons, but they want to take our weapons away. Well, because you have threatened Israel with absolute annihilation. You have clearly communicated that you want to take over the entire region. You have clearly communicated that you want world domination. You admit that. If you weren't doing those things, I bet you they wouldn't care. They would allow you to have your weapons. I think it has something to do with that. They're like, oh, they're trying to empty our hands. I have the right. Guys, you know what this is like? Imagine if somebody is shooting at the cops and the cops come and arrest him and they take his gun away from him. And while they're taking his gun away from him, and they're like, but what about my Second Amendment? What happened to my Second Amendment? I have the right to have guns. Mother effer, you were just shooting at people. Like, what are you talking about? So this is like the Islamic Republic is building up its military forces to be able to annihilate Israel, take over the entire Middle East and North Africa, and then eventually dominate the whole world. And it admits that. And when the people when the world responds, namely actually United States and Israel, like, oh, but what about my rights to have missiles? Other countries get to have missiles. Why can't I have missiles? Israel has a nuclear weapon. This is the retarded stuff that this is Anna Kasparian comes out like, oh, people say the Islamic Republic wants a nuclear weapon, but nobody talks about the fact that Israel has a nuclear weapon. Why can't Israel have a nuclear weapon, but Islamic Republic can't have a nuclear weapon? Maybe because Israel is not trying to dominate the whole world. Maybe because Israel hasn't threatened another country with absolute annihilation, wiping it off the map. Maybe it has something to do with that. Oh, to cancel your defense forces, to cancel them, to end them. Yeah, if you said, like, if you make songs about bomb Tel Aviv, if you promise that one day you're going to turn Tel Aviv and Haifa into ashes, then yeah, of course, that's how you respond to a bully. America wants these. Yeah, America responds to bullies.
کدوم ایرانی با غیرتی حاضره که چنین باجی بده؟
Like, he's saying, what honorable Iranian is willing to give such a ransom? Shut up, because none of these powers that you're talking about, none of these military forces are for Iran. Stop talking about the Iranian people needing to have enough honor to not want to give this up to the Americans, because none of this weapon is used for defending Iran. All of it is for Islam. None of it is for Iran. And we know that none of this has anything to do with Iran.
من نمیگم جمهوری اسلامی ممکنه جمهوری اسلامی رو هم قبول نداشته باشه.
Like, I'm not saying be a defender of the Islamic Republic. Even if you're against Islam, even if you don't believe in the Islamic Republic,
همون ایرانی باشه، غیرت ایران.
At least be Iranian. At least have an Iranian honor. So he's saying, even if you're not Durka. By the way, this is an admission that many Iranians are not Durka. So he's saying, even if you don't believe in the Islamic Republic, at least be Iranian and have Iranian honor to know that you should not give such a ransom to United States. Goldie just said, spit on your soul. I spit on your soul. That's what she says. Guys, see this is so interesting. The Iranian people, they're like, not spit on your face, not spit on your body, spit in your essence, in your spirit, in your soul. I spit on your soul, on your very essence. United States will never be satisfied with anything smaller than this. Why can't you understand this? He's showing negotiations with United States will not solve anything. Then why are you negotiating? You
know what, Urban? We agree. Negotiations won't solve everything. You just have to boom them.
Yes, exactly.
You have to do to the rest of them what you guys did to Khamenei. No negotiations, no deal. Just boom them.
Yeah, you think negotiations with the United States doesn't solve anything. Then why do you keep negotiating with them? That's an admission. By the way, yeah, Goldie is right. We agree. That doesn't solve anything. Let's go to war. But Goldie, look at this. The fact that they keep saying that, but then they negotiate, shows it's an evidence of their inability to resist. Yes, if you're willing to give ransom, not once, not twice, but all over again, repeatedly. In everything important, in all of our main issues, in crossing all our red lines. Yes, only then the United States will not want anything, wouldn't bother you anymore. Just like the Pahlavi time. Lie! This is a lie, and I know this is a lie because you know what he's saying? He's saying Mohammad Reza Shah, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi was just a puppet of the Americans. He would just agree to everything they wanted, and that's why they had no problems with him. That's why they didn't challenge him. First of all, that is not true. As friendly as Mohammad Reza Shah was with the Americans, as much as he saw Americans as an ally, he would sometimes disagree, and he would sometimes resist their demands. Mohammad Reza Shah.
Oh no, go ahead. I was going to respond to a question, but go ahead.
Mohammad Reza Shah resisted the Americans' demand to reduce oil prices. The Americans wanted that from him, and he didn't. Even though he considered America to be an ally, he pushed back against that because he wanted the best deal for the Iranian people. He wanted the best deal for the Iranian people. So even with an ally, Mohammad Reza Shah was not always 100% agreeable. And in fact, it's that reason why when Carter moved against Mohammad Reza Shah, his administration, also for other reasons, allowed that to happen, because they thought that Mohammad Reza Shah was not cooperating with the United States because he wanted a good oil price for the Iranian people. So this is look how bad of an example they're putting on screen, because Khamenei is saying the Americans basically didn't have any problems with the Shah because he would just be so agreeable and give them whatever they want. But they put the president on screen that actually moved against the Shah. The example that they put on screen is actually evidence that Khamenei is full of crap.
Yeah.
This is the president that
Jimmy Carter, the traitor, who was working behind the scenes with Khomeini to overthrow the Shah.
Yeah, they put the worst example. At least they should have put a Nixon on here to make the point that Ali Khamenei was making. They actually gave us an example that contradicts what Khamenei is saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. What do you want to show? You want to show something? Oh.
It's the empty chair, remember? So guys, so for those who are asking, no, guys, Khamenei is not alive. This is an old speech. So basically, Islamic Regime State TV is just like repurposing old speeches from the dead supreme dictator, and they're just making like new propaganda because the old supreme dictator is dead. The new one is in a coma or dead. So they have nothing to go on. So they're just using like old speeches. So yeah, that's why, but this is what it actually looks like now. It's an empty chair. And this is what we were laughing at yesterday. And look at Armin's face. Look at Armin's face. I love that. Such a good photo there. So there you go.
Oh my god.
All right, let me just bring back the.
Oh, I think we're done with this here. I think we have a few more seconds here. Oh, did the people did the revolution for this? Did we give so many martyrs for this, for us to capitulate to the Americans, basically? Like this country, like our country that is growing so much, like our young people who are working so hard in all industries, in all fields. Is this what we tell them, that we're going to capitulate to the Americans? So yeah, that was it. That was that. Was that satisfactory, guys? Like, was that the good translation? Did you guys benefit from that? Let me know if this is educational. Yeah.
No, absolutely. Like, I think it's really important to share these, right? Because you're giving input into what the Islamic regime is doing, and I think it's really important to translate Durka news. So thank you so much for that. Really, really appreciate that. I know it's coming to the time where you have to go. Yeah, you know what? Actually, I was literally just about to load this up, Amir. So here, let me just remove Armin's screen. Let me pull this up. So yeah, guys. Wow, Amir, great minds think alike, because Barbod, our favorite musician, one of our favorite musicians, has come out with a new song called "Do You Know Europe?" And I haven't listened to it yet, but I figured, Armin, we can listen to it together and do like a live premiere. Are you good with that before you head out?
Yeah, of course. Let's do it.
Okay.
Wow, that sounds familiar. Barbara. Oh my God, Goldie. Amazing, amazing.
I'm getting better. I'm getting better.
Yeah.
I'm getting better. All right, but no, here's the actual song, though. Here's the actual song.
47 years we've been bleeding in the dark, under the shadow of the Islamic regime, with a stone cold heart. They silenced our voices, they turned off our light. 58 days without internet, but we still fought the night. Our children took the streets, they raised their empty hands, and the world looked away. Do you understand? Do you know Europe? Do you know what's been done? Do you know Europe? 42,000 souls are gone, killed in 2 days by a regime drenched in blood. Do you know Europe? Or have you just given up? Do you know Europe? Do you feel anything at all? Or did something break inside you? While Iran answered the call. Do you know Europe? 42,000 lives, 2 days, that's all it took. Mothers and fathers and sons, did you even look? We stand with Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, our hope and voice. Millions behind him marching, he is our only choice. He only fights for freedom, democracy and human rights. But you mock him in your chambers while he fights for our lives, to pull us out of this darkness, this century-long night, while you sign deals with our killers and call it diplomatic right. Do you know Europe? Do you know what's been done? Do you know Europe? They hang 60-40 souls one by one, hanged within 4 months by a regime drenched in blood. Do you know Europe? Or have you just given up? Do you know Europe? Do you feel anything at all? Or did something break inside you while Iran answered the call? Do you know Europe? What happened to you, Europe? What made you so cold? What turned your heart to stone while our story went untold? Is oil worth more than blood? Is silence worth the shame? Because while you negotiate with murderers, we are dying, calling your name. Do you know Europe? Do you know what's been done? Do you know Europe? 42,000 souls are gone, killed in 2 days by a regime drenched in blood. Do you know Europe? Or have you just given up? Do you know Europe? We are still here. How long to get on your own?
Thank you for making that.
Thank you, Barbod. Oh my gosh, Armin, I hadn't listened to that, so I actually didn't even know what to expect, but I think that's his most powerful song yet.
Great
That was
timing as well.
brilliant, brilliant. Oh my gosh. That was really good. Wow. Yeah. Well,
yeah, guys, say thank you to Barbod in the chat, guys.
well, I
Just
don't know.
appreciate
I don't know if Barbod is in the chat, but guys, make sure that you're following him on YouTube. This is his YouTube channel, so you can just go. You can find him there, Barbod, and you can see when you go there. If you just search Barbod music, you'll find him, and you go to videos latest, and it's right there. Do you know Europe? He uploaded this about 8 hours ago. Only has 772. Well, now it has 791 views, but sorry, let me just put that there because I hadn't listened to this. So he writes, this song is a message to Chancellor Frederick Merz, Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, President Emmanuel Macron, Prime Minister Keir Starmer, and Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez. Help me and my team by liking and commenting so that more people can see this music video, find this channel, and spread our message. Thank you. So guys, everyone needs to go subscribe to Barbod's channel. I'll put the link in the chats so that you guys can see. And please go support him because he is working very, very hard behind the scenes as well, just like all of us, right? We all have a role to play in the Iranian revolution. We're all playing a different role. And Barbod, right from the beginning, he has been putting out some amazing, amazing songs. And, art is one of those ways to communicate a message. So, yeah. Wow. All right, Armin. I know you're going to have to head out soon. I'm going to be playing Mark Levin because I have a feeling Mark Levin's going to be talking about a few things relating to Iran because on Sundays he usually speaks about Iran.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll be watching that as well. So, all right, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And thank you, Goldie, for everything. I think we need to say thank you, Goldie, more often because guys, Goldie.
Thank you,
Goldie
Armin.
is working so hard. Like we don't appreciate her hard work enough. So we should remember that we have all of this community, this whole Iran Revolution Live, everything. Like for so many days, every day she comes here. 120 days, Goldie. That is a lot of work.
You've done the
really
same.
lucky to have you.
You've done the same, Armin. So thank you.
It's all because of you. You started everything. So I appreciate you. All right, guys, I'm going to head out, but don't forget to appreciate Goldie. Let her know how much her work, how meaningful her work has been. But by the way, Goldie, it's so amazing how many times people just in random places, in corners of the internet, I see people mentioning your name. It's just like, and talking about how great you are and how important you are. And as soon as people realize that I'm working with you, people are like, Armin, say Goldie thank you, tell Goldie thank you. Like, that's the number one message I get when people say, when they realize that we're working
that's so kind. Well, you should tell them that I wouldn't be where I am without you, because you're the guys. The only reason I'm on YouTube is because Armin convinced me to start live streaming on YouTube and start a YouTube channel. So, guys, that's why everyone needs to make sure that you follow Armin. You know, subscribe to Armin's channel, Liberty Politics, and you have to show Armin appreciation, because honestly, I don't know what I'm doing. I've learned everything from Armin. So
No,
Armin's a professional. Armin's a professional YouTuber and streamer. He's been doing this for a very long time. I've only been at this for like 6 months now, and 3 of these months has literally been the Iran Revolution live. So Armin, thank you so much.
But you're such a star that as soon as you started, you just I told you that was my prediction before you started. Remember? I told you, like, Goldie, as soon as you start, you're going to go viral everywhere, and and you did, and that's what happened.
You're so kind. Yeah, you were saying that. I was like, wait, why? Like, what? But no, that's very kind of you, and I really, really appreciate everything. But no, guys, I wouldn't be here without Armin's support and encouragement. And guys, the first live stream I ever did, I was like, Armin, can you join me? Because I'm scared to go live by myself. Remember?
Oh, that's so.
Remember that? So yeah. So guys, everyone, put an A in the chat for Armin. Armin appreciation. So
thank you.
There you go. All right.
All right, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And as always, I'm Israel Chai. Long live America.
God bless America.
Javicha Payadeira.
Yeah. See you tomorrow, Armin.
See you.
Isn't Armin the greatest? Yes, he is. Armin is the best, and we appreciate him very much. So, yeah, let me just let me show you Armin's. Let me show you Armin's YouTube channel, right? So that you guys. So this is Armin's YouTube channel, okay? I'm gonna put the link in the comments. So even if you guys like don't use YouTube or don't watch YouTube or whatever the case might be, just at least maybe just go and subscribe to his channel just to show him some support because Armin is fantastic. And excuse me, we appreciate Armin very much. So, and as you can tell, like, sorry, there's a problem. I need like some tea or something. Yeah, Armin has an X account as well. So, and then he has like, these videos here with like screenshots. Although, there you go. I don't know. It kind of looks AI. Like, wait, guys, why does he look so angry? What is this? This has to be AI generated. Is this AI generated? Okay, guys, do you think this image is AI generated or is he like posing for the camera? Okay, let's make a poll. Let's make a poll. Let's make a poll. Okay. Let me put it. All right. So there's the poll. So number 1, so put 1 in the chat if you think it's real. Put number 2 if you think it's AI. Let's see what happens here. Oh my gosh. Real? AI? Ooh, this is a tough one. All right, let's play some music while we are doing the poll. All right. Okay.
For details following the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Hello, everyone. This is the final hour of tonight's extended edition of the Big Weekend Show. And at this hour, law enforcement is on the scene at the suspected shooter's California home as they try to piece together a motive for this attack. Officials are speaking with neighbors as they search for answers. Christina Coleman is live outside the suspected gunman's home in Torrance, California. Christina?
Hi, yes. So we are here in Torrance, about 20 miles southwest of downtown LA. And I can tell you we've seen FBI officials going door to door, diligently checking with neighbors to see what they know about this alleged gunman. Well, I heard one of them say that they were asking for or checking to see if there was ring camera video. Go ahead and take a look at this video. We shot this earlier. There you could see the FBI speaking with neighbors who live here on the alleged gunman street. Federal authorities identified the suspect as 31-year-old Cole Allen of Torrance. And hours earlier, authorities also swarmed this area. The FBI and U.S. Attorney's Office executed a search warrant at Allen's home overnight.
Yeah, Mark Levin's not on right now. He might come on in an hour, but I don't think so. Let's see.
With authorities, one man who lives on the alleged shooter street here voiced his concern over this situation. Take a listen. Now, Cole Allen's LinkedIn page. All right, so Cole Allen, he is going to be arraigned in federal court tomorrow. Again, a lot of pieces to this investigation. It goes coast to coast, and authorities working hard to get answers. Back to you,
Christina Coleman. Thank you so much. And now let's bring in Fox and Friends co-host and host of One Nation with Brian Kilmeade. He was at the White House Correspondents' Dinner last night and had a lot of exclusive reporting. Brian, it's good to see you. We're glad that you're safe and sound. Tell us about your experience last night.
I mean, number one, in looking back on it, it was every one of those Secret Service agents had a secretary or an official to go get, and good they did. Especially because we find out now in the so-called documents or manifesto, whatever was out there, that they said his goal was to kill just about everybody except Kash Patel for some twisted reason. So they were legitimate targets as well as just trying to be politically correct. The other thing that stands out to me, even though there was no shooting in the room, and I know it's been said before, the smell of gunpowder was everywhere. And it was not clear that the agents running forward, some of them in plain clothes and suits, would be an attacker. So that was part of the confusion of it. And also the fact is that nobody panicked. And I don't think no one's really said that. I give the press and the guests and the spouses tremendous credit. I mean, it was chaotic. People jumping on chairs. If you trained like Joey, it's unusual. You know, you're a Marine. You're used to this. That's how you train. But to see every bunch of in tuxes, you see all this wildness, you smell what you smell, and you hear what you hear, and nobody was going after each other, jumping over each other to get out. I think that has not been said enough. The other thing I have to bring up is how great our Fox security was. I mean, these guys were neck and neck working with Secret Service and knew where to go for our people as well, to the tables, exactly where we sat. And it's just very, very impressive. And I just think the main thing is I think we need a sober evaluation of the perimeter. I don't want people pretending like this is sports radio. I know more than the Secret Service. I know more than the agents. I would have done it this way. You could speculate, but have you gone to the academy? Have you gone to the training? Have you sat in meetings when you talked about all the events presidents go through or high-ranking officials go through? I hope that in the next coming days, we're not sitting there playing Monday morning quarterback. We're asking the questions to stop the next one and see if there's any commonality between these assassins. I mean, you got Ryan Ruth, Luigi Mangione, you got this guy Crooks, and now you got this new guy. Is there any commonality between them? Are the families knowing this and not tipping off law enforcement like we hear about possibly in Connecticut, them getting this manifesto ahead of time? If your family is not going to corral the lunatics in their midst, I mean, we're all going to be sitting ducks at some point.
You know, Brian, a couple of things here. One, to answer some of your questions, yes, I have. I've trained with the Secret Service for things of this nature. And that's why I'm so passionate about this. Not critical, not armchair quarterbacking, but passionate, because I know the culture is there. I know that the training exists within our federal government to do it right. And it leaves me asking, I mean, you understand, you've been to this event, I would imagine more than once, and you've been to Patriot Awards, and you see how we, find the right venue to get the proper amount of security for the event that we're putting on. And so, with that, even giving you that type of context, it makes you wonder, is the Secret Service sitting there saying to the president or to the organization putting this on, with the resources we have, this is the best way we can do it, which is different than saying this is the most secure we can make it. And I feel like that's where we are, and I think that's the problem.
Yeah, and I would add the one thing I think.
Okay, guys. So I thought that we were going to Mark Levin, because usually he speaks about Iran, but given what happened last night, it's about the shooter. Do you guys want me to continue playing this? Because I can't really provide too much commentary on this. I mean, I could play this, but then you guys could also just go watch it on Fox News yourself. It's up to you. But I don't want to get a copyright strike. So I mean, I can play a little bit of it. What do you guys want me to do? Do you want me to continue playing for a little bit longer? Continue? All right. Okay, I'll continue.
That they're doing, that we could pick up, that they've been maybe setting signals off prior to that. So they go from somebody, I'm never going to vote for him or her, to I want to kill them. Why are we all of a sudden making this leap regularly right now? So I think that we can't get used to it, as much as it's great to have composure under pressure. I don't think we should ever say, another attempt at assassination. This should be every millennium when this happens. This shouldn't be 3 times in 2 years.
Yeah.
BK, I couldn't agree more. And by the way, thank you so much for your perspective last night. I found your account riveting. And I just want to say, now that you've had a bit of time to sort of unpack how the evening went, how things unfolded, what we've learned in the interim, what stands out to you most? And what do you hope Americans understand about what we've seen happen here over the past 24 hours?
First off, Kevin, stellar work last night. I mean, just fantastic. I listened to, I even went on at 12:20 in the morning. So I know how much was in flux. You had to vamp in between. It was awesome to see it. But I think your sports background really helped you, because they don't give us script in sports.
Good point.
I think that helps us.
Yeah.
I think in the big picture, I think the press's questions afterwards, I'm used to, certain TV outlets being extremely tough and certain being way too easy with the president. But when I saw human being questions to the president, I thought to myself, wow, that's what's been missing. I know we hard-ass issues and we got to go over taxes and defunding, and there's not a lot of, humanity in that. But when I watched that press conference, it was the president caring about the press and their welfare, and it was the press caring about the president and his welfare. And I was struck by that. I was waiting for the zinger question of, why do you do this and why did you say that? And instead, I just saw the mutual respect that's been lacking oftentimes over the last 6 years. And I think the president doesn't want easy questions. Just be respectful. That's all. Just show some respect. And we just saw human beings who went through the same thing. And the president, who has not gone to this in 4 opportunities, said, I'm not going. Now he says, I'm going every year. In fact, I want to do this right in 30 days. And I'd like to host it once my ballroom's done. What a change in attitude. And maybe we change course. He doesn't want it easy. He just wants it fair.
Yeah.
He doesn't care who you voted for. Just ask him a question without an agenda to help some Democratic congressman or a would-be presidential candidate.
No, you're right, Brian. It's Alicia Cunha. Yeah, and it seemed like all of the agendas melted away last night in the shock of it all, and it was really good to see. You brought up that the president wants to see this happen in another 30 days, and I love the heart of that idea. I'm just curious, from a practical standpoint, given what we know now and the lack of security that happened yesterday and all of the preparation that is going to be necessary, do you think that that's going to be able to happen? And if it does, what's it going to look like to you? What do you think?
would you go? The people want to go. Yeah, would they go again? I mean, I just can't believe how packed that room is. I literally, I couldn't believe the agents found an alleyway because I had to be, I was late to my seat. I had to be escorted, man. I'm telling you, you could not, if you have thighs at all, you would not be able to get through from table to table at all.
That's all
and I do leg presses. I do leg presses, so therefore my quads made it hard to get to my seat. You have never seen a room so packed. Would you get 2,100 there? I think so. And I think the president, maybe his content will be a little bit less roasty and more of a tribute this time. And I think it would be kind of cool to do it again. But I just know that Jackie Heinrich has told me how much goes into the preparations, and up to the last minute they're making changes. So, and that takes a year to prepare.
A year,
I don't know if you could turn it around in 30 days.
Well, if anyone can, with the president's help, perhaps, Brian, he tends to do things pretty quickly, and he's motivated. Brian Kilmeade, thank you so much for joining us. And we got to make sure everyone watches One Nation with you, Brian Kilmeade, tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern, right here, of course, on Fox News. Brian is interviewing Oz Perlman, who was supposed to be the host of last night's White House Correspondents' Dinner, and more. So make sure you're watching. All right, bringing it out to the table for a little discussion here. It's interesting to hear everyone's accounts because everyone has a similar story. But, you know, there's some variation there. And I'm glad that he also mentioned how tight that room was. But he thinks that people will go back and they'll enjoy it once again. Kevin, what I was really struck by, though, is what Brian alluded to with the afterwards, the press conference, and the press maybe behaving a little bit different. We've already seen some moments today where maybe that's worn off, but at least for the moment, it was there. It was a bright, shining moment, as some famous broadcaster used to say. I, for one, was struck by the press conference. I really thought it was amazing. Hope springs eternal. I understand it. A lot of people don't believe they'll ever soften on this president, but maybe, just maybe, for this next event, whenever he has it, maybe that the temperature in the room will be down just a bit. Let's hope. I just wonder, Alicia, how it's going to be in the media tomorrow. We know, a lot of media today. It's the immediate aftermath, but we've seen this story before, as I mentioned earlier. We've seen it with multiple, attempts, whether it be on President Trump or other conservatives. The moment after, everybody wants to calm down, or they feel like they need to say that, like tone down the rhetoric. And then you give them 24 hours, and they're back at it. And I feel like it's probably already begun in some circles, certainly online and in social media. But do you think maybe this time, some of the pundits, some of the folks on other networks, you think maybe they'll say, you know what, this time we're going to reel it in?
I don't. I don't. I'd love to. And I feel like I'm a hopeful person and try to be positive. But I don't. I think it's just too tempting to go to the easy place, which is to pounce. And I think that's exactly what's going to continue to happen. But also, I think when we had Jackie Heinrich on, I think the president and reporters will continue to battle it out because that's the way it goes. And she said, and the reporters who cover the president are tough enough to handle it. Well, Joey, you have reporters, right? Just like we do here at Fox. And then you have commentators and you have correspondents and you have, contributors, right? So I think there's a big distinction, as there should be, right? But we're seeing maybe a little bit of a different posture from the pundit side, the opinion side on other networks than we are from maybe the reporters or the journalists that were there last night. I don't see them toning down at all.
No, probably not. You also had in that room politicians and bureaucrats. And, I found it interesting today. I saw a picture posted by Jared Moskowitz, a Democrat congressman from down in Florida, pretty passionate, pretty loud, and very Democratic. And he was praising Steve Scalise for grabbing him and taking him to security with him. And it's like, just for a moment, for one tweet, that partisan veil had been dropped and it's human beings. And I don't want to get kumbaya about it because I want to have those arguments passionately. But when I sit beside Jessica Tarlov on the 5, afterwards, we talk about our families and we talk about life. We don't talk about politics because she's a good human being. I just think she's wrong on most things. And can we get to a place to where the press and President Trump, you talk about the distinction between the types. It's not pundits that are in that press pool. People get mad at our reporters because of the questions they ask, the people that are looking for a pundit's opinion, but they understand that Fox doesn't have a spin against President Trump. It's just an honest question. Those people in that press pool, unfortunately, become pundits and become opinionated. And if they can change that, you'll see a reciprocal change from President Trump, and it becomes this chicken and an egg. And it's like, maybe we just take a minute, use this for that opportunity. Who breaks first?
Yeah, well, that remains to be seen, Joey, but I don't know if we're going to get that answer anytime soon. We hope so. But coming up, we're asking Chief Congressional Correspondent Chad Pergram if there will be a special task force to investigate last night's shooting.
Honey, Mortgage Money 6 says we should keep renting.
Mortgage Money 6?
Okay, so there is a little bit of Fox News. I can continue if you like, but you know what they were saying is actually really interesting about how the media is looking at this, right? And you know, will this actually make the media tone down their rhetoric? So I don't know if it will, but did you guys see the Wolf Blitzer stuff? Like apparently the shooter was right beside Wolf Blitzer. And like Wolf Blitzer was freaking out and he's even like missing a shoe. Guys, watch this.
In the bathroom with Wolf Blitzer, and apparently someone did something.
Push back in, push back in.
There's the criminal.
Okay, is anyone in here? No, we're okay. All right.
What on earth is going on?
So there's poor Wolf Blitzer.
Like 4 shots? So someone had a gun.
Okay? Yeah.
What did you see, Mr. Blitzer?
Shots.
Yeah. You heard a bunch of shots.
Right near me. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Look, guys, wait, let me go back. He's missing a shoe.
So we're being. Oh
Look at that. He's missing a shoe. Look. He's got one shoe and then here's a sock. Do you see that? Like, and like you can tell, like he's in shock. And there's some other videos of him as well. Guys, honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of Wolf Blitzer. Like I'm not, because Wolf Blitzer is like, you know, a TDS person, but I don't know, maybe this is a wake-up call for people like Wolf Blitzer to, I don't know, stop being so toxic when it comes to spreading that toxic, you know, rhetoric about President Trump and the Republicans.
Oh my God.
And guys, I mean, guys, let's be honest here. You know, despite what I think of him, you know, even if we have like different, you know, opinions when it comes to like politics or whatever, I still don't wish ill on him, right? Like we still have to be human enough and lead by example, to show empathy, right? To show empathy, because that's how we can teach them how to be better and how to act better, right? So, of course, I 100% feel bad for Wolf Blitzer, and I would never wish this experience upon him or anyone. And I do feel, you know, I feel terrible for him. I feel terrible for him, right? You know who is like, you know who laughs at the misfortune of others? The woke left, right? They're the ones who are laughing when Charlie Kirk was assassinated. We're better than that. We're better than that, right? We're better than that. When we see other people suffering or in pain, we reach out to them. And, you know, we try to make things better. We don't relish in their pain or misery. So 100%, I feel bad for him because ultimately we're all human, right? So just look at this poor man. Like, look how shaken he is. Like, look how shaken he is, the poor guy. Like, my heart breaks seeing this. I'll be right back.
What on earth is going on? That was like 4 shots? So someone had a gun.
Okay? Yeah.
What did you see, Mr. Blitzer?
Shots.
Yeah. You heard a bunch of shots.
Right near me. Yeah.
Oh my God. So we're being held in the bathroom because there's this guy with a gun running wild.
Somebody came with the gun. Hey, someone give me a headshot.
But thank God they just caught the guy, taken care of. But Mr. Blitzer,
15, roughly 15.
CNN news anchor, you know, literally just saw a guy shoot past the chute
Poor guy lost his shoe. Unbelievable.
14 total.
14.
14.
I feel fine. I'm just scared. It was scary. I was a few feet away from the gunman as he was firing. It was loud. It was scary. The cops got on top of him, and then they got on top of me to protect me. And then they took me away into a secure room, the men's room. It was just a frightening experience.
How were you able to do live TV after all of that?
How was I what?
Live TV after all of that.
A broadcast professional. And, you know, I just did it. I told the truth. What I saw, that was that.
Yeah, so you know, I hope that he kind of, I mean, I feel terrible for him, and I feel bad for him, but I hope that maybe, I don't know, hopefully this will be a wake-up call for him and, you know, other leftist media to know that, like, you know, this is the result of him just spreading, just constantly spreading toxic propaganda about President Trump and his administration, right? Like maybe now he'll learn to tone down the rhetoric just a little bit, because I don't know, maybe he'll finally have an epiphany. Well, he will realize that his like toxic rhetoric is actually contributing to the radicalization of these insane lefties, right? Look at this one.
Outside the ballroom, I was walking back towards the ballroom when all of a sudden I hear these huge, really loud blasting away. And I had no idea what was going on. But the next thing I knew, a police officer pushed me to the ground and jumped on top of me as if he was trying to protect me. I was just a few feet away from the gunman. And it was a really scary moment. And then after a few minutes, the police officer and other police officers who were there took me and a bunch of others who were nearby, and they wanted to make us secure. They took us to a men's room and shut the door and made us stay inside because they thought there would be more gunshots, and they had no idea what was going on. None of us did, but I could just tell you, as someone who was just coincidentally was walking back into the ballroom, about to go down the stairs to the ballroom from one floor up, and all of a sudden, right near me, just maybe 3, 4, 5 feet away from me, there's a gunshot, a whole bunch of gunshots, and someone firing. And I have no idea what that individual was aiming for, what that individual was trying to do. But the next thing I saw were a lot of police officers and other law enforcement grabbing him and getting him to the ground, and then grabbing me and taking me away for my own security, my own protection. And it was just a very frightening moment, and I wouldn't be surprised at all. The security going into this event tonight, and I've been to about 30 White House Correspondents Association dinners. I had never seen security as tight as it was tonight. When I was coming in, walking in, my car dropped me off. Cars weren't allowed to get to the Washington Hotel, so I was a few blocks away, and I was walking towards the hotel, and you could see an enormous amount of security around the hotel. So they were clearly very, very worried. I was very, very worried, obviously. And then everything seemed to be going well until I walked out of the ballroom, and I was walking back in. The next thing I know, I'm hearing gunshots, and I'm pushed to the ground by law enforcement and taken away. It was just a very, very frightening moment for me personally, and I'm sure for so many others who happened to be in that corridor outside the ballroom when all this took place.
Poor guy, just terrified, absolutely terrified.
I guess it's funny. He almost had a Paul Revere moment there, didn't he? He said, the British are coming, the British are coming. That's the British one telling us this time. I guess what Chad is trying to say about the ballroom with the...
All right, so I did find something by Mark Levin, but he posted this 31 minutes ago on Rumble. I think this is from last night though.
Hello, America.
I think he posted this last night before the news of the shooting, so we can watch this. But I haven't seen anything like new from Mark Levin. So yeah, let's go to Amu Mark, and then after this, I'm gonna end the live stream because guys, guess what? Tomorrow I'm actually a guest judge on Emily Schrader's show. Sorry, not a guest judge. Oh my gosh, that's how tired I am. I need sleep. I'm a guest host. I'm a guest host on Emily Schrader's show. So I have to Emily's a good friend of mine. I'm not judging anything. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm just really tired. So she has like this weekly show. I don't know what it's called, but it's like 4 people, or I think it's like 3 or 4 people. Anyways, Emily's a good friend of mine. I've known Emily Schrader for a few years now. We're always messaging, we're always chatting on WhatsApp. So I partied with her in Israel. Yeah, I partied with her in Israel. So actually, I think it was the night that Ismail Haniyeh was exterminated by Israel. The quad. So I'm a guest host on the quad tomorrow. But I'm joining remotely, obviously. Like I'm not going to be there physically. So yeah, but her and I, we're good friends, and we partied and we drank in Tel Aviv the night that Ismail Haniyeh was boomed by Israel. That was when he was in Tehran, actually. So, yeah. Can you guys watch? I mean, sure, when the episode comes out, but I'm joining in tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern to be a guest host, right? So, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. No, I'm not going to put it on my live stream, guys. Let's just wait until the episode will come out. Once the episode comes out, we can share that, right? We can share that. So, but yeah. Yeah. Emily's great. I love her so much. She is fantastic. So it's not going live at 9 a.m. That's when I'm recording it. I don't know when it's going to go live, but we'll find out. So, but guys, okay, you know what? Maybe I can get your input on something. So, one of the things that she wanted me to think about is they want me to think about, you know how for her show she has a hero of the week and the scumbag of the week. So I was thinking for the scumbag of the week, I could put European media and European politicians, right? Because King Reza Pahlavi called out all those, European lefty politicians and media. So I was thinking for the scumbag of the week, I could do that. And then, but, I need a hero of the week. Now, guys, I've already decided who I'm going to do for the hero of the week. So, do you guys know who I'm going to do for who I'm going to say for the hero of the week? So Pahlavi is the hero every day. Pahlavi is not just the hero of the week. King Reza Pahlavi is the hero of every day. Well, you know what? Actually, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. So guys, for the hero of the week, I'm actually going to say that all of our viewers on Iran Revolution Live who have been joining us for the last, 120 days and who have been supporting us and, are here with us, you guys, I'm going to say that you guys are the heroes of the week because you have helped to grow our channel. You guys have helped to raise awareness. You guys have been here every day day in and day out with us. So yeah, I'm gonna do like a shout out to you guys, and so you guys are gonna be my heroes of the week, because you guys are amazing. And the reason that Armin and I do this every day is because of you. Is because you guys are here. You interact with us. You communicate with us. You help us raise awareness. You guys have done so much. You've attended rallies. You've shared our messages. So yeah. So it's all of you. It's the Iran Revolution Live community. It's the patriots. It's our Iran Revolution Live Hammihans, right? When we say Durud patriots, Durud Hammihans, it's all you. So that's gonna be my hero of the week is you guys. So all right. Oh, you're a newbie? You've only been here since 110. That's fine. You're still part of the community. If you're here and you're watching, even if you've joined today, you're enjoying the live stream, you're here, you're part of the community. So there you go. That's going to be my hero of the week. Shout out to all of you guys on the quad. So yeah. All right. Okay. So I think I'm going to end the live stream here because I do have to go, but I did actually prepare some music videos for you. So guys, okay. So in honor of, is it this one? Yeah. So in honor of Barbod, I actually took all of like Barbod's songs and I just put them all together. So it's basically 6 of his best songs, and then it ends with Bapish, of course. No Rickroll. I mean, do you guys want me to Rickroll you? Do you guys really want me to Rickroll you right now? Because I was just gonna play. I was gonna play Barbod's songs, right? Oh, scumbag of the week is the European politicians and the European leftist media who are, attacking King Reza Pahlavi instead of, trying to raise awareness about the Islamic regime. So yeah, that's what it is. But so I've compiled all of Barbod's songs. There you go. That was your fault, guys. You guys gave me the idea. That was all you. That was all you because you guys gave me the idea. Even though I legitimately, prepared a 30-minute video. So I prepared a 30-minute video of Barbod's greatest hits. And then you guys were like, oh, you're going to Rickroll. So there you go. Okay, so here we go. I'm gonna end the live stream, but you guys, you can chill, enjoy the music, and I'll see you guys tomorrow, and I'll let you know how everything goes with my quad, with being a guest host on the quad. So as always, I'm Israel Chai. God bless America. Payanda Iran. And Javid Shah. See you guys tomorrow.
Voices rise, peaceful hands beneath the skies. Police in black, they draw the line. Base of IRGC crossing every sign. They shoot at us, no shame, no fear. 11 souls are gone this year. We march with hope, we stand as one. Oppression ends, the fight's not done. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. freedom breaking. They beat us down, they steal our breath. Khamenei regime survives on fear and death. The world is watching, time is now. History waits for your vow. From Tehran streets to every land, we reach for the steady hand. Don't let Democrats rewrite you out. Don't let them say trap or waste chickens out. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Act, Mr. Trump, be the fire, be the light. Lock the loader, set it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, lead us to God bless the USA. We believe in you. Meet the crown prince, hear his name. Reza Pahlavi, our hope and flame. He is hope, democracy's door. Stability in Middle East, we're longing for. The people shout from young to old. One leader, brave and bold. Friendship, peace, a future free. That's the iron we want to see. Breathe life for BB, let him stand. USA's with your hand in hand. Strength agrees and clear and true. A safer world starts here with you. Iranians say it loud and proud. We love you, Trump, above the crowd. A genius mind, a patriot strong, a doer, fighter, where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, history calls your name. Act, Mr. Trump, light the flame. From broken streets to freedom strong, a new dawn comes when red, Mr. Trump. We lived in shadows, cut from the light. Sirens and gunfire in the dead of night. They took our voices, they shut the net. But not our will, not our regret. Now hear us say, without any apology, America, send your angels of liberty. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire. And the Islamic regime, lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is strength and lead. Thank you, Bibi, for the words and the deed. The iron fist has crumbled. The tyrant's time is through. What we thought was impossible is finally coming true. The eagles and the stars, the red and the white, and the rising lions will end this long bitter night. Khamenei died like a rat. Thank you for this powerful attack. Thank you, like a rat scurrying away, but he can't hide forever from the light of the day. Yeah, yeah, he lived like a rat, and he fell like one too. Now the sky over Iran is finally blue. To the IDF and the US, brave and bold. A story of liberation that will forever be told. You finished the job, you broke every chain. You washed away decades of blood and of pain. The IRGC is a ghost of the past. The freedom of the lion is here at long last. Khamenei died like a rat. Thank you for this powerful attack. Thank you, like a rat scurrying away, but he can't hide forever from the light of the day. Yeah, yeah, he lived like a rat, and he fell like one too. Now the sky over Iran is finally blue. King Reza Pahlavi, our hope and our light. He got us to greatness, he led us from night. But leader of our future, the heart of our land, with him as our leader, democracy will stand. No more mullahs, no more fear. The golden age of Iran is finally here. Khamenei died like a rat. Thank you for this powerful attack. Thank you, like a rat scurrying away, but he can't hide forever from the light of the day. Thank you, Mr. Trump. Thank you, baby. Tommy John, Reza Pahlavi. Screens gone black, and anti-million voices are under attack. The wires were cut, the signals drowned, truth locked inside a silent town. But hope still travels through the dust, a whispered call across the dusk. From Tehran's nights to open skies, a brave nation sends its signal high. Help Mr. Musk, help Mr. Musk, tonight. Let the signal break the night. Help Mr. Musk, let the whole world see this brave nation rising to be free. Help Mr. Musk, we place our trust in the power of the genius mind that's just from every rooftop, every dusk. Hope is calling, help Mr. Musk. Help Mr. Musk. You built your name on fearless dreams, on open words and global streams, from rockets rising through the skies to your style in getting truth is rise against the tyrants and their will. Now hear the Iranian people through the dust. They are calling, help us, Mr. Musk. Help Mr. Musk, help Mr. Musk tonight. Let the signal break the night. Help Mr. Musk, let the whole world see this brave nation rising to be free. Help Mr. Musk, we place our trust in the power of a genius mind that shuts from every rooftop, every dusk. Hope is calling, help Mr. Musk. Help Mr. Musk. A single link across the sky can lift the truth they tried to hide. A spark of light, a signal wide can turn the darkest turning tide. The future moves with minds like yours who open unseen digital doors from silent streets to cosmic dusk. We send our thanks, Mr. Musk, Mr. You stood for free speech and open air, for voices rising everywhere. Not walls of fear, not hidden chains, but bridges built across the plains. So hear us now across the night. The Iranian people reaching for the light. Help Mr. Musk, help Mr. Musk tonight. Turn the silence into light. Help Mr. Musk, let Iranian voices fly across the world and through the sky. Help Mr. Musk, the people's source, the brighter dawn beyond the dust. From terror streets to cosmic dusk, hope is rising. Help us, Mr. Musk. Help Mr. Musk. Mr. Trump, back at the table again, talking of peace, but you know how it ends. Smiles for the cameras, deals in the light, but truth disappears somewhere out of sight. Mullahs behind it, controlling the flow. You shake hands with fire, but you already know. Deal with the devil, you know what it costs. Promises fade while the lines get crossed. Deal with the devil, you hear their call. Voices in chains still rise and fall. Deal with the devil, don't look away while lives are taken day by day. Mr. Trump, hear the streets, hear the cry. Iranians want freedom, they're reaching high. From cells to the shadows, their voices still grow, dreaming of a a future they don't even know. Deals at the top while the pressure runs low, and down below the fear continues to grow. Deal with the devil, you know what it costs. Promises fade while the lines get crossed. Deal with the devil, you hear their call. Voices in chains still rise and fall. Deal with the devil, don't look away while lives are taken day by day. Mr. Trump, now the moment is real. Reagan or Obama, pressure or deal. One stands firm, one bends to the game. History writes down the choice and the name. Stand with strength, don't let it all go. You don't free millions by moving too slow. Mr. Trump, if you give them that deal, they keep the power, they tighten the seal. More voices silence, more lives erased, while freedom is pushed further away. Be the Reagan they need, take a stand, don't trade their future for a sake of a hand. Deal with the devil, you know what it costs. Too many lives already lost. Deal with the devil, you hear their call. Iranians fighting, they won't let it fall. Deal with the devil, don't look away while lives are taken day by day. Mr. Trump, be like Reagan, no deals with the devil. "47 years we've been bleeding in the dark, under the shadow of the Islamic regime, with a stone cold heart. They silenced our voices, they turned off our light. 58 days without internet, but we still fought the night. Our children took the streets, they raised their empty hands, and the world looked away. Do you understand? Do you know Europe? Do you know what's been done? Do you know Europe? 42,000 souls are gone, killed in 2 days by a regime drenched in blood. Do you know Europe? Or have you just given up? Do you know Europe? Do you feel anything at all? Or did something break inside you while Iran answered the call? Do you know Europe? 42,000 lives, 2 days, that's all it took. Mothers and fathers and sons, did you even look? We stand with Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, our hope and voice. Millions behind him marching, he is our only choice. He only fights for freedom, democracy and human rights. But you mock him in your chambers while he fight for our lives, to pull us out of this darkness, this century-long night. so cold? What turned your heart to stone while our story went untold? Is oil worth more than blood? Is silence worth the shame? Because while you negotiate with murderers, we are dying, calling your name. Do you know Europe? Do you know what's been done? Do you know Europe? 42,000 souls are gone, killed in 2 days by a regime drenched in blood. Do you know Europe? Or have you just given up? Do you know Europe? We are still here. We are still strong. Do you know Europe? How much longer? How much longer? How long? Do you know Europe?
ایران غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما، تاریخ ما درسی دگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از بر بالین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی، نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران، نه کاسلیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. تا با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایید یا داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستی، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شانه هامان حمل می‌کنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.